Formation lap coming up. Safety car about to enter pit lane here. Out of NASCAR turn 4 onto the tri-oval straight. Go safety car. GTP will lead us to the green flag, a little bit off-centered here on a double file start, and we are green flag racing to start the 24 hours of Daytona. The Sierra Lads leads us through the first turn into the International Horseshoe. Now comes the GT cars into turn 1. And we have seen lots of incidents. Expect a lot of braking here, and already some cars off circuit at the outside of turn 1. Back in the GTPs, though, Vortex in 9th place here. Not a great start for Crashing with the Boys here. Started in 15th, down to 18th at the moment. Overtaking for 17th out of the West Horseshoe. So far, no major incidents, just everybody kind of trying to get through the first lap here. No contact reported. There are 2 incidents that happen on the opening lap, though. Likely they're on turn 1. At our leader here in just a moment. Camera will update here periodically. And already at the end of lap 1, we have a lead change, but Sierra Lads will take advantage of a mistake. Jack Carlton there makes a mistake at turn 1 and goes wide, allows Sierra Lads to go back out front, so Joshua Wilson will reclaim the lead here for the GT. Meanwhile, back in the LMP2 class, Star Racing leads this one. Back in the G cars, CRC is in Porsche, starting on pole. Well, back up front, still see Sierra Lads here leading the way. Lap 2, only 2.5 minutes into the 24. We've got a couple incidents that have just occurred on circuit. Let's take a look here as the pack starts to unwind. Out of the Western Horseshoe there, ready to come up to NASCAR turn 1, goes wide towards turn 1. And very lucky not to make that a bigger incident than it was. Let's take a look at the other incident that occurred here. One. An incident there out of the Horseshoe. Well, with that, we are officially underway here. 3.5 minutes already transpired. 24 full hours. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm super excited for it. One of my favorite races. I'm going to also focus here in on who's been crashing with the boys. They're now back up to P15 where they started, so Ross Cotto has managed to regain a few of the positions lost on the opening lap, and clean so far. Take a look and see if anything's changed with the weather here. About 11 mile an hour wind, 72 degrees Fahrenheit for the ambient temperature, still 70% humidity, and 79 Fahrenheit track temperature. That will cool off once the conditions start to change and the sun starts to go down, track will cool. That does affect grip here in iRacing. So don't be surprised if once we get closer to the evening hours, don't see grip loss. The track time is at 8 p.m. So it is a simulated time based on the real start of the 24 hours. Switch things up here a little bit and see what the most exciting is the camera system here in iRacing. One of the GTPs already in pit lane. That is Sunset Racing. Adam Wilby come in. Already got one car out as well. Well, with that, huge shout out for the new followers as well that just came in. Thank you for the follows. Welcome into the channel. We're live about 5 times a week with commentary, mostly in F1. One league on Tuesdays from Assetto Corso, and starting to venture into a little bit more commentary with iRacing. Hopefully, too much longer. Also, getting me in the car finally. Interestingly enough, LJ Motorsports putting a what appears to be Rexy in the Porsche. That though, let's get our first got to followers only. Alright, so chat is set to followers only. If you would like an opportunity for a $15 iRacing gift card, go ahead and input !24 into chat. Can be used for a iRacing subscription or any content of choice, valued at $15. $15 will get you 1 month of iRacing. $15 usually about valued at one track or one car. Battling here for P16, it looks like, coming into the International for the GT cars. Already some early battling here, not super surprising. It's going to be interesting to see what strategies come into play here. Don't be surprised if a few of these teams try and open up a early lead and open up the gaps to the cars behind before the first set of pit stops on the a little bit of tricky maneuvering for the GT back onto NASCAR oval. Turn 1, you can see Sierra Lads racing team navigating through the back markers in the E class. Now a battle for P4 in the GTPs. Overall, the one going on for, looks like 6 behind as we come up to the line one more time. 9.5 minutes into the full 24. Ooh, and more tricky traversing through the turn 1 and back markers for the GT leaders. Top 10 here, almost through all of the back markers. Into the Western Horseshoe, a battle for P9 there. Pineapple of Motorsport, Crosby, trying to catch up to Magically Vicious Racing. Team name. Ooh, almost some contact there between the two, heading back onto the NASCAR circuit. Into the bus stop chicane, or the Le Mans chicane. Not the updated model here in iRacing. All that grass has officially been removed. Grass being removed and replaced with asphalt due to safety concerns after an incident with NASCAR years ago now, I believe. Final update. Finalized over last year. And in reality now, that grass has all been removed and replaced with asphalt to prevent the opportunity for cars digging into the grass and potentially flipping. The chicane, though, still one of the hot spots to watch, especially late in the race. Anybody is close battling for position in the final laps. We've seen it a handful of times during the real 24 hours. And seen some Porsches go off, and a lot of Ferrari overtake there as well. Sierra Lad's still out front, aside from the early incident. Ooh, and a car off coming into NASCAR circuit. Let's take a look at that real quick. That is Beta Racing Club Team 1. And a little bit of contact there from behind. Not how you want to have that happen. That's a very tricky spot, and you got to hear a very long wait trying to get back on track. Have to rejoin safely. Back underway, coming up to the bus stop here in 17th now. Just ahead, the team that we're really paying attention to here on stream, crashing with the boys. Now down to P15 after starting in P1, and you can see 18th place, just 2 positions behind at the moment, is already a lap down in class in Sunset Racing. Reference, that is going to not Raul, maybe the next driver ahead, Adam Wilby. Now a lap down here and running. Take a look and see who has made a pit stop here. Looks like everybody in the top 17 has stayed out so far. Top 5 in the other 2 classes still out as well. Pit stops up ahead as Sierra Lads continue to lead this one here. Another incident on circuit. Let's take a look at this as well. Eamon Wilkes coming up to the Western Horseshoe now. Looks like just a little bit of a wobble, and then the back end snaps around on him. A smart choice to allow the car to roll off into the grass. Now the long wait trying to get going again here, waiting for that gap in traffic. Back underway. In P10 in the LMP2 class, a lap down to class leader. And a huge shout out to the followers that are coming in here. Welcome in. Just coming out and joining first time. Race commentary here about 5 times a week. F124 and a set of Corso primarily. Starting to venture into iRacing commentary. Hopefully in the not too distant. Getting in the car and getting some laps in here on stream. And if you're just joining and following the channel, !24 for your opportunity to win a $15 iRacing gift card. There'll be a couple other opportunities later. Ooh, and a car wide going into turn 1. And still here, only about just under 16 minutes into the full 24. Here, lads, just over 3 seconds ahead of NSR Yellow, who's up 4 spots from where they started. They started in P6 and are sitting in P2 at the moment. Team that started in second, Racing Team GT, now sitting in P4 at the moment in class. You're unfamiliar with endurance racing or the IMSA series, it is not something that's going to be won here early, realistically. It's going to be something over the long period here. The final hour is really where things are going to come in. However, once we go under the lights too and the track starts to cool, drivers are going to start to become fatigued. Some teams have anywhere from 3 to 6 drivers. Realistically, the average is about 3 to 4 drivers per team, so each driver is doing about 2 to 3 hours per stint in the car, depending on the number of drivers on their team. They may split that up depending on how fuel mileage and performance goes, especially in the overnight hours. You want to make sure that your starting driver, second stint driver, have an opportunity to get some rest in. They are going to be very exhausted, and it can be tricky making sure your overnight stint goes smoothly. And again, !24 in chat will get you the opportunity for the gift card. Let's take a look and see what the most exciting camera has in store for us at the moment. And welcome in. Thank you to the new followers as well for joining. Follower chat only at the moment for the first giveaway here. $15 iRacing card up for grabs. !24. We now come to the line. We are now 13 laps into this. Let's see what that total looks like by the end of the session. Also, hopefully, no major issues for me on there's some weather predicted in about a little over 14 hours from now, 16 hours. See, everything goes smoothly. Over 9 hours for me. Gap for the leader starting to shrink here early. Air Lads was 3 seconds ahead. It's now 2 seconds at the things fairly quiet here at the moment. We're not seeing any major reports of incidents. Some overtaking, a few drivers coming into pit lane. Hey, thank you for the new followers as well. We've just hit 100 on the channel. Celebrating 250. Let's see how long this goes on for. Thank you and welcome in as well. What our leaders have going on here. The gap back up to over 3.5 seconds now for Sierra Lads. 3.5 as they come back onto NASCAR turn 1 out of the infield. And now losing quite a bit of ground here. Air Lads under 2 seconds now. So losing all of that time gained on the last lap here. NSR really starting to close the gap behind. Battle between Ferraris up front now. Less than a second separating first and second. However, NSR Yellow will have to navigate the traffic behind Sierra Lads. You can see the gap growing there, going through the international horseshoe just after pit lane exit. That can be a huge opportunity for overtaking, but it can also be a detrimental spot to lose a lot of pace going through lap traffic. Critical, thank you for the 300 acknowledgement. Do appreciate that. Couldn't do it without you guys as well as the other F1 group. But appreciate the love nevertheless. See how long this goes on for. A lot of followers coming in, so thank you for the new followers and joining. Surprisingly enough, though, a lot of takers on. Actually, we haven't had any takers on the iRacing gift card. It is available internationally, confirmed via iRacing support before the stream, just and if you're wondering, based on what you just saw there on screen, yes, in sports car racing, cars can go below double yellow line for an overtake here, like NASCAR. NASCAR does not allow overtake. However, with sports cars, they are allowed to use every inch of that. Looks like we've got an ad break coming up in about 50 seconds, so just under a minute from now. When that pops up, I will probably take a quick little step away break, throw the message on screen, but still get everything here on screen. If you're a subscriber or Twitch Turbo, you will not have any ads on. But for anybody who's a follower or lurking here, ad will play about 30 seconds. Quick break there. Just move around a little bit. 25 minutes now. We actually have a incident on track here. Take a look at that before the ad. Chris Wetz coming up to the International Horseshoe. Oh, and just loses the back end under braking, it looks like. No major contact, though. We'll focus on the leader here during the ad break. Again, if you're a follower and you want that opportunity for the gift card, exclamation 24 in chat. Gap for the leader now 2 seconds. Sierra Lads continuing to lead here in the opening stint. Almost 20 laps in now. Quite to the first full half hour. Look at Crashin' Boys. Ross Cotto still in car. In P16 still at the moment. About 50 seconds behind in class leader. That ad break underway. I'll step away for just a moment and back with commentary. Chat, we are back. Thanks for hanging out. You're just joining in, welcome in. We're underway for the 24 hours of Daytona. Have a decent one in store already. Looking over the log while I had stepped away, doesn't look like anything major occurring here. One incident. That real quick. Big incident at turn 1. Alexander Frizlone, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Vice Motorsports. They've gained 6 positions so far at the moment, currently sitting in P15 in class. And overall here in the GTPs, the exciting Cam has in store for us. Matt Carlton sitting in P3 at the moment, trying to navigate some back markers here and catch up too far ahead. Like more of the crashing with the boys. Team members starting to hop onto voice chat here. We might catch up with them in a little while. Ross Cotto currently in the car after qualifying and the opening step. See how long he stays in the car. 35 minutes down. Got a blinker in the background there, so got to be careful with that. NSR yellow has spots here at the moment in P4. Ross Cotto, or crashing with the boys, has lost a position now and is down to P17 at the moment. Little shuffling around here still in the opening stint. Like crashing with the boys, not making a lot of headway, but there's still a ton of time to go here. Just being consistent and making long runs is going to be key during the opening. You got to make sure you don't get too far behind the lead. Going a lap down isn't the end of the world here, especially if there's a safety car of any kind. Full course yellow that should come out for any reason. Anything does come out, I don't know that we will actually see one or not. Again, with our leaders here. Should update in just a moment. Got a crash on circuit here. Let's take a look and see what happened. Western Horseshoe. And a little contact from the GT car there as they get ready to come onto the NASCAR circuit once again. Gets bumped loose, heads back out. So lucky that wasn't worse than it was, and good thing. Well, you're early. Early incidents can really be some of the worst things, especially if they're heavy contact, having to get long pit stops for repairs, going potentially multiple laps down. Some of these repairs can take an half an hour depending on the severity. Surprised if there is an incident and you are with multiple laps down. However, not unheard of for drivers to go teams really go multiple laps down and still come back to lap by the end of the race. And shout out to all the new followers coming in. Welcome in. Thanks for joining. If you would like an opportunity at a $15 iRacing gift card, exclamation 24 in chat. So far, it's anybody's game on the giveaway. No one has actually entered into it. If anyone opts to, otherwise we may try and give that one away a little bit later. Ooh, a little bit of contact there at turn 1. And looks like a piece of a car coming off. Which car it came off of. Couldn't tell if it was a bumper or a wing, but it don't have any reported contacts. Sierra Lads now at a 1.3 second lead over another bad decision. Another bad decision coming out of nowhere at the moment. Jordan Martin in the car. They've gained 16 positions so far. An astonishing feat in the first 40 minutes by Jordan Martin. Take a look and see what position changes look like here at the moment. You can see another bad decision. Second in GT and overall, up 16 spots. Sim Racing Team GT in third, currently down 1 spot. NSR Yellow up 2 spots. FFF iRacing Team 1 down 2. In 7th place, Doug Crosby for Pineapple of Motorsports, who's gained 13 positions now in P7. Take a look at this in the GT cars. Switchback Esports has gained 18 spots on their opening set so far. And the position gain loss is specifically to in-class, not overall on the entire circuit. And it looks like our LMP2 leader is now in pit lane and serviced the car for the first time with just over a 38-second gap to Star Racing Team Green. And Star Racing Team will come across and take over the lead, it looks like here. So a new LMP2 leader, Ian Pittman, for Star Racing Team Green Special. Meanwhile, back in the GTP class here, and crashing with the boys, sitting in P16 at the moment. Back up 1 more spot. Looks like Tenacious Turtles and Jared Murphy will bring the car in for their first pit stop here in P17 for the G class. Already a lap down to both the class leader and second car at the moment. Like Joshua Wilson and Sierra Lads has come in, so Jordan Martin will take over race lead for another bad decision here. And we have a new overall leader for the first time as the first set of pit stops gets underway. Meanwhile, crashing with the boys, still on circuit here. So far, no pit stops by crashing with the boys. We'll see if there is one here in store as he comes up to chicane on the back straightaway, formerly the bus stop, now the Le Mans chicane, and into NASCAR 3 and 4. We'll watch and see if Ross decides to stay out or if he comes in for a pit stop. It is going to be a continuation here. Ross now gaining positions because of the pit stops, moving it into P14 overall. FF iRacing Team 1 exiting pit lane just ahead now. We'll see if the warm tires will benefit Ross in P14 over Ethan Bard. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly, for FFF iRacing. I'll take a look at the intervals here. Woo, welcome back, buddy. Happy to have you back. I don't know if you saw what I sent you on Discord. There's been more. Another loop change up front, as Magically Delicious had taken over race lead for a moment as they now come into pit lane, but another bad decision will retake the lead on pit exit. Take a look and see what's happening with Ross Cato at the moment, going through NASCAR 4, it looks like. Still staying out, so we'll see what the strategy has in store here for crashing with the boys. What we have going on with our leaders here. Gotta get them started early, Fwu. Earlier the better, right? So another bad decision racing, holding on to the lead at the moment, but Sierra Lads looking to take the lead here. This is overall and class lead for the GTPs. Gordon Martin in car for another bad decision. Josh Wilson in second place for Sierra Lads. At the moment, 2 tenths separating them, with an 8.5 second gap behind to NSR Yellow. And into the International Horseshoe they go, navigating behind some GT cars backmarking. Now coming up to the Dogleg Kink and into the Western Horseshoe. We'll see if there can be an overtake at all here. Gap starting to grow, 5 tenths at the moment. Gordon Martin holding on nicely down the straight, coming up into the chicane, now 7.5 tenths and growing to 8 tenths. So looks like Jordan Martin has the advantage in the Acura for the Ferrari of Josh Wilson. That gap now over 9 tenths, so it looks like possibly a hold of position here for the time being at least. Keep an eye on this. Gap continues to grow. Looking over the other classes right now, the LMP2 leader has a 12.8 second gap. Ian Pittman here in Star Racing Team Green Special, holding on to the lead class. PWA Esports Black just behind. All the way back in the GPs. Got CRC Ad Skills leading their class by 12.5 seconds as well. And we are only about just under 12 minutes here away from the finish of the first hour of the 24 hours of Daytona. Gap closes once again for the leader here. Another bad decision, holding on for how much longer? They're on lap 32 at the moment. For reference, Jordan one at the moment, made a pit stop on lap 28. Joshua Wilson behind came in on lap 27. SR Yellow Sim Performance now in third place, 10 seconds behind Sierra Lads in second at the moment. And Ross Cato has made his first pit stop here of the race at the end of lap 29. So crashing with the boys. Now has made their first pit stop and is a lap down to both Jordan Martin and Joshua Wilson, in P16 at the moment. Let's see what the exciting camera has in store for us here. We've got a incident on circuit. Let's take a look at this. Coming up to turn number 1 here for Vice Motorsports. The wide and the back end just goes around. Contact with anybody. Just an isolated incident for Alexander. Back underway onto the circuit. Currently in P14 at the moment. 10.5 seconds behind Vortex Racing right now, or P13. So not a lot of ground to make up at the moment. To the leader right now for P14. Almost a full lap, a minute 23. Beta Club Racing in P15. The next car to go a lap down, that is Thomas Hagerson for Beta Racing. About a minute and 33 seconds behind our leader. And for reference, Jordan Martin, who is leading this one right now, his best lap is a 1:30.69. However, with traffic coming into play, not going to see a lot of those lap times at the moment. Very wide turn angle there coming into turn 1. Allows Sierra Lads to close a little bit of the gap, but now traffic slowing Josh Wilson for Sierra Lads behind. Out of the International Horseshoe, another bad decision still leads this one. 7.5 tenths, so a good battle still continuing on for the overall lead right now. gap continuing to grow here once again, but traffic coming into play. Hey, full, welcome back in. Yeah, Ross has had a decent start here. He's only down a couple positions. Now down one position from where you guys started in P15. Take a look how he's doing real quick as well here. Crashing with the boys. Ross Cotto still in car coming up to the International Horseshoe. P16 overall at the moment. No incidents to report, so he's had a really good opening stint. How long do you wager Ross will stay in the car before a driver swap happens? Okay, so next time for a pit stop, we'll see a driver swap. Who's up next? Is it Andrew? Coming up on a back marker there into the bus stop. A little bit of a pace difference. You can see just how much the pace changes between the GT and the GT cars. We are less than 5 minutes away from the end of the first hour here. Look at our leader here. Another bad decision now at 1.6 seconds over Sierra Lads. 7 seconds behind for NSR Yellow. Gap displayed is to the leader. Gap once again below a second here. Got a crash on circuit. Let's take a look and see what happened here for kart sim and one of the LMP2 cars. Actually, no, this is a GTP car. Incorrect. 10 overall at the moment. Ooh, and just an off at the turn coming back onto the NASCAR circuit. Interesting line to get going again, but avoids losing too much momentum. But back underway here for Svoboda. A little bit of an incident there. Coming back onto the NASCAR circuit for N car. Svoboda. Interesting little turn of events there, trying to get back going, making a giant loop going the wrong direction. leaning on the exciting cam at the moment here, so let's see what we have in store. Like NSR Yellow trying to oh, look at this. Rasmus goes around for NSR Yellow. Some contact there for P3 overall at the moment. And gets going again here. Number 27. Interestingly enough, looking over the cars manufacturer-wise, top 5, it is nothing but 2 Acuras and 3 Ferraris for GT. In the GT class, actually have 5 different manufacturers represented in all 5 positions. And another incident on circuit. Let's take a look here. Happening at the Western Horseshoe here. One of the LMP2 cars coming up to the... Oh, and gets bumped from behind, and then a GT car spins him. So Jesus for DAS Motorsports goes around here. Currently 26th overall, but 8th in class for the LMPs, and he's off circuit here. I'm wondering if maybe we have a little bit of damage from that incident. Are very slow. Ooh, and starting to stack up traffic behind here, and loses P8. Dropping to 9th now, and the car is damaged. You can see the car is struggling to stay in a straight line here for Jesus. But even though that contact occurred behind him, now starting to struggle with a steering issue, it looks like. And he's gonna, oh, we're gonna almost have major contact there. Jesus takes a very awkward line. Should have stayed very low there coming out of NASCAR 4 as he enters pit lane. Almost causes another incident trying to get into pit lane. So that is less than ideal, to say the least here. Now we wait and see how long DAS Motorsports has to sit. And now another incident on track. Let's take a look at this. Coming out of the Western Horseshoe, heading back onto the NASCAR circuit. We've already seen a lot of incidents here at this left-hand turn getting onto the NASCAR oval. Oh, and avoids the tire barrier. Luca for Red Kiwi Racing having some difficulties there, trying to get onto the NASCAR circuit. An LMP in P25 overall, 7th in class at the moment. Another incident occurring as well. Let's see where this one was. This is also coming back onto the NASCAR circuit here. This is for Axel or Team Coach 22 Blue. He just loses the back end in the BMW. 48th overall. 20th in class. 4 laps down to the class leader here. Not a great start for Team Coach 22. And Axel will bring the car back into pit lane. Taking a look at our overall leader here. Another bad decision, still holding on, has not given it up, even though there has been a lot of battling between them and Sierra Lads. Gordon Martin still holding on to the lead, has grown the lead. 2.8 seconds at the moment. And your next closest battle on circuit right now is for lead in GT. 3.8 seconds separating CRC Adsville's and Switchback East. Yes, that is correct. So there is a class winner one, so each class is racing themselves. And then there's the overall win, which typically a GT car. Not very common you can see an LMP or GT actually take that. So yes, each class will be awarded a podium per class, so 3 teams per. So, realistically, for those of you that aren't familiar with how multi-class endurance racing, the faster cars are the ones that have to safely navigate. Similar to like Formula One, the overtaking car is the one responsible for making the overtake cleanly and safely. However, the slower vehicles, such as the LMP2 or the G cars, depending on which class you're in and who you're overtaking, slower vehicles have to keep in mind they have to be predictable. Usually best to let the faster cars take the racing line. But realistically, you're in a faster class, up to you to make that overtake cleanly. However, we all know with sim racing, that's not always the case. Fortunately, there are a lot of opportunities for incident. So the first hour has now passed. We are 1 hour into 24 hours here in Daytona. Been a good one so far. A lot of battling for the GT. I'm starting to calm down now. Not a ton of incidents to report. There are a handful of cars already out though. Over the grid at the moment, it looks realistically of 59 cars. One car not reported on circuit at the moment. That is very true, Full. We have actually seen that a couple times here on stream as well. A number of the GT cars not really paying attention to what's happening behind them in their mirror when they need to. Pay attention to line in relation to traffic upcoming on them to overtake. The blue flags are a thing, Fu. However, I'll have to see if I can find the video and I'll share it with you. Ash Vandalay, if you're familiar with her, she actually just did a really great video kind of explaining that. Okay. I don't know if she put it out on all of her socials. I caught it on Instagram. So, unlike in F1 where the blue flag is mandatory that the car allow traffic through, in this it's basically a heads up that, hey, you've got lapped traffic coming behind you, going to open. Predictable. Hold your line. Oh, no worries. I'm happy to explain as much as I can. Obviously, I don't know every little intricacy, but I do know quite a bit. So, happy to provide context wherever possible. Look, has anybody... We still have no entries for the $15 iRacing gift card. That is still up for grabs. Followers chat has come and gone. We only set it for 30 minutes. So, if you an opportunity at the $15 iRacing gift card, exclamation 24 in chat, Full. Fortunately, you're not eligible. Honestly, I will tell you right now, Fu, trying to just jump into your setup and do a 24-hour right out the bat, not the wisest decision. Get used to the car, get used to the way it changes. Get used to the way it feels. Well, sir, I mean, I guess I could make you eligible for it. However, really, for the community. I mean, I guess technically you are part of the community. You are a follower. Gap for another bad decision, sitting at 3 seconds still at the moment. Back in CRC ad skills for the class. That gap has grown now at just over 4.5 seconds. I mean, I know you don't. You and I both know that. But if you are joining in and would like the opportunity for that $15 iRacing gift card, exclamation 24. Depending on kind of what happens here through the course of the stream. Uh, may give out some more, but if there's no takers, I'm just going to take the $15 for myself, maybe buy a new car or track. But if you're wanting to check out iRacing, you don't have iRacing yet, but you do have a setup, and use a gift card to pay for a subscription. However, that does caveat anybody who utilizes iRacing Steam and only use iRacing credits for content. Only use the gift card for subscription if you go straight through iRacing, not typically. If you want it, we can wait for a little bit and see if anybody else enters. Just tell me, I can remove your name if you want, but totally up to you. I don't know when you're planning on trying to get that piece just a couple times, but tell me, sir. Got another incident on circuit. Let's take a look and see what happened here out of the International Horseshoe, heading up to the West Horseshoe. This is for one of the GT McLaren cars here. Doing contact from behind from one of the faster classes. A little aggressive there, but GT car should have been a little bit wider there. Does damage the vehicle. Ooh, and another plethora of followers. Holy crap. Did we really just jump to 400? I don't know if that's a glitch, but I am showing 400 followers, jumping from about 307. So thank you for the follows, everyone. Welcome in. If you're new to the channel, just joining, exclamation 24 for a chance for a $15 iRacing gift card up for grabs. And I'm going to go ahead and we're going to throw up a minute and a half ad to give us another half hour. I'm going to step away for a brief moment for a break. Been doing this for about another hour here, roughly. Still 22.5 hours. Subscriptions are ad-free, so if you want to go ad-free, make sure you subscribe here at in time. Alright, chat, I am back. Apologies for the delayed break there. Azteca, welcome in, buddy. Hopefully you're still in here. Just got back, so may have missed you. But underway, first hour and a half almost fully in the books here for the 24. Second round of pit stop should be coming up here before too much longer for the GT. A lot of the LMP2s and cars have already started to do so. As we come back, we incident on look here. Right one. Here we go. Rev Sport International GT G Team 3 heading into the West Horseshoe. Ooh, and the back end just steps out on him here. 50th overall for the Ferrari here. 929. Underway. 21st in class, 6 laps down to T leader already here. Not a great start in the first hour and a half. Still possible to come back from. However, 6 laps is a fairly large margin for an hour and a half. He made 2 pit stops, so been about 26 laps since their last pit stop on lap 30. There we go. I can count math. Take a look and see what we have in store here. Sierra Lads is back in pit lane here, and they've dropped from 2nd to 3rd. Continuing to drop, but underway now, and we have a driver change for the first time for Sierra Lads. Not even going to try to pronounce Justin's last name here, so I don't butcher it, but new driver in the car. Sierra Lads comes back out, sitting in P4 at the moment. Now a minute behind the leader and a lap down, or about to be a lap down. Jordan Martin, though, coming into pit lane, so our race leader is coming in. We'll see if Jordan stays in the car or if we have a driver swap for another bad decision or not. So far, Jordan has been a front runner, and another bad decision has gained 17 positions so far in the race. We'll take a peek and see how Ross Cotto is doing as well. Crashing with the boys, sitting in P16 still. Now a lap down to the leader. Top 10, still on the lead lap. Like 12th place, the last car on the lead lap at the moment. Meanwhile, back on pit lane, Jordan Martin still in the car for the time being. Yeah, everything is good. Was just checking some of the information here for the followers. I don't know if there's I think over 125 followers since I started the stream. Bot rated. Working on trying to. That is not a good look. Apologize for the quiet commentary. The Twitch app for you full? Bear with me here, chat. Just making sure everything sorted out. Commentary's already been underway here. Yeah, no, with the chat, that's good. Just the here's the bot rated follows. So let's take a look and see what's going on in the race here. A lot of that has been sorted out. Fortunately, that has distracted me quite drastically. I apologize. And it looks like we do have our first driver swap for Crashing with the Boys. Drew is in the car finally here in P14, so Crashing with the Boys has gained one spot from where they started. Still a lap down to the leader, though. Meanwhile, Jordan Martin has remained in the car for another bad decision. This is now his third stint, coming up close to the 2-hour mark, just surpassed an hour and a half. So it's going to be interesting to see how many teammates he has. Got 4. Might see about a 2.5 hour stint out of him. Got 3. That might be closer to 3 hours before we see our first driver swap. It's a solo driver. Godspeed, my friend. And the overall lead now at 28 seconds. I mean, another bad decision, and NSR Yellow sits in second. No incidents in the past few minutes to report here. Like the last one, about 20 laps ago, roughly. We've had a decent stint without any major incidents here. And of course, as I say that, commentator's curse comes in. We have an incident on circuit. Let's hear out of the International Horseshoe, coming up to the West Horseshoe. Bradley Flanagan and Vortex Racing. It looks like just a lockup and goes wide. Late break for the 23. It's back underway. Sits in P11, a lap down at the moment. So we're going to leave added preventative measures here on the channel just in case, try and prevent any further bot. But I digress at the moment. We will stay here with trying to focus on continuing forward here. So another bad decision still up front. The gap now 33 seconds behind. Looks like we battle for P2 here overall. Look at the intervals here. The Sim Racing Team GTP in third place, now 7 tenths behind NSR, trying to close the gap coming out onto the NASCAR Oval through NASCAR 1 and 2. Hans in the car for NSR, coming up to the bus stop chicane. And let's take a look at the LMP here. 3 seconds between Star Racing Team Green at the moment and PWA East Black. Jacob Fortin in the car for Star Racing at the moment, while Daniel PWA in the car here. A 22-second gap behind to Shift Crew Yellow. Look back up front at our leader at the moment. Jordan Martin still leads this one. The gap now 33 seconds. So could be the start of seeing a gap continue to grow. We have a change of position as Sim Racing Team GT. Jack Carlton have overtaken NSR Yellow for second overall. Looking at our top 5, previously we had 2 Acuras and 3 Ferraris. We now have opposite, 2 Ferraris and 3 Acuras, the top 5 overall. Back in with Drew for crashing with the boys as they now head into turn number 1. This starting to regain some ground. Still a lap down to the overall leader, and actually the top 8 all a lap ahead right now. And if you're just joining in, welcome in. We are an hour and a half into the 24 hours of Daytona. A fairly quiet start so far. A few incidents here or there. Not a lot to report. 59 cars with 58 of them still running. Welcome back in, James. Yes, indeed, crashing with the boys. Hopefully we can get a good finish here, especially with it being first attempt at the 24 and later today. Probably as we get a little bit closer to sunset or even potentially after. Take a look at the weather. We've not looked at the weather in probably over an hour and 20 ago. So now 3:49 track time, 12 mile an hour winds. 70 degrees Fahrenheit for the ambient temperature, and the track surface only at 75 degrees. Humidity has increased from 70% to 78%. So, curious to see if we get any sort of rain later in this one, as temperature has fluctuated very little in regards to both ambient and track, and clouds have started to roll in slightly. Still no takers on that $15 iRacing gift card. Still up for grabs. Exclamation 24 in chat. Oh, James, you're after the 15. Okay. I did tell Foal that he was not eligible. However, he did also say he doesn't need it. So, at this point, though, surprisingly enough, I've been trying to give this away for over an hour now, and had 0 takers. Well, correction, 0 serious takers. Oh, and we've got an incident on circuit here. We've actually got 2 of them. Let's take a look at this first one coming up to the west horseshoe. WA Esports. Oh, and gets taken out. One of the other cars goes on the inside in class and bumps the GT car between them. And both of them go towards the tire barrier. It looks like Daniel, though, gets away relatively unscathed. Let's take a look here at the other view. For the GT car from a motorsport team, Performance 1. A little wide, and then comes in and gets bumped and off to the races towards the firewall. Like, no major incident there. Now a couple more incidents have occurred as well. This one out of turn 1 for Yorkshire Racing Team 3. Oh, and cuts in front of one of the GTP and then gets turned as he tries to block for some reason. Interesting turn of events there. And connectivity issues plaguing the car as well. And another incident also occurring here coming into turn 1. For the McLaren coming into turn 1. The back of that car has seen better days. The back end goes around on him through turn 1. And now sits the first in class, 2 laps down to the leader. Well, with that, James, we'll go ahead and leave you in for the $15 mark to see if anybody else takes opportunity. Give it until we get to the 2.5 hour mark, so about another, 40 minutes roughly, just under. Have any other takers? All yours. Another bad decision, still holding on to overall lead here, 33 seconds ahead. Battles, though, not super close across most of the grid right now. Things starting to calm down here as we get closer and closer. 2 hour mark here. Not a big surprise. Big thing that we're going to pay attention to now as the race continues on is that consistency, incidents, and making sure it is clean. That's going to be key. Still 22 hours to go. And James, maybe you can provide some insight on this because you're a bit more familiar with this event in iRacing specifically. We're seeing, especially from another bad decision, kind of a unique line coming into turn 1. Very wide entry and then almost a cut into the apex. Not a common line here with the GT or just in Daytona in general with the sports cars, because typically you would see them going over that line getting a track limits violation. I know that it's a bit more relaxed here for this event. Pit stop for the 5th place team and a driver swap in the GT car here for Racing Lounge 77. Mortz will get into the car here. Drop from 5th to 7th and about to go to P8. Likely lose out P9 as well. That's what was throwing me off, because we don't usually see that in the actual 24. I wasn't sure how that worked here comparatively. Let's see what the exciting cam has in store for us. And back to PWA with Daniel in the car here after a earlier isolated incident. Now a incident on circuit. Let's take a look at this. Sunset Racing coming up to turn number 1. Ooh, and just losing the back end, going into the apex. Back into the car, turns on him. Ferrari has to try and get going again. GT car behind, also losing the back end at turn. Sitting in P16 overall here, lap down to here. Interestingly enough, that does make sense here. It's interesting to see how the line and the build affect everything in iRacing compared to actual 24 hours. On the exciting cam at the moment here, we'll see what we have in store here. A battle for P3 overall. Front. NSR Yellow trying to hold on to the position. AM RCT, though, looking to make an overtake 2/10 behind here through turn 1. And closing as they come up to the International Horseshoe next. And it looks like AM, they're going to split the GT. And now they exchange positions before the corner and swap them back. So NSR Yellow will hold on to the position, though. Now through the Western Horseshoe they go, and getting ready to head onto the NASCAR circuit here once again. About 4/10 separating them. Ons in the NSR Yellow Ferrari, in Acura for AM RCT. A plethora of representation based on legs of each driver's country here. Unfortunately, our logo still not working. The gap starting to grow a little bit through turn 1, or coming up to turn 1. Dropped by about 2/10 for AM. Now continuing to close the gap here. Out of the International Horseshoe they go. aside from a couple off track, and not seeing a lot of. Actually, I take that back. We did have an incident, and they jumped to pit lane. Oh, and some major contact here. Sunset Racing here in 19th overall. Another incident transpiring as well. It's coming onto the NASCAR circuit, it looks like, after TRC ad skills in the T cars in the Porsche, and just losing the back end, just a slight over acceleration. That's how it looks here. It's minor incidents for TRC, but not for the other. Now more incidents starting to happen here on circuit. Red Kiwi Racing again coming up onto the NASCAR circuit here. Has been a driver swap, and the back end just goes around. You can see these drivers struggling with that. A little contact with the wall that could cause some issues. Another incident as well. Terrell for CSR Racing has an issue coming out of NASCAR 4. The back end steps out. Pascal, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for joining. If you're interested at all, there is a giveaway for a $15 iRacing gift card, just Nation 24. That's active for a little bit longer here. Give it till about the 2.5 hour mark, so about another 30 minutes. Take a look at that battle back in front. SR Yellow still holding on here as they come out of NASCAR 2. Now AM looks to the inside and will finally take the position going into the chicane. So AM RCT will take over P3 here, and Adrian makes the move, and it counts. Good battle for a few laps between the two of them. We saw a lot of back and forth between Adrian and Hans. Several spots where you don't normally see a lot of overtaking opportunity. Gap for our race leader now. Another bad decision at 39 seconds. Gordon Martin still in the car here after 2 pit stops, so his 3rd stint in this opening for the 24. A lot to speak of here at the moment. Actually make this a little bit bigger here so we can more drivers. Works out a lot better overlay-wise as well, so. Now another incident on circuit. Let's take a look and see what happened here. Out of turn 1, past pit lane exit, heading into the International Horseshoe. Oh, and just cuts in on top of one of the GTP cars. Some light contact there. Team Coach 22 back underway. We've seen this kind of be a trend with the GT cars, especially odd lines, and not really paying attention to traffic coming up behind them. Look and see how Crashing with the Boys are doing. Still in P14 at the moment. Now 2 laps behind the race leader, as we are now past the 2-hour mark. Bear with me here, trying to find one of the settings. Still learning SDK system. A little bit of a battle starting to develop for the class here. ERC 2.5 seconds ahead of Switchback. And now another incident on circuit. That turn 1 coming out of the exit for the E-car. Oh, and he loses the back end there. Just gets too much on the curb. Holds his line. Avoids contact with the interior barrier, but gets back going here. Daytona Racing Club Team 1. E14 in class and overall. Now starting to close the gap to Crashing with the Boys, though, it looks like. So Drew is going to have his hands full with Cameron Phillips here in a few minutes. Cadillac chasing after the Ferrari right now. James may have a little bit of a battle on his hands for the position after gaining that position because of the incident. We're now on lap 81 of the race so far. Cameron Phillips here in Beta Racing. Last pit stop for the 57 for Drew, and Crashing with the Boys. The last pit stop was 8. Crashing with the Boys, lap fresher. Now the overall lead, the gap at 40 seconds here. Things mostly quiet across majority of the grid here for the time being. See how long this lasts. Just over 20 minutes still to go here for the iRacing $15 gift card. Exclamation 24 in chat. set of pit stops coming in for the GTPs in 4th, 5th, and 6th place. AMRCT is back underway. Marcus Kohler in the car now. After battling with NSR Yellow for quite a while, taking the position, they will give up the position once again and come back out 7, it looks like. See what the most exciting cam has in store for us one more time here. Gordon Martin still leads the last pit stop at 56, so we should see a pit stop from another bad decision. Too much of stint. Stats, where IBR has come into pit lane in 4th place. Will give up the position here as LJ Motorsports will stay out. 6th place as Sim Racing He will also go by. AM RCT as well, and now large drop all the way to 9 now after coming in 4th. Interesting call out there, Full. Good call out. Changing here on our weather report. Reports that in around 8 p.m. track time. Currently at 4:14 track time. 11-mile-an-hour winds. 70 degrees Fahrenheit ambient temperature. Track remains at humidity has decreased a little, 76%. We started this one, it was right around 70%, so it's still up from where we started. So as the temperature begins to drop, we'll see if rain does move in or not. Sounds like 55% chance at the moment. Unfortunately, threat or possibility of rain. Driver we haven't checked on in a while, Chris Svoboda in Kart Sim will come into pit lane now. In 7th place overall. It's going to give up a couple positions here more than likely. The Pineapple of Motorsport in pit lane B. Either way, another bad decision has made a pit stop and their first driver swap. So Ryan Lange takes over the car here in lead. However, NSR Yellow has also come into pit if Han stays in the car for an additional stint. Here, a decent view of pit exit and turn 1, as well as the turn back onto the NASCAR circuit. Let's check in with Crashing with the Boys here now, as Drew has managed to get the team up to P11 now. More pit stops starting to come into play. Has about a 7, almost actually make that 8-second gap to the car behind. Then 12.5 seconds and closing to the car ahead of Kart Sim. Only car now a lap ahead of them is the overall leader. Take that back, I do believe the top 3 are actually lap here. For some reason, Ryan Lange is the only one reported telemetry. Take a look at the last pit stop you can see here for drivers. Focus on the leader real quick. Give us our top 10 here. We are on lap 86. 84 for our leaders here. Another bad decision. Lap 81 for AMRCT, who finds themselves in second place now. As well as Sim Racing Team GT. Lap 84 for NSR Yellow as well. Meanwhile, in the LMP2 class, lap 69 for PWA Esports Black. Lap 71 for Star Racing Team Green. Shift Crew Yellow on lap 2. Way in the GT class, lap 55 for Switchback Esports. ERC AdSkills on lap 64. And racing times. Longer stints for the cars here. They don't burn fuel quite as quickly as the LMP2s. These stop times as well. These are the pit stop times of their last stops. 40.5 seconds for another bad decision. That is likely fuel and tires at that point. And now an incident on circuit. Looks like 2 incidents. Take a look at the first one here. Positive Perception Esports with Dave in the car. Oh, and just gets too much of that curb coming out of the bus stop and kind of squeaks back up onto the circuit. Almost gets tagged on the corner panel and gets going again here to get out of the way. Take a look at the other incident here. Leaving the West Horseshoe, heading towards the NASCAR circuit here. It's AMRCT time. Oh, and that's contact in the wall for Marcus Kohler. And he has returned to pit lane, so that's a tow. That's going to be a long stop. They are going to drop from P2 all the way to P14 now in class. And this is going to be a lengthy stop as well for damage. That will probably put them multiple laps down, as they are now already a lap down to the leader. Definitely not what they wanted to see after the driver swap, with Marcus just getting in the car at the last pit stop. Meanwhile, Ryan Lange holding on to the lead for another bad decision, now 59 seconds ahead. Taking a look at the gap here from race leader, only the top 4 are still on the lead lap here. We get closer and closer to the 2.5 hour mark. And looking over the gaps right now, closest class battle for there's CRC AdSkills in class 5.3 seconds behind Switchback East, taking over the lead. And crashing with the boys is coming in for a pit stop, so Crew is bringing the car in. If there's a driver swap at all, it seems as though we may have 2 stint strategy so far based on what we saw Eddie. If you're just trickling in, welcome in. We've got a $15 iRacing gift card up for grabs. Still about just over 10 and a half minutes left on that. That'll go out at about 2.5 hour mark. So far, one person's entered, so if somebody else joins in right now, exclamation 24, you got about a 50-50 chance of getting it. Things being relatively quiet here for a while now. Let's not hopefully bring out a commentator's a couple laps that things just be kind of calm at the moment. We'll look at intervals here as well. Intervals for the car ahead and behind, not relative to just the overall lead pass. Look at our leader now with a minute gap in second place. So over 60 seconds separating another bad decision and sim racing team. Oh, and multiple incidents happening here. Let's take a look and see what we have. This is out of the West Horseshoe. Cody Kennedy in Marble Enterprises Mustang. Oh, and a car backwards into the corner. Multiple cars impacted, and there's more carnage here. And I believe NSR Yellow is wrapped up in that as well. Hans get affected by it, and that may actually be the car. Yes, indeed, it is the car that gets turned. Goes hard into the barrier. NSR Yellow now will go to pit lane. There's another incident that happened. Hans, I'm not sure. Nope, looks like maybe just a reset there. So not what NSR wanted here at this point. Coming up on the 2.5 hour mark. About 8 minutes time, roughly. Now another incident here. After being quiet for a while, we see probably our biggest incident of this race so far. Here just a moment ago. Now, Hector Carlos Gutierrez, ATR. Oh, and one of the GT cars comes sliding across the circuit. I believe that is Daniel Black Gold Racing. He gets hit by one of the GTP cars and just goes flying through the grass. Daniel gets the worst of it and has to get towed back to pit lane, so that's going to be a long stop for them. Black Gold Racing getting big contact there. Now a lap down in P18 in class. That was some heavy contact. Got about 6.5 minutes to get those exclamation 24 into chat for the giveaway for the $15. Oh, we got a car heady to the wall there. Not sure who that was because it didn't pop up. If this was that, yes, it was. That was Randall Kahn. Not sure if there was actually contact with the wall. He'll come into pit lane though. For 4 Mustang. Come into pit lane here. as we get closer to the 2.5 hour mark, we are starting to see some of the biggest incidents we've seen so far in this one. Again, $15 iRacing gift card up for grabs if you're interested. Exclamation 24 in chat. Right now, only one entry. Got a 50-50 chance if you decide to enter now. There may be more later as well, depending on how things go. Moment, a little underwhelming for the giveaways, so get any takers besides James. Wait a while to do that. Once this ad kicks in just a moment, I'm going to step away for a gift break and some food. We're almost to 2.5 hours. Live for over 3 hours. Need some fuel to keep going here for the full 24. So with that, you're going to leave it with the most exciting camera here for a few minutes. I'm going to step away to get some food as we get closer to 2.5 hour mark. We're going to go ahead and close out the giveaway here. So unless you're a subscriber or Twitch Turbo, stuck in the ad anyway, that is going to take us to 2.5 hour mark here and just a little bit beyond. Probably a 10 or so minute break for me. Be back with some more commentary here for the 24 hours of Daytona. right, chat, we are back. Thanks for hanging out. A little bit longer than expected. And it looks like right about the time I stepped away, Crashing with the Boys may have gotten a lap back. They are now in P11, it looks like. Take a look at the gaps here real quick while we have an opportunity. So Crashing with the Boys back to 1 lap down. Another bad decision still out front here. DRC has reclaimed the lead in the GT class, and PWA Esports continues to lead in the LMP2. Did have an incident just a moment ago here with the cars here. Let's see what happened here. This is Beverly Sim Racing going through the bus stop. Off track exit. Back underway for the 72 Mustang here. Also, shout out to everyone who followed while I had stepped away there. Welcome in. Much appreciate the follows. And with that, let's take a look and see what we have going on here with the leaders. And first giveaway is in the books. James Ross is your winner. So James Ross, I'll reach out to you with code for that $15 iRacing gift card. Congratulations. And James, there we go. I was about to say if you could write chat for me. Congratulations for that as well. There'll be another opportunity for one later, depending on really what we're looking at. We're only 3.5 hours into the stream, 2 hours and 51 minutes into the 24 hours of Daytona here. James, do you still have access to your Discord account? I can just send it to you. Cool. I will get that over to you in just a minute's time then. If you have any issues with that, James, let me know. I'll make sure it's all correct. Otherwise, enjoy the $15. And let's take a look at the most exciting cam here and see what it has in store for us. Nice Motorsports here, making their way through back markers, IBR competition, their way through some back markers as well. Red Keepies trying to catch up to the car ahead. Dim Party Racing trying to hold position here in P5 in the LMP2. Positive Perception Esports, though, trying to make the overtake here for 5th place in the LMP2 class. And Perception Esports will make the overtake there, coming up to the line and into turn 1. So a position change for P5 in P2. We are coming up on hour number 3 of 24 here. And we were gone, or I should say I was gone for a few minutes affected. So let's see what's changed with the weather here. It is now 4:58 p.m. track time, about to be 4:59, 9-mile-an-hour wind. Temperature has started to decrease though, 69 degrees Fahrenheit for the ambient. Track temp has dropped from 74 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit. And the humidity, 76%. Be interesting to see what happens here as that temperature continues to drop. Did hear reports that there was about a 55% chance of rain roughly about an hour ago, or around the 8 p.m. time frame. That's about 3 hours from now. Just right around hour 6 roughly. See what we have going on up front here. The gap for another bad decision now. Holding on, let's take a look and see. Like the top 4 on the lead lap still. Minute 10 behind the leader is the 4th place driver for iRacing team, or excuse me, Sim Racing team. Ryan Lange continues to stay in the car here in the number 62 Acura. Check in, crashing with the boys. Drew, still in the car here, has managed to get them up to P6 at the moment. Still at least 1 lap down here on the leader. Still plenty of time to go, though, as we creep in. 3rd hour here in about a minute's time. And we now have another incident on track, first since I've been back. Let's take a look here. Johan Carlson in the Spec Esports Mustang, number 9. The back end just kind of snapped around on him there. It's right after turn 2 through the S's by pit lane exit. He needs to hold the lead, though, in the Mustang here. 27 seconds ahead of Acolyte Racing. Got to be careful here with a E-car, though. Taking a look here to see what we have in store. Like everybody in top 21 at the moment. That's including LMP2. Have made at least 4 stops. Now another incident on track. Let's have here out of the Western Horseshoe heading onto NASCAR circuit here. 75 SRB. Oh, loses the back end on exit there. A little bump into the wall. Like minor damage, but possibly some damage to the rear wing. So a extended pit stop very likely here for 75. And currently our third in the LMP2 class. 16th overall. Taking a look here, we still have 50 cars running. Actually, it looks like Hill Racing has retired on the track here. Last place vehicle still running is here. Had 59 cars start this one. We'll have 46 running. CRL Endurance here with William Pritchard in the car. Number 7 McLaren here. Last car on the entire circuit right now. 14 laps behind here in the GT class. 20th effective class. 46th overall. 46 remaining after 59 make the start. Bosoms, hey buddy, welcome in. Happy to see you here. We are just passing the hour mark here. 24 in the race. Had a little bit of, probably like the last 12 to 15 minutes of practice. It's a qualifying before the race actually started, so it's been 3 hours and 44 minutes of counting at the moment. Still just under 21 hours to go. Caffeine is my friend. I sleep before this as well. LJ Motorsports have taken over 4th place in GT, but they have also been lapped down. And Sim Racing Team GT in 3rd place, now only about 15 to 20 seconds behind Mark for being a lap down as well. Bosoms, thank you for the description, much appreciated. The sun's starting to creep down on the western side of the track here. That's just behind the grandstands and NASCAR 2, the NASCAR 1. Drivers are going to have to start to battle with sunlight. There's, depending on the weather condition, you could get some pretty direct sun rays right into the cockpit, especially coming out of NASCAR 4. Heading into turn 1, and then again as they come back onto the NASCAR circuit. 2. One of the things that can really hinder for visibility here is going to be a key. Could potentially see a number of incidents as a result. Western Horseshoe may also see some incidents here as a result. Unlike what happens though. and now another incident. Let's take a look and see what happened here. James DK in the 24 minutes of Le Mans, the number 77 BMW comes up to pink just before the Western. Oh, and heavy impact, it looks like. A double impact there. The nose makes contact with the inside wall and it slides through the Western chicane. They get a tow back to pit lane. Now they will sit there. Depending on the severity of the damage, could be in pit lane for quite a while now. And actually looks like they're going to hang it up here. So, hey, will retire, it looks like, for the 24 minutes of Le Mans. 23rd in class. And now out of the race. The reset to circuit, or excuse me, pit lane for Dominic Medra. Pronounce that correctly. Hopefully, SRB YCR LMP2 class now 22nd overall, 8th. Take a look and it looks like we have a driver change as Mike Arditi has found his way into crashing with the boys' car now. Made a pit stop about 3 laps ago for lap 114. That is going to be overall in the race, lap 114. Or a lap down, make that 2 laps down to the overall leader here. Check in and see what we have in store here up front with our leaders. Gap from first to second overall now at 1:05. Position change back in 4th place though, as Doug Crosby in Pineapple of Motorsports has overtaken LJ Motorsports for 4th place. Liam Hall in the Rexy AO Racing themed Porsche. Their overall leader remains Ryan Lange with another bad decision. Their last pit stop on lap 111, about 9 laps ago. Things really starting to calm down across most of the grid. The GT class is really the closest battles right now. See here, Switchback Esports continues to lead in the number 9 Mustang. However, just behind them, Eddie Jack and his Slow Kids holding on to P2 right now. Gap of about a second to Acolyte Racing behind in third place. Intervals here between the cars, 0.8 of a second, and closing for Acolyte here in P3 going into the chicane, but now has to be a little bit cautious with a faster car approaching. And stay low as expected. The faster cars generally take the higher line. NASCAR turns here. Gap now under 0.6 onto NASCAR Oval here. Slipstream should help out Acolyte here before coming up to Kane. Trying to close that gap quite nicely there before the braking. BMW with a little bit better top end, it looks like, compared to McLaren ahead. Possible battle here for 5th place. Anthony Baby Racing in the number 15. Porsche will try and catch up to LJ Motorsports there. Got a GR possibly here struggling. Stefan Fink. It's actually in one of the LMP2 cars, all the way in 35th overall. A double off-track incident there, so nothing major here. Hey, Angst, welcome in, buddy. All's going well so far, as we are now over 3 hours into the 24 hours of Daytona. All jacked up on caffeine. Most exciting Cam has in store for us here. Data Racing has fallen quite a bit, now 4 laps down to the leader in class here. SR Yellow is out, so they've just retired their car, same as AMRC. 2 teams that we saw battling for the lead earlier now out of this. Looks like our LMP2 leader has come into pit. EWA Esports will come in for a new pit stop here. We'll see if there's a driver change. Daniel Mize currently in the car. We are currently 14th overall, leading LMP2. However, not be surprised if Star Racing make the overtake here. They're just going into the chicane at the moment on the back straight. Look at, still stationary in lane. Star Racing now through NASCAR 3 and 4. We'll see if they come in at all. Oh, they will stay out. WA on their way out, but will lose the lead here coming into turn 1. However, Star Racing's driver Justice goes too wide and a little too deep, locking up the brakes in turn 1. That will make the battle here a little bit closer than expected, and traffic may play a huge factor here. Here from the aerial camera, that's what this looks like. Are off track there. Going to be Adam Craven for Sierra Lads, who were leading this one for quite a while. Goes wide at the western horseshoe. Brings it back on, manages to get there decently. Hey, Anks, thank you for renewing your subscription. Much appreciate the support from you and PFRL. Always. And let's get back to live here, because I did not realize I did not hit live again. That is my fault. Take a look at most exciting here at the moment. Race lead now a minute difference. Another bad decision has lost about 5 seconds of their gap here. They have about 65 seconds. It is climbing just a little bit there. Back in with Crashing with the Boys, as Mike is in the car here for his first stint of the 24. And they have managed to climb back all the way to P11, so they actually gained 4 spots from where they started in 15th. Have to be careful with traffic coming up here into the turn 1. The good news for Crashing with the Boys, they do have a lap difference between them and the car behind. Tenacious Turtles in 12th are a lap behind 12. And they've got about 31 seconds IBR moment. Take a look at the number of pit stops here by each team. You can see the Most of the GTP drivers are at 4 stops at the moment. A few towards the back here, including Beta Racing Club and Sierra Lads, who are 13th and 14th, are at 5 stops now. They're past 127 laps now. Look at this. The GT cars, all of them with the exception of the 5th place WTF Racing 24, have made 3 stops. WTF the only one in the top 8 for that class with 4 stops. Take a look here and see the last lap that each team had made a pit stop on, as we are on lap 128. Another bad decision. Last pit stop was lap 111. Buggy, hey, welcome in, and happy to see you here. Just in time for another 21 hours of racing here for the 24 hours of Daytona. We'll check in on our leaders here. Ooh, looks like Victor for FFF iRacing Team 1 in 2nd place, having a little bit of an incident there at turn 1 with up the GT. No contact, but does run extremely wide. Gap from 1st to 2nd now, 1 minute and 3 seconds. Was a minute 4 there coming up to the West Horseshoe. Now a back marker again for Victor. Gets by cleanly. It's been an interesting one so far, Buggy. Had a few incidents about every couple laps or so. We've only had one, what I would consider endurance. Maybe 2 with major contact. We had a G car bump a GT car coming up to the kink just before the West Horseshoe. That GT car went flying through the grass and hit another GT car that was just exiting West Horseshoe. And then, before that, we had a major incident involving about 6 cars between pretty much all 3 classes coming out onto the NASCAR circuit. Actually resulted in at least 1 retirement. We started this race with 59 cars, and we are down to 44 still running. Welcome live, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. If you're new to the channel, we have racing commentary among several different groups about 5 times a week right now. We got F124 commentary Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday, starting next Friday. Well, then a set of Corso Tuesday evenings. Looking at doing a little bit more with iRacing. Well, after the 24 is concluded. We've already given away 1 iRacing gift card valued at $15. Probably at about the start of the next hour, so around hour 4. Let's see if we can maybe do another one here. Might even go a little bit higher. See what we have here in chat based around that time. But just celebrating hitting 250 followers here on Twitch. How we give a little back with a special event this weekend. Here the vehicle numbers there with the interval to the right now. Buggy, refresh my memory. I know you race in ACC. Race in iRacing at all? Oh, okay. Perfect. I just discovered, thanks to Punju, SDK overlay. Finally got around to working on them last night. That's what we're using today. For some reason, my microphone keeps cutting out on me. Gain up just a little bit. That should help. Wubbies, welcome in, man. Happy to see you here. Hope all is well. And FFF iRacing Team 1 appears to be losing some ground now, a minute 3. So, keep fluctuating between about a minute flat and a minute 4. Hey, no worries, Buggy. I'll be here for another, 21 and a half hours. Or at least that's the plan anyway. Looking over the incident log, not to jinx anything, I do believe that this is the longest green flag stint we've had without an incident reported in a while, other than just an off track. But no crashes reported in quite a while now, several laps. No worries. Honestly, probably need to do the same myself. Things starting to kind of more or less calm down once again. Take a look at the track map real quick. See just how spread out the entire grid is for this event. Infield area, very busy right now. Meanwhile, NASCAR 3 and 4, quite quiet. With NASCAR 2, take a look at the gap to our leaders here. Gap from first to third right now, a minute 16. Zello Sim Racing Team GTP, third right now. About 20 seconds from being lapped approximately. We have not checked on the weather in almost an hour's time. Let's take a look and see what the weather looks like. Here now, 5:33 track time. The temperature remains at 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity, though, or dew point, not sure which that is actually classified as, 86%. Track temperature now down to 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temperature is still continuing to decrease gradually. Was 74 degrees around the start of the rain. Did hear about a 55% chance of rain around the 8 o'clock time frame, so that's right around the 6 o'clock or 6 hour mark roughly. About 2.5 hours. Check in with friend Punju. Oh, we have not Not in his split. Take a look. Take a look here real quick at our intervals between the cars ahead. Looks like the closest battle is in P7 right now in the GTP. That is Vortex Racing trying to catch up to LJ Race, or LJ Motorsports rather. Gap now 4.5 tenths and closing here for P6. And onto the NASCAR circuit they go. And LJ hold on to it. Porsche versus Acura. We've seen a good deal of high-speed performance out of the Acuras here. Currently, the top two are Acuras, and for basically the first time in this race so far, top five have finally shuffled around to include an additional manufacturer. The few times that we've checked the front runners, it has been either 2 Acuras and 3 Ferraris, 3 Acuras and 2 Ferraris. And we've got 2 Acuras, a Ferrari, and 2 Porsches. Cadillacs have not really found their way into the top 5 at the moment. There are only 2 of them in the top 13, though. Actually, it looks like only 3 started this race in the GTP. One of them is out. This battle for 6 continuing here. Vortex Racing really trying to put the pressure on LJ out of the International Horseshoe, coming up to the kink and into the West chicane, or excuse me, West Horseshoe. On the inside, Vortex will take it away from LJ. Interestingly enough, Vortex Racing's last pit stop was lap 108. LJ 111. About 3 lap fresher tires and potentially more fuel for LJ Motorsports here. Weight difference may be playing a factor for the Porsche. Now LJ trying to use the slipstream to their advantage. That is Liam Hall behind in number 49 Porsche. Vortex Racing will make their pit stop here as I'm double checking information on the secondary screen. I'm in. LJ will retake 5th place. Check in with Mike. In crashing with the boys. Ferrari number 14 comes up to the West Horseshoe now. 11th place, 2 laps down to the race leader, 31 seconds behind IBR competition. I did hear that Redline was going to be doing it. I don't know what split they're in. I don't know what time slot they're in. I know Tony Kanaan was also supposed to be doing the 7 a.m. Time slot today, but I don't know about Team Redline. So they may have started with the 7 a.m. Eastern time slot. It'd be 12 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, but I honestly don't know. They may have actually done yesterday's because there was one, I believe, split yesterday at 10 p.m. Greenwich Mean. We'll check in with our leaders here. Another bad decision continues to lead here and now has a full lap lead over the entire field in the GTP class. And for the first time in a while, we have an incident on track. Let's take a look here. Exiting the West Horseshoe, Stefan Fink in just Vortex Racing. Number 70. Oh, and right into the tire barrier. Takes the front off. And looks like, oh, maybe not. Front disappeared there for a moment. And it looks like it stays on, so not sure what happened there, but back underway here in P11 in the LMP2 class, 10 laps behind the racer class leader, 2 minutes behind the car ahead. And another bad decision has come in to make a pit stop here on lap 139. Now another incident on circuit. It's time for Zillow Sim Racing Team GT. Oh, and just a little contact there from behind and then gets put into the tire wall, trying to come back out onto the NASCAR circuit here. But Jonathan is going to try and take it back to pit lane manually. It looks like there is some severe tire damage to the front right side. That's going to be some of the heaviest contact we've seen from a single vehicle incident, and realistically, Jonathan needs to get that car down below the onto the apron, and he pulls in through the chicane here in the grass to cut the chicane very slowly. We will likely see the number 20 come into pit lane, now dropping all the way to P4 already. Who's P5 to LJ LJ Motorsport. Number 20 Ferrari will limp it back to pit lane here. A little struggle trying to turn the car because of that damage. This will be a lengthy stop for them, to say the least. Question is, do Jonathan stay in the car or will he be placed with another driver once the repairs are finished? It's still fairly early. We have not quite hit the 4-hour mark just yet, about 20 minutes away. There's still plenty of opportunity to get the car back out. You may go a couple laps down, but that doesn't mean it's the end of the race for you. Go back to our leaders here, and Ryan Ainge continues to stay in the car for another bad decision. Meanwhile, taking over second, Doug Crosby for Pineapple of Motorsport. Now 41 seconds behind the leader and has found their way back onto the lead lap. However, they are going to come into pit lane. Number 17, Porsche comes in now. If Doug Crosby stays in or if we have a driver swap. Meanwhile, Anthony in 15 Porsche for Baby Racing will go by and takes over second. LJ Motorsports still in pit lane here. Coming into pit lane, I should say, making their stop from third place. They've overtaken Pineapple of Motorsport. Second with Mike as he has managed to gain another position now into P10 and has come from 2 laps down back to 1 lap down. 22 seconds in closing to Vice Motorsports just ahead. You see the sunset starting to dip even further now. We will start the 6 o'clock hour, about the 4-hour mark of the race here. About 20 minutes. Track time will be 6 p.m. Golden hour is upon us for the evening time. More pit stops ahead. And actually, we may... Nope, there it goes. Took a second to refresh here. Recart Sim has come into pit now. As Mike has managed to get crashing with the boys up to 9 now. Zalio Sim Racing Team has dropped to P10 and still in pit lane after their incident. IBR Competition sitting in pit lane as well for a pit stop here. Now underway and headed back out. Take a look at Ryan Lange, our leader, for another bad decision. He continues his stint in the car here. We are almost to 150 laps already before the 4-hour mark. Just over 15 minutes until the 4-hour mark, and we get another incident here, the first in a few laps. This is for Martin Gutgard, Team Coach 22 Blue in the BMW, coming up to the West Horseshoe, and looks like just the back end stepping out. And back underway here. Now sits in P13 at the moment as LJ Motorsports goes through to put them another lap down to the GT class. Not a big surprise there, to say the least. And it looks like Mike in the 9th place position has started to catch up to Recart Sim. And this may be a battle for 8th possibly coming up before too much longer. The gap at 10.5 seconds now was at about 9 seconds just a moment ago. Almost an 11-second gap from 8th to 9th. Take a look and see when was the last time pit stop. Lap 144 of the race. So crashing with the boys, last pitted on 114. And Recart Sim 139. Now another incident has occurred. Let's take a look at this. For Jonathan Zinn, Tenacious Turtles here. 83 Porsche. Trying to come out onto the NASCAR circuit and loses the back end there. That's a very precarious spot because you also have turn 1 just behind you. So incident there, it's possible you could get wrapped up in it without even doing anything. Back underway here for Jonathan. Now sits in P11 with Tenacious Turtles. Well, as we get closer to the 4-hour mark, I think it's time to do another iRacing gift card giveaway. This time, I think we are going to do a $20 gift card. So, details to come up on that in just a few minutes here. We'll start it at the 4-hour mark. You must be present to win. If you're not present, redrawn if you enter. About 12 minutes, actually make that about 11 minutes. There'll be a $28 iRacing gift card up for grabs. Take a look at the most exciting camera here and see what it shows us. Ryan Lange making his way through traffic here, coming out of NASCAR 4 towards the trial. Meanwhile, Star Racing Team Green Special sits in P4, the LMP2 class, 16 seconds behind Red Kiwi Racing, third. Gap from first to second in LMP2 is 1:04. Alan Meyer Motorsports here in P7, LMP2's 006. And it looks like we do have a battle starting to develop for P4 in the GTP class now. Vortex Racing Sigma trying to hold on to the position. Baby Racing, though, just behind. 4.5 tenths coming up to the left-hand turn to go out onto the NASCAR oval. Now growing to 7 tenths. Battle still continuing into turn 1, but Baby Racing's Anthony Rufek, pronounced that correctly, was a bit wide at turn 1, and now another incident has occurred. This is Martin Guchard for Team Coach 22, heading into turn 1, it looks like. Just loses the back end, almost gets hit, but keeps it clean, and now another incident has occurred. Time for Doug Crosby of Pineapple of Motorsports coming out onto the NASCAR circuit. And the back end slides on him as well. Lap 147 here, and they pitted on lap 139, so those tires should definitely be up to temperature for Doug Crosby. Meanwhile, the battle for fourth trying to wage on here, and a mistake by Vortex Racing's Craig Hayes. And this may be a deciding factor here. Almost gets into the back of that Porsche from the GT class. Manages to keep it clean, even having to cut through the grass. Now side by side, a battle into turn 1 for P4 overall. Another incident for Martin Guchard, it looks like here. Coming up to the International Horseshoe. Little bump there from behind, and that was actually Craig Hayes. Made the contact with him. And now just 6 minutes until the 4th hour begins, which will leave us with 20 hours still to go. Gap now between Vortex and Baby at 0.5 of a second. And the Acura hold on with the top speed here. Looks like Baby Racing is going to use the slipstream to their advantage. Now another incident has occurred. This is Daniel Mize with PWA Esports Black for the LMP2, and this is the class leader here. Oh, and a big heavy contact there at the chicane, the bus stop on the back straight. That could be a huge thing for the 221. I'm intrigued by that because it looked like that was an easily avoidable incident for Daniel, as the car ahead appeared to be stationary. PWA will bring it into pit lane. They've got a minute gap to Shift Crew Yellow in second. However, I suspect that these repairs are going to take much more longer than a minute here, and PWA may go a lap or more down here. And no, PWA is going to do a quick repair, I believe, or that is just going to be a flip in network connectivity because he disappears for a brief moment, registering as out, but back. So, like we are going to see them continue on. Meanwhile, back up front, camera will actually go to the leader here. There we go. Brian Lange, another bad decision holding on. Eddie, hey, welcome in, buddy. Happy to see you here. Appreciate the support from not just yourself, but everybody from Helheim Racing. And the FFF iRacing team with Victor in the car still, holding on to P2 by about 7 seconds. Excuse me, by 11 seconds, rather. Lap down to the leader. Another bad decision racing has really held on to the lead here for quite some time. They've been out front for over an hour and a half now. In 17 positions since race start. Only other drivers to have gained more positions since race start, you have to go all the way back to the GT class. Johan Carlson, the class leader in GT, number 9 Mustang, has gained 30 spots since this race started. Currently has the most positions gained on the entire race. Like we have another incident here where East Block Racing LMP2, oh, and just loses it, goes through the grass into the West Horseshoe and all the way to the tire wall. That is massive contact. Not sure what caused that. Let's rewatch that here. Like the curb upsets the car and they just lose it at high speed. They will get a tow back to pit lane, so that will slow them down quite a bit. And you can see just ahead of them now in 7th place in class. That is that is fault. PWA has switched drivers here, so we will have a driver swap for PWA once the repairs are finished. Hey, Bachme, welcome in, buddy. Thanks for the kind words. Much appreciate it. Couldn't do it without you, Betty, or Crit, to say the least. Everybody else. Melody, welcome in as well. Much appreciate that. It has been an interesting one today, to say the least here. See what happens tomorrow. Pretty sure we had a bot follow raid, if you my plan is to try and go the full 24. I only got about 6 hours of sleep last night, so we'll see how long the body lets me or how long the throat lets me. I do have plenty of tea, though. That'll help. And throat spray. So we'll see how long I can go. With that, though, we're going to take a quick ad break. I'll have details about a gift card giveaway as well here in a few moments. Well, balk me. I mean, if you are interested in the gift card, everybody is eligible. Confirmed via iRacing support. It is redeemable internationally, not just US. Give additional details once the ad ends, just in case, because I'm not sure if you actually have a subscription or not. Channel. So now, at the 4-hour mark, we see our GTP overall leader still out front with a lap ahead lead for the entire grid. With that, we'll go into our next gift card giveaway here. So if you're just joining, welcome in. How this is going to work, I'm going to enable follower chat for the next half an hour. And essentially, what will happen, we'll see a message in chat with the instruction. And click the wrong button. Go. All right, so follower chat only for the next 30 minutes here. If you are interested and like it, I'm going to give away a $20 iRacing gift card. You must follow the channel here to be eligible. All you need to do is enter exclamation 24 into the chat to be eligible for it. Valued at $20 here. Can be utilized for a subscription as long as you are subscribing through iRacing Direct and not Steam. For a Steam subscriber already to iRacing, it can be redeemed for content, so tracks and cars only. And just enter exclamation 24 into chat. You'll automatically be entered, and then I will pick a winner at about the 4.5-hour mark, roughly. And it is eligible for international redemption as well. And a bit more traction this time than the $15. Imagine that, a little extra bump. With that, though, I do appreciate it. Good luck to everybody over the next half an hour here. We'll decide on who will get that at about the 4.5-hour mark. Now that we're at the 4-hour mark, though, we're now at 6 p.m. local time. Track, take a look and see what we have going on weather-wise. Wind still steady at about 9 miles an hour. 89% on the humidity. Track temperature has dropped an additional degree to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. At race start, it was 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Ambient temperature down to 68 degrees Fahrenheit. So for 6 p.m. in Florida in January, a little bit chilly, but not super cold. That's Florida chilly, as I call it. We'll take a look and see how this weather impacts. We're about 2 hours away from the last major weather update that we've heard, which was a 55% chance of rain around the 8 p.m. time. That's the 6-hour mark. Like we are getting a few more viewers in here. If you're just joining, welcome in. Hit that follow button if you'd like the opportunity to get a $20 iRacing gift card. All you gotta do is enter exclamation 24. You must be a follower of the channel to be eligible though. And that will be decided in about half an hour's time, the 4.5-hour mark. And intervals starting to really creep around quite a bit. Aside from about first to second in the LMP2 class and second to third, don't really have anything under 7 seconds except for fourth to third right now in GTP. So the Interval's really starting to grow, and now we've got an incident on track. Let's take a look and see what happened here. Oh no, it's Forziello Sim Racing Team once again. They've already had a major pit stop once for incident. Loses the back end at the International. You can see the headlights are really starting to come into view now as the sun continues to set here over Daytona. And he gets back underway without too much issue. Jonathan remains in the car after the earlier incident. Melody, here's for the slumber party. Fair enough. We actually had another person here from PFRL, Fwu, whose new granddaughter is new. Apparently would fidget if he turned off the stream, so he kept having to turn the stream on. So apparently, I have that effect on babies. And as a reminder for those that have entered, you can put it into chat just in case for Betty and also for Bachme. Not sure who all has a piece eligible. iRacing is only. Like to be removed, please let me know. I can take you out. So Jonathan will bring the 20 Ferrari back into pit lane here. We'll make a stop in the box here. We'll see if there's a driver swap at all. Meanwhile, back up front now as we cross the line for lap 159 now. Another bad decision leads this one still a significant amount. They've had a very clean race, so managed to avoid any major incident. Now another incident on track. Let's take a look at this. Looks like it's going to be at turn 1, crossing the finish line here. Kevin Pierce for Purple Sector Motorsports. Oh, and a little contact from behind, and I believe that was from Pineapple of Motorsport, making the contact there. It's pushed a little bit wide, but shouldn't be anything major. Evan Pierce in Purple Sector Motorsports in P11 in class here. 4 laps behind the leader, 12 seconds behind, far ahead. Checking in with Crashing with the Boys. Mike still in the car here as he continues his stint here. He has lost 1 position and has dropped to P9, or from P9 to P10 now, but has only about a 2.5 second gap to Douglas in the IBR competition. Cadillac just ahead. And looks like Mike's last pit stop was lap 142. Douglas just ahead in the IBR Cadillac. Last pit stop on lap 138. So Mike has a little bit of an advantage there on the fresher tires. Hey, Bachme, much appreciate the love and support as always. If you're just trickling in here, a couple of reminders over the course of the next about 20 minutes or so. Hit that follow button and enter !24 into chat if you have an opportunity for iRacing gift card valued at $20 USD. Now 4.3 seconds for Mike to IBR ahead. Yes, indeed, Angst. Definitely getting the love and support from both PFRL and Helheim, as well as PX Racing. Check in with our overall leader here for the GTP class. Another bad decisions. Ryan Lange continues to lead this one. Continues to get darker and darker here. We will be fully under the lights before too much longer. Sunset not long away now. Track lights starting to illuminate as well. As a reminder, if you do enter, you must be present to win. You'll be required to message in chat once the winner is selected for the $20 gift card. Appreciate that, Betty, as well. Well, I'm definitely coming through with the support and love, to say the least. I think I've seen probably 5 or 6 guys come through so far from Helheim. I think we've had about 4 or so from PFRL. I think about 3, give or take, from PX Racing. Haven't seen anybody come in from Red Arrows just yet. Oh, Bo is lurking in here. Welcome in, Bo. Happy to see you here. Yeah, no, turn the soccer off. It's okay. We're going to take a look through the classes here real quick at the class leaders. Shift Crew Yellow still holding on to class lead for the G for the LMP2 class here. 5-second gap to Red Kiwi behind. Positive Perception Esports in third place, 4.5 seconds behind Red Kiwi, 9.5 seconds behind Shift Crew, top 3 in the LMPs. Meanwhile, in the GT class, your race leader for the class is in pit lane at the moment. Switchback Esports and Johan Carlson comes in. That will give the race lead back to Ryan Molnar and Daddy Jack and his Slow Kids here. Team name, to say the least. They will take over class lead here for the GTs. McLaren finds their way out front as the Mustang comes in. Corey Rice for Acolyte Racing sits in third place now. And will stay out, so they will overtake Switchback Esports. Still in pit lane. Switchback comes in the lead and now leaves the pit box on their way back out in third place. Could potentially fall to fourth as TRC Ad Skills is starting to close the gap slowly. Check in with Crashing with the Boys here now, 3 laps behind the overall leader here. And thank you for the reminder on the hydrate there, Betty. Definitely did forget. Hot tea definitely helping out with the throat here. Now been live for almost 5 hours total. Yeah, the vocal cords are really going to be the struggle, I think, right now. Race is at 4 hours, 16 minutes out of 24. I've been live for 4 hours and 58 minutes counting, so there's still a lot to go. Gap from 9th to 10th in the GTP here, 9.1 seconds. That Mike Arditi starting to close the gap to Douglas, I believe it's pronounced Het, who's ahead in the number 50 IBR competition Cadillac. Incidents seem to be getting further and further apart now. Not a huge surprise there. Have had a number of retirements now. Again, we started this race with 59 cars. At last count, we were at about 45. Let's look and see. We'll have at least 45. Let's take a look. And yes, just 45 cars remaining now, as the last car to retire was Hans Oxholm. NSR Yellow. So NSR Yellow will finish in 15th officially here for the GTP class. Moment, 46th overall. Like a driver swap for FFF iRacing. Oliver jump into the car here. Craig Hayes for Vortex Racing. Sigma is still in pit lane and in the car. Likely see Craig do at least one more event here. Vortex will leave pit lane here in P7. They'll see if they can hold on. Looks like Recart Sim will not make up enough ground here. They're still a little ways behind. RD still in P10 here, but he's lost about 3 seconds of pace to IBR ahead. Akmi, thank you for the stretch. It's actually a good call out. I've been sitting for over an hour now, so good call out. Just over 10 minutes before the end of the giveaway drawing here for a $20 iRacing gift card, exclamation 24, and must be a follower to be entered and present to claim. At the moment, we have 4 entries, so a good chance at winning it if you haven't already entered. Look here and see if there's anything to really watch. It looks like a battle for 5th place. here. Actually, this is a battle for 4th place. I'm honestly not sure in this one. I can find out. Fortunately, it doesn't appear to give me any details about a specific driver's event time, and I can't see anything in my overlay detail about teams themselves and drivers assigned to them. So, unknown. I do know that there was someone earlier that I saw in the iRacing category. I did list that they were doing it, so I don't know what split they're in. We are now, what, almost 4.5 hours in. I don't recall what the time slot was. If it's every 5 hours, if I recall right. So the next start point should be in about half an hour, roughly. Actually, no, I take that back. There was one that started at 11 a.m. Eastern. It's about an hour and 5 minutes. So realistically, the 11 a.m. Eastern time slot probably just went green about 25 minutes ago. Don't forget Angst TX Racing races tonight at Austria. Oh, and we have our first incident in a few laps here. Let's take a look and see what happened for Marble Enterprises. 16 Mustang coming into turn 1. And looks like just a little bit of a bump to the car ahead, over braking, and loses the back end. Nothing super major here, and should be able to continue on. Currently 9 in class. 3 laps behind the leader and a lap behind the car ahead now. So what you're seeing here, Bo, is the drivers highlighted in red while you see me with Marble Enterprises here. Those are drivers a lap ahead based on the standings. It does automatically change to red as soon as the car ahead starts the next lap. So even if you are still technically in the same lap, that driver ahead of you starts the next lap before you. It'll change. Then once you cross the line, it'll go back to white, kind of that grayish color. Drivers in blue are a lap behind you. So it goes based off the car that we're highlighting. So here, we actually have a driver swap for another bad decision racing. Doc Stout taking over the car here, and you can see the entire grid behind him is blue. So everybody is a lap down at the moment or on the previous lap to another bad decision. Whereas if we go to Mike Arditi with Crashing with the Boys, he's in P10. You can see just ahead of him IBR, about 16 seconds ahead right now. White, Tenacious Turtle, also white behind, 37.5 seconds. This is Betty. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Now a possible battle for the lead in class here for the LMP2 cars. Shift Crew Yellow trying to hold on to the lead. Red Kiwi, who's had some struggles here, managing to find their way all the way back to second. A really good example of you can crash early and still make up a lot of ground here in this race. They had hit the tire wall here. You're actually going to see it in just a moment as Sebastian goes through the corner here onto the NASCAR circuit. Tire wall in the background there. Red Kiwi has found it at least twice that I can remember. But less than 5 minutes left in that giveaway. And as a must be a follower and enter exclamation 24 to be eligible. Valued at $20. Battle for this position here in the class for the lead, still holding on. We'll likely have another gift card giveaway before this one ends. And just kind of gauging on interaction and what's happening here. Ooh. Botany's a good kiss up there, Betty. Rated F1, welcome in. Happy to see you here. It'll be your last chance here to get the exclamation 24 in before end of this one. Still only 4 entries, so a solid chance at getting that. Also, we may do a bigger gift card for subscribers only later on. Not exactly sure when we'll do that just yet, but a higher dollar value for sure for subscribers. So on a chance at that one, do that in a couple hours from now. Only about noon Eastern time. We're only coming up on the 4.5 hour mark as the sun has basically fully set now over the Daytona circuit here. What we'll do here, got about a minute to go before the half-hour mark. However, there's an ad that will run in about a minute's time here. They're running on about a minute and a half every half hour on the ad break. Let the half-hour mark come, let the ad break play, and then we'll decide the winner there. Again, you must be present because you will have to enter something in chat. I'll give you about probably 5 minutes to respond. If there's no response after 5 minutes, we'll decide again from there. I mean, to be fair, Red Bull was the best. However, Red Bull is the best from is rated in Bachmir. I'm pretty sure that's the only teammates that we've had in chat from any of the leagues that join in. This battle is still continuing on. Red Kiwi is not giving an inch here. Take a look and see what we have going on with the pit stops in just you know, Bo, I'm going to leave that up to them to decide. I'm a Perez fan myself, so I'm a little biased. I like to consider myself smart, not chicken. I like to pick my battles. Gap still holding on for the last lead for the LMP2s at the moment. Now less than a tenth at the line here. Will Red Kiwi try and make the move? And Zorn in the Red Kiwi car behind. And no, he loses it at turn 1 because of the GTP car coming through. All right, so the ad break has ended. We've hit the 4.5-hour mark. Let's take a look and see who's going to win that $20 gift card here for iRacing. And you're not going to believe this. Fuck me, God. Give yourself a shout out in chat real quick. Congratulations, sir. Yeah, there's I was really hoping to participate this year. Unfortunately, just the situation with the team not playing out. Like the battle for the lead for LMP2 will come to an end as Red Kiwis. Kevin Zorn has brought the car in for a pit stop here. And we also have a driver swap. The Schumacher take over the Red Kiwi Racing 294. Check in with our overall leader here. Doc Stout still in the car. Walk me. I will get you the code for the $20 iRacing gift card here shortly. Oh, and we've got our first incident in a while here. Let's take a look and see. It's Lynn Marble again. Number 16 coming up to the West Horseshoe. And LJ, nope, LJ does not have any contact with him. Let's losing the back end. Ooh, cutting across, and that was right in front. Mike, nope, Mike is still in the car. Disregard. Crashing with the boys have found their way up to P8 now. Starting P15, dropping as low as P17 for a while. And in comes Mike Arditi in the number 14 Ferrari for crashing with the boys. Will we see him extend his stint at all, or does he swap out for another driver? And Galen Gidman will jump in the car for crashing with the boys for his first stint. That will do it for Mike Arditi here for the time being. They are shuffling around between 6 different drivers in that team. Now a battle for 6th place, it looks like, in, excuse me, 5th place rather, in position. This is a battle, it looks like, between TF Racing in 5th and Racing Lounge 77 Team White. Now another incident on track. Let's take a look here real quick. Harry Yost 3, Alan Meyer Motorsports, LMP2 coming up to turn 1 now. A bit wide. Oh, and just locks the brakes up and a little contact with the tire barrier. Should be minimal. Back underway here. Now sitting in P7, 2 laps down to the leader and 20 seconds behind P6 at the moment. Take a look at those position gains one more time now. It's been about an hour since we last checked. Another bad decision racing's Doc Stout still out front for the team. Minute and 31 seconds, so about to put Vortex Racing back a lap down here. We'll have a full lap lead once again to the rest of the GTP class. They've gained 17 positions. Pineapple of Motorsports in 3rd place overall, sitting in 17 places gained as well. And in 6th place at the moment, Vice Motorsports gained 15 spots. On the opposite side of things, look at this. Johan Carlson still in the car for Switchback East Mustang. They've gained 20 positions here so far in the first 4.5 hours. And now another incident on circuit. Beta Racing Club Team 1. They've already had one major incident. Oh, and a Mustang goes around in front of them. Heavy braking to avoid the contact, though. It's extremely lucky for them. That is going to be right here between Gabriel Daniel Nitto. That was Lynn Marble once again. And this may be a solo drive for Lynn Marble. That Mustang, heavy damaged. They're trying to get through the chicane cleanly and avoid traffic. And bring it around on their own. Check back in with Doc Stout out front here. He's lost a little bit of his gap to Vortex. So Vortex picking up the pace down to a minute 26 from a minute 32. Can really see the speed difference here from the TV Cam 3 for the GTPs versus the GT cars. Doc Stout's top speed reaching about 196 miles an hour right now. The leader in GT class only hitting about 141. The solid 55 mile an hour difference there approximately. The GTP cars can achieve speeds around 202 to 205 miles an hour, depending on their setup. So at next ad break on Twitch, we are going to take a quick break for the commentary. Go make myself another cup of tea. I'm going to stretch the legs a little bit, walk around. Been sitting here for about 2 hours now with No interruptions besides the ad break. Critical, welcome back in, buddy. Happy to see you back. We've had quite a few of you guys from Helheim jump in here recently, and Bachme just won a $20 gift card for iRacing minutes ago. Bachme, are you still hanging out in chat? Yeah, still going strong. Coming up on 5.5 hours since stream start. 4 hours and 42 minutes since race start. Coming up on 4 hours 43. Full, welcome back in. We are aware because we're watching you quite frequently, actually. We watched when you went into pit lane and handed the car off to Galen. That was a great run, going from, I think you took over in what, P11? Got out in P8? Now a battle for P2 in the LMP class. Red Kiwi now trying to hold on the position from Positive Perception Esports. Yeah, there's a lot of traffic. I've been paying attention to it. Find it again here real quick. Still learning the layout of the HUD for SD. Oh, and now an incident here on track real quick for Bill Tomer. Beverly Sim Racing, the 72 Mustang, loses it at the kink just before the Western Horseshoe. Oh, and big contact. That Doc Stout? It was. So Doc Stout gets involved. Your overall leader now has had a major incident. That is huge contact. And the entire front end comes off of the class leader for GTP. And it's going to be a toe back. So another bad decision automatically drops to outside the top 5 now. So that's a huge situation. Another bad decision had been leading for the better part of the last 2 hours. And now they get involved in their first major incident. And for the first time here, Vortex Racing Sigma will lead the race. And that is the first lead change we have had on track overall in almost 2.5 hours. And now another situation on track here. This is Jack Carlton coming up to the West Horseshoe. Oh, goes into the runoff area through the grass, avoids the tire wall though. And now in P13, yes, Bachme, you won the $20 gift card, sir. If we need to, I can re-roll that. I still have the entries. I've not cleared them yet. Let's check in with Galen in the number 14 Ferrari for crashing with the boys. sitting in P9 at the moment here, 2 laps behind the overall leader. I figured you might be. We will get the $20 gift card to you here shortly. It looks like we have Doc Stout back on circuit. Trying to find him on the... Go here. And actually, it looks like Logan maybe are here. So a driver swap, but still in pit lane and pairs under. Yeah, we can set up an interview. Give me just a second to rejoin the server. Eddie with the posture check. Yeah, for sure. I am slouching, to say the least. Thankfully, I have a sit-stand desk, so standing at the moment. And, Full, if you want to go ahead and pick a channel on the server, I can jump into it with you. There we go. And now,
yep,
Mike Arditi has joined us in voice comms here.
Oh, how's it going, man?
It has been interesting so far, to say the least. Incidents are starting to become fewer, it seems, which is great. Fortunately, I can't see what the prediction for weather looks like. Are we still looking at...
We are looking at rain. We decided to change my stint because it looks like at about the 8 o'clock hour there, the chances for rain increase from about 55% all the way up to about 75% for the hour later. So knowing that we do have some rain drivers selected, it was critical for me to get time in the cars. Being a rookie on the team, I wanted to make sure we got out there and had the performance, and I didn't want to lose positions. And, you know, all goals achieved. Only went out there with a 1X, slipping off coming off a turn 1 when I was following a pro driver who went at a super wide line. Just lost a little bit of attention there, but the whole strategy is now going to be survival, because it seems like while the incidents are less, they happen to be more severe. So the cars that are going at speed now and they're losing it just like you saw with that Mustang. That was a really odd place for him to lose it. And I don't know if you saw, but on my last lap, just before I came into pit, another Mustang coming out of the was it West Horseshoe? No, West Horseshoe, Midwest Horseshoe. He pointed it the wrong direction, and I almost ran him over. So, again, they're happening at less of a frequency, but probably a greater severity.
That is very true. We have seen the incidents become a lot more severe compared to the race start, to say. And interesting, because at the beginning it was mostly just people kind of bumping each other, trying to navigate traffic and sending a car out. Did see our first major incident probably around, I think it was just before the 2-hour mark or just after the 2-hour mark, trying to come back out onto the tri-oval in NASCAR 1. There was about 6 cars involved in that between all 3 classes. In fact, we saw one of our first retirements because of that.
Really? So I think we were 16th right about that point, and that's when I think Drew stepped out of the car. Like I said, the decision was made to save Drew for the wet, and we were kind of reviewing. Actually, we had a long discussion about it because of what you're saying. Yeah, we were seeing some things pile up, and we figured that if we could just outlast, and our fuel strategy has been great. We have really, really been able to garner probably maybe 1 or 2 laps longer on a run. Also, originally on our setup, we were burning the right rear a little bit, and we've got that under control now. But the rain's going to be the great rain's going to be the great equalizer here because, it's going to turn everything that seems predictable right now to unpredictable. So we've had two of our drivers in a AI session running this one through rain, much heavier rain. Although we all practiced, I don't know, I probably put about 400 laps in the car in the rain. We did make a couple of tweaks in the last 2 days that we just want to check out how it's feeling. So, but otherwise, though, the team is in great spirits. They're oh god, they're pushing. I mean, letting me in that car was a liability for the team. And again, my goals were to not disappoint and to come in and again not lose positions, but at the very least, contribute as a performing member. And God, I'm so happy that's done. So I look forward to getting back in the car later. But again, the rain's going to shift the whole schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if you're still watching here or not, but the Galen has managed to gain a position officially now up to
Yes.
P8.
Yep.
33.2 seconds behind the IBR team, just ahead in Cadillac. They've
Right.
just actually done a driver swap on the last pit. Well, about 2 laps after Galen swapped. So lap 167 pitted, where you guys pitted on 105. So watching Galen right now on the stream as well, way through traffic. Looks like Galen has a good feel for the car here already. Your big concern right now, just the rain coming in overnight hours?
Yeah, with the preparation we did, a lot of the preparation we did, God, everybody got really comfortable in the car. So, yeah, I guess to follow your original question, we're not really super concerned about the other things that we're seeing at the moment, except for the rain, because we had a strategy coming in of doing exactly what we're doing now, taking the strengths of the drivers that we've got, utilizing them. So Galen is a longtime driver. He is the nice, calm, cool, collected. He was doing my spotting. Really gave me a lot of confidence to keep driving the car. My goal again, 133s. He's going to be pushing into those 131s, giving the car a little bit more. I did have it in attack mode, but I left a lot of battery in it. But as Drew and other drivers get in, they tend to push a little bit more on corner exit. So what I was doing was more a conserve strategy, letting the car kind of stay fresh and making sure we keep it for the other guys to really do the performance laps and start climbing up that board when we need to. So basically strategy is some guys are going to be in their car to not lose position and just hold steady, and then other guys are going to be our attack drivers to really go out there and push. And Galen's right in between. He's going to be conservative for the most part, but he has the abilities and the strengths to push. Kyle, though, and Cameron and Andrew, those guys are, those are studs. Those guys can race with the best of them. And if we really fall, into a position where we need some time, those guys will be in the car.
Fair enough. Well, great stint from you here to start things off with the Daytona 24. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the overnight hours. Hopefully, I can make it through as much as possible. The time difference, though, 6.5 hours approximately from real time for us. So
Yep.
we'll see what happens as we continue to go in night hours. Already very dark here on the track, and first incident in a while.
Ooh.
Coming up to the West Horseshoe again. For Sony, directly Vice Motorsport.
Yeeks.
And just a turnaround.
Oh, that was, you know what? That's his. Look, these the GT Le Mans drivers and the LMP drivers understand that the overtaking is on the responsibility of the faster driver, but they don't want to give up mid-corner if they're in the middle of a race themselves. They really don't want to give up that position, especially if you look on your relative and they're in a battle. And, to you, you're just pulling up on a battle. And if you get aggressive like that, that's what you're going to see as a result. And it's that's when we're spotting, we're looking to see what positions we're coming up on, to see what battles they might be involved in. And we're also making note of cars that are aggressive in the field.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we've seen quite a bit of, especially from the GT cars, I would say. A number of them really kind of giving a lot of leeway where you would normally see it in reality.
Uh. No. And you know what's even funnier though? Some of these LMP cars, look, LMP, they're underpowered, but they have the whoa, look at that guy going super wide to get out of the way, but they have the power. Yeah, excuse me, they're down on power, but what they have is the stability in the corners to have, the same level of grip as a GTP. And so when you're approaching places like the bus stop, you're really concerned because you're like, how good is this guy going to drive it in there, and what are we going to see as a result, right? So yeah, but they do hog a line occasionally. They will. If they get agitated, they'll come up the track on you.
Well, we've definitely seen the bus stop chicane on the back straightaway be a big area of not just contact for some of these, where we're seeing a lot of the GT cars and the LMP cars having issues with allowing the GT cars through. They're not really holding their lines. We've actually seen a couple of the GT cars blocking P cars from actually making an overtake for
Yeah.
whatever apparent. And it's not just been at that chicane, it's been at the International Horseshoe, it's been at the West Horseshoe.
Yeah, yeah, it happened a couple times to me too. Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll just give you a little insight. We're using our car. We're in between the 1 and the 2, depending on the situation on the bus stop to come in. But we made the decision in practice that if there was more than 1 or 2 GT Le Mans cars in there, we weren't gonna force the issue because honest, you wreck the car, you ruin the race, right? You let a guy go for one bus stop, and if you don't get run over, then it's okay. So last night in practice, we used that, and we did get run over by another car. I was on, at the helm when it happened. Thankfully, guys are driving with a little bit more heads, racecraft at the moment. So yeah, you're 100% correct. But look, again, if I was in one of those slower cars, though, I couldn't tell you that I wouldn't do the same at certain points, right? But it's been a joy, just really a joy to be out there with these guys, and especially with the new rig, the motion, the new wheel. I was sweating up a storm. The focus was less about fast laps and more about just keeping the car safe.
And interestingly
So,
enough, watching just kind of the details that SDK provides with overlay, interesting. I can see whenever there's an incident, get a overtake, an off track, actual crash, which is kind of by the program deemed as just losing control. Doesn't even have to be contact with another car or a wall. Literally just went 3 laps with no incidents for probably the first time in a while, except for like 2 drivers who went off track just dipping a tire off. Honestly, I think at this point, that is a first that we have seen since this session started almost 5 hours ago, here, about 30 seconds.
yeah. What's really interesting, and to me at least, is that the focus when you're really out there at speed is the speed drops off quite a bit when you're in focus for just traffic, navigation, because you realize, sure, you could drive the car, at a 31.9 or a 31.7, right? But a 33.4 becomes what you're normally up against because you start redriving the track even in the open. It just becomes muscle memory, right? You want to push, but then you're like, ooh, 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 I don't want to push the car to the point where I forget if there's traffic here, can I pull another line? So we have this car set up with multiple lines in that case. And then that way, one thing that we also set it up for was balance and forgiveness. So you will see that we might not be as foible as to leave the track or have an incident like that. Lucky to us.
Well, and as you say that, we brought up the lap times as Vortex Racing is going to come in now. Craig Hayes brings the car into pit lane. In the top 9 for the G class, 3rd place, the LJ Motorsport had the fastest lap at a 1:32.037. So we're still seeing 132s. Vortex had a 1:39, and Pineapple of Motorsport, Simon Dickinson, take over race lead now overall for the first time. And crashing with the boys still have an opportunity for position gains. They're still 2 laps down right now. There's still 19 hours going there.
Yeah,
and we have a new incident on track. Let's take a look here. Coming out onto the NASCAR circuit from the infield.
Ooh.
Maybe the LMP of Simon Wilkes, and he just loses the back end. We've seen that spot particularly, especially with the LMP cars more. It's kind of losing the back end coming out. Is it just, look like to you that it's more of an over acceleration issue as they're coming back onto the NASCAR circuit?
Funny you should say this, because in all the practices, that was my worst corner, and I looped it almost identical to where that is. The approach to that corner is there's two different ways to take it. You could take it on the inside, so when you make that first left-hander, you come up over the berm and you center yourself up for mid-corner to slide with a progression of throttle to the outside of the berm on the right-hand side, and then, slowly walk it up the track. And the way you have the car configured, you might have that the car is going to give you a little bit additional turning with throttle. And what'll happen possibly with that LMP right there is probably a good over throttle, right? He could be on cold tires, I don't know, but on cold tires, our car will not go through that section of the track in a manner that you can really race it. It takes our car about 3 laps to come in after a pit stop. So, but then on a light fuel load, the other situation comes into play is that we get a little twitchy. The front end starts to lock up a little, and you see him struggle again through that corner. There was a little bit of a slide there. The front end tends to lock up a little earlier because the less weight in the car, and we're carrying a little bit more speed because we're so much lighter. And you forget about it, and you have to back up the corners a little bit more to prevent, the car from swapping ends. So it could be either or. I wouldn't be hard pressed to say that he could have been just on pit road, and as such, he had cold tires, because it looks like he's going to go for a pass here coming through the bus stop. And maybe he just had a whoops moment there on some cold tires.
Yeah, and looking over the pit information, Simon Wilkes had brought the positive perception LMP in at lap 175 last time. And that is based on the race lap counter at 191 currently. The car he just overtook was Nicholas Ocham from Sim Party Racing. Came in 10 laps previous to that on 165.
Nice.
Looks like Vortex
Oof.
now battling for position or for third place. AB Racing. So more battling still continuing on here. So I have a feeling as we continue into the nighttime here, some more battles start to come in, especially with the big mix-up overall leader from having that incident. In fact, let's tired or not.
Rated R. Got some guys in chat.
FFF iRacing has finally made it back inside the top 15 after their earlier incident. The Air Lads are still running here after leading early, having an incident. Oh, Doc Stout is back on track here. Another bad decision. They are now 5 laps down to the leader at the moment. 2 laps behind the car ahead. They're sitting in P10 at the moment after leading about 2.5 hours. And we have another incident that occurred just a moment ago. Look and see what happened here for Offord coming up to the... Like we're going to have contact with car behind and just get spun as a result. Now sitting in P12 for Rev Sport International Team 3.
I'm still getting. I think your audio is still popping on the stream.
Shouldn't be. I'm monitoring the microphone. So hold on, let me check here. There we go. I did adjust the gain earlier, so that should help a little bit. But with that, we are going to have an ad break on the stream in just a few minutes here, and I'm going to take a short break. Commentating for the last about 3 hours now, uninterrupted.
A big head. Nice to meet you too. Stop it. What the heck's going on over there? Gosh, naughty on that touch there.
Yeah,
Mm,
I'm not sure what's going on.
I don't know.
Been paying attention to what we're doing, so. But
All right.
Mike, thanks for joining me. We'll catch up with you a bit later here as the race goes
Sure.
on. Do you know when your next stint's going to be?
I don't. We're waiting on the. You know what? Hold on. Just before we go here, let me see if I can get you a quick weather update because currently it is 7:10 in session. It's mostly cloudy, 0% chance of rain. But as we move into the 8:15, we have light fog and a 97% of precipitation. And we have that lasting at almost an 88% to 80% till about 10:15 in the evening, and we have a 41% chance at 11 race time. So now I don't know. We're trying to figure out if they're going to think of fog as precipitation, but our interpretation is that is real precipitation that they're saying will be coming in. Radar doesn't show anything at the moment. So we're just going to have to keep an eye on it.
Well, definitely have to keep us updated here. Judging by what we can see at the moment, it looks like the track temperature for the first time since race start has dipped below 70 degrees Fahrenheit. It's now registering at 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Ambient temperature down to 68 degrees. Interesting happens here. The wind has started to die off a little bit, 8 miles an hour. About an hour or so ago, it was still between about 11 and 12 miles. Let's see what happens here as the night goes on then.
Hey, I just want to say to you, man, thank you so much for the great honor of covering part of our team for this event and putting the time and energy to cover our split. It looks like you got a few of our followers for the team in there that are very, very interested in what's going on. So hope to be back on a little bit later on, and I'll give you an update on our stints. And if you need to, just ping me, and I'll jump back in and help you out with the broadcast.
Yeah, sounds good. I appreciate it, Mike.
All right. Take care, brother. Peace.
You as well.
All right, bye.
See you soon.
And with that, Mike Arditi and Crashing with the boys head back into the car here. Galen in the car for the moment. Got an ad break coming up in about a minute and a half. So as that starts here, I will take a short break for a little while here. I will be back. With that in mind, let's take a look at chat because I have not been paying attention whatsoever. I am not going to comment on what is going on in chat between Betty and Bachme. That is between y'all. With that, though, Miss Betty, welcome in. Mrs. Betty, welcome into the channel. Appreciate the follow and as well. It's been my pleasure to work with Helheim and all of the guys there. It has been fantastic the last few months, to say the least. And now we transition into final 19 hours of the Daytona 24 hours. That it is indeed crit, to say the least. At least the Werthers have not been broken out yet. And with that, the ad break is about to start here in just a few moments as Pineapple of Motorsports, the overall leader, is going to come in. That should give Vortex Sigma the lead back here in just a moment. I will take a short break here and be right back in a few minutes. And we will leave you with the racing action here. right, chat, I'm back. Thanks for hanging out here. And it looks like as we approach the 5.5 hour mark, weather has moved in here slowly and rain is falling. Track temperature now down to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Ambient temperature down 2 degrees from just a bit ago, from 69 degrees Fahrenheit to 67. Inks, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Welcome back into the chat. I don't know if you disappeared at all. Looks like a few people have stepped away. Such as myself for a few minutes there. In the stretch after 6 hours of being live, so fresh tea, so that'll help. Vortex Racing, while I had stepped away, has taken back the overall lead in the GT class, now with a 31-second over Pineapple or Motorsport. Our friends at Crashing with the Boys have managed to gain another position up to 7 now. Alan's still in the car here. 3 laps down to the race lead. They're on lap 211 moment. Galen last came in for a pit stop on lap 199. Meanwhile, in the LMP2 class, we have a new class leader since I'd stepped away. Positive Perception Esports finds their way out front. Simon Wilkes in the car at the moment. Let's see if we can get a decent onboard camera at all, because rain conditions now coming in. May see a different perspective here for a number of these drivers, and it looks like we actually have an incident on track. Let's take a look here. This is Christian Hansen for Daddy Jack and his slow kids here in the number 10 McLaren, and a little bit of contact with that tire barrier. Their last lap, or excuse me, their last pit stop at 178. Currently in second place in the E class here. Now 7.5 seconds behind. Like in the LMP2 class, Simon Wilkes and Positive Perception have managed to get a full lap ahead at the moment. However, Sim Party Radio Nicholas Matcham managed to take over P2 in class as Started Racing Team Special has come into pit lane. Sim Party Racing Indigo can make up the difference here. Now at the 5-hour 38-minute mark, we are seeing a lot of incidents coming up because of the rain. Changes to wets first. Nope, can't see the tire compounds for some reason. Oh, and Nicholas Matcham at the turn heading back onto the NASCAR circuit finds the tire barrier. Little contact there. Reports of the first teams going on to wets now. Galen Idman with the crashing with the boys team. Number 14 Ferrari has come in for wets. Back Hayes. While we have an opportunity, what we're going to do here, now that we are over 5 hours, let's take a quick little recap of how on. Race start. Back to the beginning of the race. This will take a moment to load. Not sure if actually too long ago. There we go. Just took a load. Too far back. Hold on. Back live here with the lights. Just a moment, let's try this one here real quick. Bear with me while everything tries to load. This is our race start here. Safety car back in pit lane. Before we take the green flag. How we got underway here in Daytona this year. Right there you can see Jack Carlton having some difficulties. Sim Racing Team GTP getting going at the start. Loud through here into turn 1. Our first off-track incident occurred not long after that here as the LMP2s came into turn 1. You can see cars going everywhere on the opening lap to start this. Better look here coming into turn 1 for the LMP2s. And that big contact there. 717 into the outside wall at the exit of turn. GT cars trying to navigate through the traffic as well to get things started, having to dodge the LMPs that had the incident in turn 1, taking a while to get there though. Our first official crash right here. Morton tries to get back under. car is Speedway. One of the GT cars starting on the lane. Not long after that, we have another incident here, still on lap number 1, coming out onto the NASCAR circuit. At Metter for better race. Out and is the back end. Has to wait for the longest period, trying to going again. Traffic goes through, and just to get back underway. Not long after that, on the second lap here, Oliver Matry for Sunset Racing coming into turn 1. Is it contact? Opening stent here. Vortex Racing back into pit lane now. Simon Dickinson of Pineapple of Motorsports trying to get back into the lead for just the second time here in almost 6 hours of racing. No, and Simon loses the car here. That tire barrier that we've seen so much of here already. Still plaguing some of these drivers. That corner has been very tricky, especially for the LMP drivers. Now we see the GT drivers starting to struggle with it as well. You can see the fog has started to roll in. The rain is starting to fall heavier as well. How things look on board our overall leader. Just that pace difference as he goes through. Now comes into the tri-oval out of NASCAR 4. Back into turn 1. Look at the speed difference as he catches the back of that GT car. Oh no, and he loses the car again. This time it looks like this is at the West Horseshoe. This is going to hurt their lead. He does make decent contact with the tire barrier there. Like it may have impacted too much of the performance. We'll have to watch and see what happens here. Vortex Racing's Jesse. I'm not even going to try and pronounce last name here. I apologize. Anyway, is now starting to close the gap 8 seconds behind as Simon Dickinson goes through the bus stop chicane for Pineapple of Motorsport. Now another incident on circuit has occurred. In Bowman of WTF Racing 24 Porsche like already some front hose damage now. And looks like just runs wide through the corner, avoids contact with the tire barrier. Now a position change out front as Vortex Racing will reclaim the lead, it looks like here. Take a look at the pass for the lead. Like Simon Dickinson has brought the Pineapple of Motorsports car into pit lane, which allowed Vortex to reclaim the lead, and are back out front the third time. And crashing with the boys, as Ola Led has mentioned, has gained a position. Dylan Goodman now gains more spots, and now we see crashing with the boys in their highest position yet in the almost the 6 hour mark. They are still 2 laps down to leader and a lap behind car ahead of them is a lap behind. Fourth place. IBR competition now sits 11.8 seconds ahead. Pineapple of Motorsports still in pit lane here has dropped third over. We have a driver swap as well. They now drop to P4. Stefan Bello will take over. 17 Porsche was in the lead until a few minutes ago. He's a long pit stop here. Meanwhile, back out front, Vortex Racing continuing to lead the way, and a new incident on circuit. Let's take a look here. Axberg for Switchback Esports in Mustang, the class leading in GT car. Tricky corner again, and it's a bit of a heavy contact. Doesn't look like any major contact causing damage. The nose definitely getting squished. Tires are definitely struggling for grip here. Finn. Switchback Esports has an 8-second lead at the moment here. See how long that lasts after that incident, if they need to make a unscheduled pit stop. Last pit stop on lap 75. We're now on lap 220, and now another issue on track. Rain really wrecking havoc here for a number of drivers. Ant Metter at a Ada racing. That same exact corner once again coming into play. Avoids the contact with the tire barrier though. Bink. Yes, it is indeed moist. Beta Racing Club sitting in P10, 8 laps behind the leader, 2 laps behind another bad decision, who has finally made it back inside the top 10 after their earlier incident after leading for almost 2.5 hours. Had fallen all the way to about 15 at one point. Now another incident here. Dominic Smedref, SRB YCR in the 75 LMP2. And it looks like it's going to be the notorious left-hand corner again, trying to come out onto the NASCAR circuit. And we see it again here. That's not the first time we've seen someone do a reverse turn. And he has to wait for traffic to get back through, but he rejoins currently 17 overall, P5 in class. Another incident here. For some, change the car. There we go. Rev Sport International having difficulty now. Same corner it looks like, but this time on the acceleration side, the back end steps out. It again, trying to get going, so definitely not how they want things to be going here. E13 in the GT class, 8 laps down to the class leader, 19.5 seconds behind the car ahead. Now a possible battle for 8th place overall and in the GTP class here. Another bad decision has gained another spot here. Art Sim trying to stay close. That gap was at about 9/10 of a second, got down to about 8/10 there briefly, now back over to 4 seconds. Like, Logan keep definitely putting in some work here for another bad decision and try and work their way back through the mid. They've yet to reclaim a lap since coming back onto track after their earlier incident. The spray starting to come off the cars more heavily now. Now another incident occurred here. Simon Wolf or Shift Crew Yellow. They're 8th place in LMP2 currently. Oh, and just locks up, goes through the corner, missing the apex completely, avoids the tire wall. Now 2 laps behind PWA Esports. Lap ahead of Dawson Official. Now a battle for class lead here in GT. The Switchback has opted to stay out with the damage, but now Daddy Jack and his little kids have started to close the gap. Christian Hansen are behind in the McLaren. And we are just a few minutes away from hour number 6. And looks like an issue with one of the cars coming back onto the circuit after a pit stop. Not sure what's happening here. Let's take a look. Must have been a driver's. Meanwhile, back on track now, Jack Carlton, Zello Sim Racing Team GT, has an issue at the International Horseshoe. Back in just steps out on him as he tries to accelerate out of the corner. He gets lucky though and avoids any major contact. He now sit in 12th place in class, 11 laps behind current leader. So we have seen quite an interesting turn of events for our leader. Incidents definitely to watch here for them. Sounds like the rain is gonna get heavier here. And now another incident has occurred. Let's take a look. Ari Yost the third, Kalen Mir Motorsports 006 LMP, 6th place in class. Just a lockup, losing control, but avoids major contact. Just to sit for a moment to wait for traffic. Back going here. Go. Now a minute and 42 seconds behind 5th place SRB YCRT. 2 laps down to class leader. Yeah, full. If you would like to, go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Yep, I can hear. There we go. I was still on AFK.
That's okay. So just to give you guys an update, rain's coming. It's going to be heavy. We have some heavy patches of rain. It looks like on the weather radar right now, about 15 to maybe 10 to 15 laps out, and it's gonna be bad.
Oh boy!
Like it's not gonna be pretty. Like, dude, if I could show you, hold on, maybe I should take a picture of this and show you, because there's going to be a band that's going to come through and it's going to wash this track for about the next 2 hours. And depending on the dry out time, it's going to change the complexion of the race. Listen to this one, because we're trying to navigate some specifics with the car, and that is that
It is.
looks like somebody's a little bit upset about blocking.
Oh.
Is that us? Oh, that's us on the track. Yeah, look at that. So basically, when you're in the dry on the wets, the right front tire pressure builds up pretty quick, and you have to be careful of that because the car tends to understeer. But you know, we've been trying this leader has been poking on the rear end of our car for a little bit. We let him by about 2 laps ago, and he went straight off on one. So it's learning how to navigate situations like this, because here you see the leaders poking up our butt again. And of course, you want to be courteous, but again, we're also afraid that he's going to wash us as well, because we're too aggressive. And they were let them by because it's inappropriate driving. I'll just say, great, you're in first place, but you're a full lap ahead of the rest of the field, and it just makes no sense at this point to be that aggressive, because here he is pinched up between a Le Mans car and he's making terrible choices. So
You're talking about the overall race leader?
yeah, right now I guess that's Vortex right alongside us. That's Jesse
Yeah.
Jockers. Yeah, I mean that's poor driving. You got to be a little smarter than that, especially in the rain. Great, fast. Oh, great, fantastic. But there are other people are trying to get through this race too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely, we've seen a lot more incidents popping up as the rain has started to really move in more. So it's interesting to see how this all is playing out now.
I can confirm it is raining again on our car. Let me zoom in here again. Looks like the entire track is now it's now raining. You see those rooster tails building again?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's starting to come down again, and we are fully engulfed in rain in every sector of the track. So and this is where you just sit back, relax. As a driver, you know the mission is to save the car. You know you still have to kind of move up. Trying to look from the blimp view at this point is almost pointless because it's engulfed almost.
Oh,
You
yeah. We
just see
just
some
switched to
headlights.
it.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, you can
So
kind of make out the cars a little bit through the lights, mostly where the track lights are, or if there's heavy traffic.
yeah.
I see
Oh,
what
so,
you just shared with me weather-wise. Oh, yeah, it's definitely coming.
somebody said full of lead is a little low in volume, bud.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I'll try
got
to.
you corrected.
All right, thank you. Awesome. I don't know when I'm going to be back in the car right now. It really depends on how this weather rolls. There's a chance now that I may or may not get back in the car, depending on how long we stay wet here.
Fair enough.
Um, Here's another LMP car. Looks like there's GTP coming up around us. God, quite honestly, I don't want to be in the car. I'll be straight up honest with you. It's
Well,
pretty treacherous out there.
you and I had
So
talked last night a little bit, and you'd shared that the team was going to have a total of 6 drivers because of the way the sense would kind of divvied up with other responsibilities. Is that still the case?
that is still the case. And Andrew, who's one of our gurus, and in the wet, we're trying to save him. He's a little under the weather, and that's important to us that we keep the driver, not only healthy but able to perform. So odd position for us, right? Team strategy is going to change a lot depending on what we see happening on track over the next couple of hours as the rain thickens and then dissipates. As from the picture I just showed you, it's coming. Whoa! And there's another incident almost right in front of us that as people want to jockey around, just drive smart. And here's I don't know, professional expectation of racecraft for many people, I think differs because some thinks that going fast and achieving the best lap time in full race trim in the rain, that is a goal. But to me, I think it's more along the lines of take care of the car, take care of the situation, and drive appropriately so that you're there for the finish. But situations do vary between people's approaches. And for us, we're happy. We're only 3 laps off the lead in a 24-hour race. That's nothing. You could make that back. And to overtake the position, the guys in fourth place right now, we're not that far behind them. Matter of fact, we may be able to get a pass here and pull up into fourth place in the not too distant future. So we'll just have to keep monitoring. But it also looks like to me, it looks like there's less car in the track. It looks like a lot of people have bowed out. I don't know.
Let's take a look. So we started with 59. The last time I checked, we still had 45 cars running. Take a look and see if it's still the case. Yep, we still have 45 cars on the field. The last placed vehicle, 20th overall in the GT class. Team RPM, Jonathan Mitchell currently in the car.
Mm.
And yeah, looking at the weather report a little bit closer that you had sent, like at 10:30 track time, 62%, but then starting to decrease at 10:45 and more so at 11s. So plenty of rain on the way.
That'll be nice. Track temps have cooled. I'm noticing that the OAT, the outside temperature, is now 67. Track temp 66, lowest it's been. Obviously, you're going to see that, which means we shouldn't see any warming trends through the night, right? Rain's down on the track, so we'll watch this. We got a three abreast situation, a wiggling car in front of us. Wow, that was close.
Yeah, we had just
Um,
switched to second in class for Baby Racing as LJ Motorsport following them here for second place. But it looks like Liam Hall for LJ makes a mistake trying to get back onto the NASCAR circuit. And whose pace now was about 6 tenths behind, now 1.2 seconds.
wow, it changes quick,
It really
right?
does. And I think from what we saw there, it looked like it was just Liam Hall just overbraked it or misjudged the braking point and slid just enough to the momentum.
And look, we just had a car come up on us. Jonathan Zinn was going to get in front, and it looked like he was going to go in for a pass. I didn't see what happened on our in car, but he was literally just pulling around us, and now he's 4.5 seconds back. I'm going to roll it back a little bit and see what happened. Um, God, that happened so fast. It changed, like I said, yeah, it changes so fast. You just have to be prepared for anything out there in the rain. You really want to pick your lines wisely, and you want to make sure that you're doing the best for the car, right?
Absolutely. And we've definitely seen some good pace from Galen. You guys are now sitting in your highest position yet in the race at P5 now. And you're only 10 seconds, a little over 10 and a half seconds behind IBR now.
Right. Yeah, yeah. And again, just Jackers, I guess, in the first place car. He's been through passing us a couple times here. Don't know. Yeah, he just came around the track like he's out there flying. I mean, good for him. Skilled, very skilled, excellent, good job. Uh, you know, you just look at it and go, well, I hope it doesn't hurt us later on, where they just turn around and wreck us. So
Yeah, and hopefully everything stays a little bit clean here as conditions continue to worsen. It's going to be the biggest thing. Hopefully, other drivers can remain somewhat cautious here while being competitive. Oh, and it looks like, oh, this is going to be tricky. 4 wide out of NASCAR 2, coming up to the bus stop chicane. LJ Motorsports will take the inside line and take over second from Baby Racing.
I'm on a commercial break. Can't see it.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Wait, hold on, wait. In the little corner, I just saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I guess it's going to continue like this, right? It's going to be race as you can, race when when you feel it. So
And looking at the pit stops here, LJ Motorsports had their last pit stop at the lap 217 threshold, Baby Racing at 216, currently on lap 232, so not super far into the stint.
right now, what are we looking at? I think we're coming in at about another 8 laps, and I believe at this time it will be for a driver change.
Do you know who's in the car next?
I do believe it'll be Drew. Drew, we should be looking to now. Look again. Is he going to go out there and run all the laps in the world and pass everybody? Probably not. But is he going to be able to hold on to the car?
I think that's going to be your key at this point.
Yeah. Someone's yelling in there. Robert had a conversation about something.
And it looks like Anthony, I think it's Rufek for Baby Racing, who's in the car right now, has lost quite a bit of pace here as he tries to work through lap traffic, the back markers from the G class. Now 1.1 second behind Liam Hall in the LJ Motorsport.
I'd imagine the pressure is going to be higher for those guys right now. They're pushing at a pace because they feel like if they lose contact with these guys now, maybe that's going to cost them something later on down the road should this stay conveniently close. Now, I think we've already seen 1 liter car get swiped out, right? And that could happen as quickly to all these others. So I guess that's the same reason why we approach it a little differently, that it's almost an if, not excuse me, it's almost a when, not if situation. you're going to hit an incident, and to that, here's Jesse in front of us, the number one car, coming through international, and he just pushed it wide, and all that time that he fought to stay in front of us is gone. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So, so I don't see the point of it. Right. You could rush, and burn through all that adrenaline, exhaust yourself at this point, and I don't think this is the time and the place to push the car now. But that's my personal opinion.
And a battle for second in GTP starting to unfold again. LJ Motorsports, Liam Hall had made a mistake there. Like, maybe Racing, Ufek has managed to close the gap, but now he's starting to lose pace again. Get ready to come back out onto the NASCAR circuit. Oh, and Anthony's going to barely miss the tire barrier.
Oh, man.
I don't know if you can make that any closer than that was.
No. and now not only do you have, you've been racing for how many hours now? You have not just the rain out there to contend with. You have the marbles. The marbles are still there. They didn't get washed away with the rain. So, and here's on a positive note. If you switch over to our car right now, we are pacing the leader. Okay, we're pacing the leader, and wow, holy cow, that's pretty cool. That run through the bus stop was kind of interesting. And when you pace the leader, that's good for us when we know we're not really having to, but we can. I also think that they've probably slowed down a bit with this rain increase, and from what my understanding is, in about another minute and a half here, we're going to be in the deluge. I think you can just start to pick it up on camera.
But like a not a sprinkle, but a light rain.
Oh, Jimmy Ross.
Heavier than what we had. How you doing, Kevin? I've been waiting to say hello, but
Hey.
Mike never takes a breath.
And this is one of the principal team drivers, so I'd say he's probably third on our speed charts. James Ross joined in the chat.
Third.
Yes, third. You're going to say Andrew and Kyle aren't 1 and 2?
All right, so Andrew is the quickest. Kyle is probably second quickest, but over a fuel stint, I'm generally right on par with Andrew over a fuel stint average lap time. No, I'm serious.
Oh, I didn't say you weren't serious. I didn't know we were throwing air quotes up there about potentials. Who's spotting right now, by the way?
Andrew is. He's gonna hop in the car in like 6 laps.
Oh, and then who's gonna spot him?
I'll spot him.
Okay. All right. Good.
Yeah.
Galen's starting to close the gap to Joey's stats now, 6.9 seconds, down from about 8 seconds, roughly about 2 laps ago.
I can't wait till the heavier rain comes. So there's 2 cars out there now that I'm pretty sure are on slicks. The 21 and the 17, they're both laps down now, and they're both running like 136s, 137s, but when this rain comes, they're going to wreck. So for your broadcast, those are going to be some guys to watch. They're taking a chance, and I think it's going to bite them in a couple of laps here.
Who's running 130? I don't see anybody with a 136 on the board right now. I see a leader running 141 on his last lap and a 141.7, and we ran a 141.7. So Galen's doing a great job.
He's doing awesome. Look at the 21 car and the 17.
17, I don't see him with a lap. I think they're in. 17 might be in.
You're talking about
he might have wrecked it already.
Pineapple of Motorsport?
Pineapple, yeah.
Yeah.
Last pit stop was
that's
lap 191. Or no, sorry. Hold on. 218, sorry.
S. Nacello, is that who we're looking at?
I don't know his name.
Yeah, Stefan Nacello.
Yeah, Nacello. Okay.
The last lap for Pineapple was a 143.256 in 7.
All right.
Yep.
So, oh no, I'm sorry, not what car number is this guy? Oh, nobody's running those lap times now. Where's the 21?
No. I don't even know where the 21 is. That's what I was saying.
I think he wrecked.
Gabriel Crozer's in the car for the 21 team. Vice Motorsports Zelos, they are in P13, a lap down to car ahead, and they are 19 laps down to the lead.
So he was just running his last 5 laps, 136, 136, 137, 135, and then a 152. I guarantee you he wrecked.
Yeah, there you go.
And then...
Here, that's Gabriel Crozer
Yep.
did go off track on lap 215. That's the last thing I see. He
Yep.
did not reset pit lane, but he did come in for a pit stop. Let's take a quick.
Oh, we got a GT car going off. Oh, this car. Not surprised. They've been aggressive.
I don't see any visible damage on Vice Motorsports as they came in for their pit stop, but they did have a little bit of a conundrum getting stopped in the box.
Yeah.
So did pit.
That's interesting. They were very aggressive early on. Very aggressive. Had a couple of times where they weren't patient to get around, and seen that with a few of these cars.
It looks like just a moment ago we had the GT class leader have an incident trying to come out onto NASCAR circuit from the infield.
Whoa!
A little bit of a bump there on the tire
no,
wall.
he got it.
Yeah,
He got it.
and then
Didn't
another
get all of it, but he got it.
another incident for the Rev Sport International team here.
Yeah. So it
Same
is.
spot.
It is raining a little heavier now.
Ooh,
If
goes all
you
the
go
way
out
down.
in one of their cockpits, you'll see a lot more spray now.
Geyser. Wow, that was lucky.
Oh, and we
That was
have another Marble in the Marble Enterprises team car. It was Lynn Marble earlier, now it's Kirk. And same corner once again. That is where all three of those incidents happened. That's just a little light touch on the tire barrier there.
You know what it is? What people are forgetting right now, Doe, is that this is when the race line becomes the not want to be on line because that rubber gets slick on top.
Yep.
And what you have to do is you have to drive a line that's off the racing line to maintain pace. And what they're probably expecting some level of braking performance, and they're just not seeing it on that line anymore. It's that's what it looked like to me, at least in the replays.
Yeah, it looked
Well, I'm gonna
not...
bump over because I got to get ready to spot. But Kevin, I wanted to say hello for
Yeah.
sure.
Appreciate you stopping in. Feel free to just reach out if you want to come back in and let me know.
Cool. Catch you in a bit.
All right,
Good luck.
see you, Jimmy. I'll be back over there in a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, and I guess that's going to be critical at this point, right? Guys realizing where they really need to be on the line as it gets more saturated on the track. I'm going to do a quick radar update here and see how really that heavy rain has really progressed. And we are in the heaviest now that we've seen of the day. Oh, wow. Unfortunately, the dry section that we thought we saw coming from behind is filling in. So what looks like is going to be pretty moderate precipitation for the next foreseeable future is going to turn out to be considerably longer period of decent amount of rain. I repeat, I would not anticipate that we are going to be out of the rain as quickly as forecasted at the moment. That would be me, though.
Let's take a look and see what the SDK weather overlay shows us. And it looks like wind staying consistent, though, at 9 miles an hour. 67-degree ambient temperature, 66-degree track temperature. It's still showing overcast conditions, so it's not showing the rain for some, but it is definitely raining to say.
Oh, it's rain. No, see where it says moisture 100%.
Yes.
That indicate rain. That, sir, that would be speak for rain.
I was indicating that as humidity earlier, but I think you are correct. That is the chance of rain, I would say, at this point.
Yeah. Well, see how it goes.
Oh, we just had a major change in the GT class. At P4, for WTF Racing, everybody from P4 through like P7 just gained a position as Acolyte Racing. Appears to have reset to pit lane.
Oop,
they get a tow back. Take a look here. That is Robert Molman in the car right now. Hear what happened. And hold on. Keeps updating as things happen, so it's difficult to find the line item. Oh, and he just loses it at the dog leg. Ooh, and smacks the wall.
Oh, God,
right,
dude.
going into the braking zone for the West Horseshoe.
Again, wait, can you replay that? Can you go back again? Because I want to see, was he on the, if he was on the dry line, That's precisely where you don't want to be in the rain. You do want to be off that dry, that dry racing line.
Yep,
And
he
he
just
takes,
loses it.
yep. And that's a little bit of that inner, oh God, tears the bumper up. He gets a little wheel on the painted surface, right? And expects the car to rotate. And he's also on a line that's rubbered in with wet on top of it. And that water, again, cannot penetrate the race surface when it's all those little pores are filled with rubber, right?
It looks
So
like
what
the
ends up go
damage
ahead.
from that contact. You could see the car was trying to go sideways on him, and he struggled to get it to stay straight. So he gets the tow back officially as a result. However, we've had several incidents here while we were reviewing that. Jordan Charlton for CRL Endurance, the number 7 McLaren here.
Oh, he's
P44
off.
overall, and that's just an interesting spot to lose it. Oh, big
Yep.
contact right there.
We just passed his car. Oh
Ooh.
God. Wow, we just made it through that. Was that us?
I don't believe that was.
We do come through here because I saw it on our screen. We did make it through there. Yeah,
Look here,
that
we'll
was
watch it
we were
one more
third in that
time.
pack of cars that went by. Geez, what'd that take out? An LMP2 car, and it took out a.
Oh, he just hydroplanes it, and that sends it around, and then bam, right there.
Why did he go down there? Oh, dude. Look at that. Oh, that is great driving right there. Just trying to find a spot.
Oh, and now a car off into the grass coming into the pit lane entry. Now, this is not that incident, though. It looks like it's Christian Smirnoff, ATR Esport, having some difficulty. Oh, right in front of cars, right in front of traffic.
Oh, man. My heart goes out to these guys at the moment because after all the practice we did in the rain, yeah, fortunately, know all that feeling. We are in the pits right now. Drew is jumping in the car. We got another guy going through the bus stop, huh?
Yep.
It's getting treacherous out there. The rain is coming down. Again, we did extensive testing in the rain. Quite a few nights of me personally, I was frustrated at some nights because we were trying different levels of rain and trying to see what really soaked the car to the point where it was no longer viable to really race at a certain pace. We had expected that the race pace in rain would be in the 140s.
Ooh.
We just figured out that that's what it would be. And now I'm looking at there's puddles starting to form strategically on the track. And I'll say strategic. Wow, look at that. Go ahead. Well, who's that?
That is Kirk Marble, the number 16 Mustang
Oh,
of
the other
Marble
Marble.
Enterprise. Yeah.
Oh, what a shit place to
14th
lose it.
in class, 39th overall at the moment. And looks like just another hydroplane. He was too far down on the inside off the racing surface, and all the water's starting to pull up.
I'll let you in a little secret that we had with the pooling water. We did discover that if you did stay off the racing line and hit the pools, you could get the car to rotate through the puddles.
Interesting.
And it worked pretty well. So the driver that's in now, he also had some experience with that. And I believe it was Ross on our team also had played a critical role in figuring out that you could really get this car to sail in to a corner and get a little bit of extra from those puddles. So as the water thickens up here on the track, we'll see. And we got a guy complaining, Ross Tweedle.
Well, Kirk Marble goes around again here.
Uh-oh.
And this looks like it is coming up to the bus stop chicane on the back straightaway. Gets the inside curb, bumps him to the outside, touches the grass, and just loses the left side. Manages to keep it out of any major contact, though.
Yeah, again, that's a touch the wet paint with water between you and the surface. What do they call it? Liquefaction? Link is on the PC now. I believe that's not Gozer. Link's worst. Oh, is that
no? Link's worst nightmare is one of the guys from the Saturday F1 League that I participate.
Gotcha. Yeah, I remember Link.
Yeah, he's also my co-commentator for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturdays now because he's taken a break from F1 20.
Gotcha. All right, let's see. We got another update coming up. All right, looking good.
Oh, an IBR has come into pit lane. So you may have a chance for fourth place here for crashing with the boys.
Oh boy, let's see. Well, they could just be going through a swap. Nothing major.
See, Drew is coming out onto NASCAR 1 right now. Joey Stats is stationary in pit lane at the moment.
Joey Stats. And
Well, the jacks just went down. The car's still stationary, though. So likely some fuel going in. Now an incident on track for Christian Smirnoff. Looks like going through turn 2, heading towards the International. And
hopefully he wasn't drinking any Smirnoff.
And the water just gets him a little too fast, and the car just slides on him.
You know, if he'd been a lane to the outside, he would have been good. Hold on a second.
And IBR is on their way back out. Looks like Drew in the car for crashing with the boys. Now through turn 2, 5 seconds behind. Losing a little pace because of some GT back markers here coming up to the International Horseshoe. Ooh. And having to be careful here with the cars ahead. GT cars are too wide. That gap now 8.5 seconds, closing to 9 seconds. So IBR is starting to open the gap because of the slow traffic. And now another incident has occurred. Tobias Anderson, the 717 Vicious Vortex racing team. And looks like a little wiggling, locking up the wheels and into the tire barrier at the West Horseshoe. And damages the nose. So that is going to hurt the car here. And then goes back off track trying to get underway. Question is, does it affect the handling at all? And no lights. And Mike, I don't know if you are familiar with it at all, if you're still here. Like we lost him for a moment. That's okay. Farmer Jens, you are correct. Link is retired until F125. Take a look and see how we're looking here. It looks like Tobias has opted to stay out for the time being. Looks like we may see him come in, though, this time by. Indeed, we do. Tobias has entered pit lane. Now our race leader in the 23 Vortex Racing Sigma Acura will come in now. And now an incident out on track for Jack Carlton once again. Currently 12th overall.
Let's see. Sorry, I had to step away for a minute. Family came back from their shopping extravaganza. What happened here? Whoa, that's a snap.
Yeah, just a little bit of a snap for Jack Carlton. And I was going to ask you here, because I didn't realize you had stepped away. Maybe, I'm not sure if you're aware, but for this event, is it similar rules in relation to lights? You have to come in to service the vehicle if you lose your front bumper and the lights?
I don't think so, because I don't know. That's a very good question. I didn't see it in any rules, and I'm sure the spotter will yell at you. You need to come in and replace the front clip or whatever it is. This is rain racing. You know, look, this is what happens in 24 hours, right? The Rolex, the real Rolex, the sim Rolex, all of them, they're all the same. you're taking your car, you're trying to push it around the track as fast as you can to beat all these other drivers. That is true, but it's also a battle of the mindset. It's a battle of the ability to drive in all different conditions and to retain, your focus. And that's why pushing at certain points isn't great. And I'm looking at 80% of these issues, and the primary is, as our car goes through in that review right there. If you're trying to do stuff on the racing line, okay, when it's wet,
Oh,
you might not have a good result.
there's a prime example right there on stream. Gabriel Crozer just right through the braking zone.
And we've seen this, right? We this is not a shocker.
Take a look and see how Drew's doing now. 10.5 seconds and starting to close the gap to Joey Stats ahead.
I love that name, Joey Stats.
I'm assuming that's how that's supposed to be pronounced. S-T-A-A-T-S. So taking a shot in the dark.
It's Joey Stats, everybody. Come on, give it up for Joey.
Oh, and a little twitch there for Ross Tweddle. That's how it's pronounced. Out of the West Horseshoe. And then it looks, locked it up and just loses the grip.
Interesting. SimHub has decided to be annoying.
Uh-oh.
So I lost my lovely pit wall. Hold on a second. I'm trying to bring it back up. Wow, seriously? It's on full lock mode at this point. I don't know where it went. Let's take a look.
And Drew is starting to close the gap, but now losing it because of lap traffic. He was down to 9 seconds, now over 12 seconds because he's got a very slow GT Porsche in front of him.
Right, but I mean, do you fault the other guy for taking his time? No,
not
right?
at all.
You gotta, I wouldn't.
Thanks, much appreciate the 100 bits there.
Ooh, somebody got bits. Look at you.
And now we've got another incident on track. This is for the leader as well, Vortex. Like he's going to have an issue coming onto the NASCAR circuit. Locks it up. Not even really a lockup, just overshoots the corner. Can't get the brakes to really hold.
God, if you go to the blimp view now, I mean, it's definitely worse. Worse than it was before. We're going to do a quick weather check here. We are in the heart of the rain, but again, there's green over most of the track. What I don't see is a tremendous amount of clearing. That's what I don't see. Now, granted, they're saying at 8:39, are we dry by 11:30? Maybe we are. I don't know. Makes me a little nervous for what the conditions are going to hold. Then again, when iRacing released the weather earlier, they did say, I think there was upwards of a 35% chance of rain for this event. And it looks like we have another car off going into turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like that is... I have no idea how to pronounce that name.
Diatri Diorbialia.
The number 318 McLaren goes off at turn 1. Looks like just a lock up there. Oh, and now another issue here. Anthony Rufek for Baby Racing having some difficulty. What happened there? He gets reset to pit lane. We don't really see much of what happened before that to cause it, but goes off track. Interesting. And then another incident here for Sebastian Shift Crew Yellow. And again, it's going to be that left-hand turn coming out onto the NASCAR circuit. And ooh, almost finds the tire barrier.
Can I say it? You gotta stay off that line. If you haven't learned yet, you gotta stay off of that line. There is no two ways about it. Or if you're going to be on it, you better drive it carefully. Now, we found out the hard way almost is that as you come through at full speed in turns NASCAR 3, coming out of the dog leg and even to the NASCAR 4, the car will wash up on you. If you have enough speed, the car will definitely wash up on you if the track has watered down as much. Whoa, Drew getting himself blowed up there, and nope, you don't want to get caught up in somebody else's problems. An LMP2 trying to do something stupid like that right now, and I'll say it's stupid because you're going to get caught. Okay, you're really not saving yourself anything there. And drivers becoming more active on the radio, and look, okay, maybe this guy's going to drive away. Let's see how far he gets.
Well, and looking at this, I don't know if you noticed, Drew has now overtaken Baby Racing because they have come into pit lane. So Drew is now in P4. So crashing with the boys for the first time, find their way to 4th place.
Oh man, I'm gonna reserve all judgment. Right?
I'm not sure what happened for Anthony Rufek as he comes into pit. On the report card here. Well, it looks like it's still his toe back, so he's stationary as a result at the moment. It has been for about 3 laps almost.
We haven't, Lovely Pitwall has not shown us overtake them yet. I don't know what's going on there. Even in the relative on iRacing, now maybe I'm behind. Hold on a second. Am I behind something here?
It may be the SDK because it is showing, there it goes. Now it just updated. It did update and shows that Baby Racing held the position. I do believe it was related to being a lap behind. But now I'm showing that crashing with the boys are back in P4 again after dropping back to P5 momentarily. It looks like Anthony Rufek is on his way back out. Currently showing
the joys of 24-hour racing. Me personally, dude, I'll tell you, I'm so excited now because to get through the first stint, right, to really enjoy it, and to not want to get back in the car in the rain, and to be looking forward to the actual race next weekend. And then, the mindset that for everybody's preparation.
Big send.
Oh, man. Oh, boy, did he nail it?
No, he saved it.
Wow. He just last second. I'm watching on the postage stamp previews. There's a commercial. And, man, to me, it looked like he ate it for a second.
Very close.
You've been to this race before. You know the atmosphere. It's great for iRacing to host events just like this because it gives us sim drivers the opportunity to go out there and really feel the excitement of a full feature motorsports event like this, the first one of the season, and really enjoy it. So that builds the excitement for the real event, right?
Exactly.
But then, you kind of get into the mindset. So now when you're watching these guys drive around this track, I have a much bigger appreciation, even though I kind of figured before, hey, what are they really doing with the car? Look, I've never raced a prototype before. So for me, this is the first time I've ever put a prototype on a track for a competitive race in iRacing. Period.
Hold on. Cody Kennedy in the Marble Enterprises gets registered for 3 crashes here. What is going on?
Don't know.
So he
I'm still showing us in
overshoots.
5th. I don't know what that's all about. I'm still showing us in 5th.
Yeah, it did update again on my side as well. So he cuts the chicane, and it looks like he just kind of has some difficulties.
Limped
Oh,
it.
and we've got an incident for the race leader.
Chucks.
And it looks like this may be the same left-hand corner we've been talking about for a while now. Yep,
Let's-
and he avoids the contact.
Oh, smart move to make the turn to the opposite direction, right?
We've seen a number of drivers do that. Not many, Most
Who's
of them
in
in the
car?
GTP.
It's still Jess, right? Jesse. I mean,
Jesse's still in the car.
slow down, dude. If I could give you any advice, slow down. Right? Just slow down. You're. I don't know what you're trying to prove out there, but just slow down.
I'm curious. Let's take a look and see what was the last lap times for them. So 143.7 for Jesse, yeah. And then
and we are currently running a 143.95. I don't know if that's a traffic lap for us. Looks like Jay Hall ran a 204 and Rufak ran a 606. So that was that pit stop I think that they made. And Jay Stats, it looks like Joey Stats. He's running 145.9. Oh, what's this?
This is Logan Keys, another Bad Decision Racing, who's managed to climb all the way back to P6 after dropping to P15 after their earlier incident from leading, just overshooting turn 1.
Patience, young Padawan, patience. This isn't the day to run in and slaughter all the younglings. To use a really bad pun, but gosh, dude. Common sense. We got another guy challenging us, the 8 car, Kevin Pierce, our 38 car in 8th place there, just taking a run. What if he makes it sick? He's running 145s. Oh, let's go mow the lawn in a little bit. We got another off right there. Oh, right through the bus stop. Wow. If there's a place that you don't want to hit anything at high speed, it's the bus stop.
Ooh, that was a close call for just Luciana. Oh, that sounds right. DOS Motorsport official to the 35 LMP, 22nd overall, 9th in class, avoiding the GT car there at the dogleg kink.
That looked to me completely avoidable. I mean, I don't know how you got yourself into that one. Here's Vicious Vortex. Mental errors. Wow.
A very wide turn. Oh, so close.
You know what? He owes those guys a beer because did he just ruin somebody's race?
Oh, that was so close. So it does award
Somebody
Logan
went that outside
contact
wall
for that. Yeah, so that is going to be right here. This is Logan Timberlake. I'm sure on relation to Justin Timberlake. So contact right there with the Porsche GT car just ahead.
Oh, I saw an impact there. I don't know. I saw an impact against that wall. I saw the spray come up. I don't know if that was just a graphics draw. I'm not sure, but I saw a lot of spray there. I was going to try to throw in a sexy back joke there, but the time is too. Look at this gaggle. Whole bunch of people coming towards the bus stop.
And now another incident. These are starting to come in a lot quicker now as the rain has picked up.
It's like unlimited hydroplane out there. Nothing but rooster tails and cutting off other people at the wake. And
ooh, just lost the back end.
Almost hits the wall in the exact same place as that last incident.
Almost.
Doesn't look like he took any damage.
Nope. Take a look and see how Drew's doing in 5th place right now. 16 seconds back on Joey Stats, who's still in the 4th place IBR competition. I mean, I guess really the full name of their team is IBR Competition AARP Qualified.
Sounds like a bunch of retirees. Go Joey Stats. I just like the name. I like saying it over and over again. Sounds like you should be from like Jersey, right? Hey, did you see Joey Stats the other day? Was he playing baseball? No, that Joey Stats. Oh, okay. Forget about it. Ah, the joys of racing.
The joys of endurance racing at that.
Yeah, how long do you think you're gonna be able to keep this up tonight or today?
Honestly, at the moment, I'm feeling pretty good. I've got some energy drinks on standby, so if I need some caffeine, pick me up. I've already had some caffeine this morning. We're, what, 7.5 hours into the stream, 6.5 hours into the race, a little over, almost 7 hours into the race. So
I was gonna say I was up at 6 o'clock this morning. What is
yeah,
wrong with me?
I was up a few minutes before 6. My first alarm was set to go off at 6 and woke up just on my own and looked at the time. I was like, I might as well just
Yeah, I mean it's
move the
I got
car
to tell
through
you
the bus stop.
that is we made it to the bus stop. That's us. Oh no, I don't know who
No, that
that
was
was.
Dominic Smedra in the SRB YCR LMP, 5th in class, 18th overall. Like just
Ooh.
an overshoot of the corner.
You know what? He navigated that very well. If
All
you're
things
gonna mess
considered,
up,
yeah.
if you're gonna mess up at the bus stop, that's the way you want to mess up the bus stop in the rain, without a doubt.
Well, I will say, uh, Logan Timberlake has entered pit lane and has cried a river because the track is wet.
Oh, you know what, dude? That's unfair. You knew
It
that is unfair.
is. It is.
You know, at least he doesn't have to look like the man in the mirror later on if he had a severe incident. Dum.
And a driver swap for the team here. Sim Party Racing Indigo will switch for Nicholas Macham, who's back in the car for
Who's on
time.
the? Oh, I was gonna say who Nicholas Maggio. I was like, who's the car in the grass over there by pit lane? But that's the actual, the icon for the vehicle.
Oh,
I was like, car in the grass, car in the grass. Ah,
yeah. The overlays here and learning them has been interesting because I didn't know this about SDK until literally last night. Um, the little driver details in the lower left, I can change that, and I can also include things like driver helmet.
oh, that's very nice.
I can also upload a photo if I wanted to. It won't show anything here with that, but or there's also the ability to do a driver video.
Really,
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works. I'm gonna have to dig into this a bit further.
very nice.
I think I'm gonna have to start doing more commentary with iRacing with this.
That'd be cool.
Not sure exactly
I
what that's gonna
know.
look like, but
Yeah, I know. For me personally, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break after this race.
I can't imagine why.
The preparation has been intense. Okay, I think you've even noticed that I've been like I've been nowhere. The only place I've been in the last 3 weeks has been on iRacing.
Exactly. Yeah.
To get my rating up, right? To get ready for the race. Number one, number two, uh, which maybe I did do a GTP race, a practice one to get my rating up. I can't remember. I have to go back and look. But the nights of practice, all the hard work, and look, you make jokes about guys making mistakes out there. You feel bad for them or over pushing, and there's your leader going, I think, a little wide again. It's the preparation. It's the time it takes to get here, right? That's the hard part. You don't want to see anybody. And here's the nice part about sim racing, right? Nobody can get hurt except your feelings and your pride. But if that's all that you don't want to hurt, then drive the car with a little bit of respect.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with the GT cars, just because there's not that many LMP2 cars. Like, there's one LMP car out, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. There were 12 LMP2 cars that started this. There's 11 of them still running.
I mean, LMP2 is the best of both worlds, right? You're a little underpowered with a lot of downforce. And that gives you Boku confidence, right? Gives you the opportunity to go in there and do things you might, maybe on an odd day you wouldn't have gotten away with a faster car.
We've
What
got
do we
an
got going
incident
on
here
here?
for Jason Sawford, the 929. Ooh, through the grass into the
Good
runoff
save.
area there, into the international horseshoe.
That's a good save. Weird place to lose it, unless there's a puddle there. That was a real weird place to get off.
This out here real quick. I'm going to rewind this just a minute. And there we go. This is Christian Hansen, number 10, McLaren.
Did it do up? Oh!
Loses it and T-bones the side of the car into the tire barrier for pit lane exit.
You know what the worst part is? He'll get a penalty if he goes in that way for unsafe pit entry, right? He'll take the penalty if he continues down that path.
Yeah.
So he's got to be really careful. I had somebody wipe me out in the rain in that exact same incident, and unfortunately I was totaled. However, the difference is, I just heard the spotter, we're going to get a penalty for that. It's like, well, that sucks.
That's interesting too, because you would think that would be the safer line to take in that scenario. And now it looks like he's going to have to maybe limp the car around, because I think he's struggling here with handling as we see him try to come back on the NASCAR circuit.
Yeah. As long as he stays out of our way, we're good. We are good.
Looks like up to speed here, so not sure if maybe just struggling to get back going, but interesting, he pulls right back into line behind the TP car.
He could be off rhythm now, right?
Yeah, it's very possible.
He's just trying to get his mindset wrapped around an incident, get those nerves settled back underneath you, right? You're driving for all the marbles, no pun intended, because there's a family of marbles out there. and sorry. And what ends up happening is you lose that focus, you lose the concentration, you have an off, you get that natural human response to it. Energy levels rise to meet the stress and the demands, and the next thing you know, you're making mistakes into the next corner. We've all had that happen before. Some would refer to that as the red mist, but today it's just a rain event.
Well, our class leader in GT has made another pit stop here, is on their way back out. Switchback Esports, Eric Axberg on his way back out in the number 9 Mustang. And has just over a 2-minute gap to second place. However, Gabriel Rupp, hopefully I said that correctly, in WTF Racing 24 in second, is now trying to hold the position as CRC Ad Skills Peter Andrell is starting to close the gap behind.
Rupp, you got that right.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to take your best guess.
I want to see what my heart rate was during my stints. Had to be up there, right?
I would not be surprised. Oh, and it looks like the number 24 Porsche has some front end damage. The bumper is missing, and now behind, the Porsche from CRC has closed the gap quite drastically, now 0.3.
Well, we'll see if he comes in right now. He still has headlights, so I guess he's not going to get a black flag situation.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was wondering about earlier when we saw one of the LMPs lose their lights. They did come in at the end of their next lap, so I'm not sure what is happening here. On, I think is how that's pronounced. Having some difficulty getting into pit lane. Oh no, just a connectivity issue, I believe.
They're blinking. Look at that, yeah.
Oh,
maybe he was looking for Swan Lake.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6 entries into pit lane because of the blinking registered on the system. Oh, and now we've got an issue on track here. Let's take a look. Preston McNair for Shade Tree Motorsports coming into turn 1. Oh, avoids contact with the car ahead, so good avoidance. Lucky to hold on to it. And will rejoin at the exit of turn 1 cleanly. However, we have another incident that's recorded here. Like also at turn 1.
What was a chain reaction? Well, it looks like green car tried to cut down a lane. Maybe got a little startled. Whoa.
Let's switch the camera here real quick. We're going to rewind that.
I don't think he had help. I think he just went around.
Go.
No, it
Nope,
just started. I think he just
definitely.
came on the radio. I think he just. Oh no! Wait! Whoa! Go
Yep.
back to that. Whoa! Somebody else went with him for that ride.
Yep, Ian Pittman went with him there. Let's
Can you get a little closer on the rear? Maybe just
do
see.
this. Here's an onboard
Yes.
with Ian Pittman. You can just see there is no visibility
You can't
here.
see anything.
Yep, and just straight avoidance. Almost takes out the GT leader there. And just has to avoid it. So
I just want to know if the other car got hit that spun.
it did look like there was some contact there, yes.
Yeah. Well.
And it looks like, I think that's Tor having some difficulties at the International after the Turn 1 incident there. With Ian Pittman, Randall Korn also having issues.
How lucky he toes at the right time to not have another incident.
Yeah, and one right there.
Oh, and he's gone.
Let's try this. Hold on. Let's go here.
You know,
and, oh god,
the
oh god,
irony
oh god.
is the other guy lost it, right? Oh no, for him he was there.
Yeah, for right till the last second.
Wrong place, wrong time. Wrong place, wrong
Well, it looks like
time.
Drew has started to lose some time now. 18 and a half seconds behind Joey's stats and the IBR competition AARP qualified team. That is a mouthful.
Gotta see what we got as fuel. As the fuel load lightens up, the car gets obviously less mechanical grip from the weight on the wheels, and that doesn't work well in hydroplane situations, right? You want a little bit more weight. You want to evacuate that water from underneath the tire in the contact section, and if you don't have more weight on the car, they're generated by the aero, the mechanical grip suffers, and you might be seeing that a little bit now as the fuel burns off.
And it looks like a battle for second still happening here. WTF Racing holding on to second place in GT. CRC 7/10 behind once again.
What the WTF, man? What's going on there? How dare they?
We actually caught a earlier incident with them, with one of their other drivers, about 2 hours ago. So I'm still intrigued that they've managed to hold on to a top 5, let alone top 3 at the moment.
Good for them.
But it's kind of like what James Ross and the rest of you guys were just talking about last night. With the race is not won in the first few hours; it's definitely won during the last. You just have to remain consistent, try to avoid being lapped too many times, but you can easily make up the laps here.
Can you go to Crashing with the Boys right now? I want you to see this as Drew makes his approach into the bus stop. You might have to rewind a little bit, but he is, he's being so patient and so smart and staying on that line in a place that makes common sense to keep the car under control, place it where you need it to be to make successful passes and get runs on slower traffic, right? So see, he goes to a midline right here. Watch. He's going to be extra careful. Don't touch the paint. Stay off the paint, right? Turn the car and then come off the corner with a lot of success. And that's important in these rainy conditions because, a minute you get offline here, it's going to come back to bite you in spades. And we've seen so many cars touch a little bit of wet paint. We've seen so many cars push into that rubber line with the wet on top of it and lose control. Drew's putting in a great effort here right now, and really commend him on the solid driving and using his head to set things up to be successful. And here he goes again, even into the into the Western Horseshoe. He's not quite all the way in on that line. He's a lane out, and that shows that thought process of trying to stay off that really hard impacted rubber on the track.
Exactly, and that is a LMP2 just ahead of him, the Sim Party Racing Indigo team in third place in LMP, so definitely not a position battle by any means.
Nope. And he took his time, and there you see a really successful execution for Drew, and that's all you could hope for in a day like today.
Now an incident for Robert Molman for Acolyte Racing, and a connectivity issue there coming into turn 1. Links and then loses the back end, and right on the apex of turn 1. Now he's got to sit and face the wrong direction in traffic. the lucky break not to have to sit there longer and is back underway. So, interestingly enough, not a major incident by any means. So, Acolyte Racing, who was towards the front of the GT cars, now in 13th overall in class, 9 laps down to their class leader, 1 lap behind RevSport International in 12th.
So, as feared, the rain is starting to ebb a little bit here, but that patch that was mostly blue coming up over the racetrack has now turned progressively greener, which means we're going to be in this moderate rain condition for a little bit more now. I can't really see on the radar what's coming up after that at the moment. Maybe we'll see some additional clearing, but I do foresee, at least for the next 45 minutes, that there's still going to be a significant amount of moisture on the racetrack. So these conditions are going to persist a little bit longer here.
Oh, Jack Carlton at turn 1. And into the tire barrier, I believe, just a little bit there. Actually, rewind that real quick and verify that. Oh, yeah, definitely contact there for sure. There's no doubt. A turn 1 incident for 20 team. Down to 11th in class in GTP. They are down 9 positions from where they started.
Well, you shouldn't do the Carlton behind the wheel.
And now another issue here for Randall Kahn. The number 4 Ford Mustang from Team RPM loses it at coming into the dogleg, and there's another left barrier hit right there.
Oh, dude, that's like an exact repeat of what we saw earlier.
Yep, that's almost the exact same spot, same style and everything.
I bet you he put a wheel on the paint, a tire on the paint, and that was it.
And goes off at the West Horseshoe.
No, he might have hurt the car pretty bad there.
Yeah, trying to take a look and see if he's limping at all. One of the things that we've noticed here with the TV cameras, once the cars are somewhat damaged, you get a general idea of what's happening, seeing them come towards the camera there. Doesn't look like too much, though, so it looks like he should be okay. And now another incident here for Kevin Pierce.
Oh my God, dude.
Purple Sector Motorsports. We've seen a few incidents from them here. Nothing super major so far. As that left hand onto the tri-oval and just loses the back end grip. But in the right spot if it's going to happen.
You know what? Look at how much better that is in an outcome compared to the people that have gone wide there and stayed on that rubber line, right?
Exactly.
I'd much rather spin the car into that section, suck up on my pride and be like, well, I don't want to do that like for the rest of the race, but to come away without damage and not having to hit pit lane and make a recovery, right? That's I think that's pretty awesome for him.
So let's check in with Drew real quick. Correct me if I'm mistaken here. Are you registering him in 4th?
I am showing Drew in 4th.
Okay.
Wow.
So
hey.
IBR has come in for a pit stop in the Cadillac. Douglas, I think it's Duquette, in the car now.
ABDR, another bad decision racing.
So IBR comes in. I'm curious if something happened there because it was Joey was in the car.
Not Joey.
Rewind this real quick.
Douglas Duchette is now in the vehicle. Yeah. I like the paint job. That seems extended, though. You're right. I wouldn't be too surprised if there was an.
We're rewinding at the fastest speed possible right now, and they've been stationary a while. Yep, right into the West Horseshoe here. Here's the incident that occurred. For some reason, this didn't pop up on my log. And, oh, he just locked it up. Front tires are straight locked and right into the tire barrier.
God, you know, you don't want to be sitting back and going, darn it, we were in 4th place and look what happened. I don't get it. You know, you could have a lot of other options. Here's what I see on that board right now. You see 2nd place, 1 lap down, 3rd place, 2 laps down. Then you see us, we're 3 laps down. And then, you know, we have another car and 4 laps down, right? And here's the terrible part about that. A little slower, a little bit more discretion, and you could still be holding on to that fourth place. And we all know that people make mistakes, and that's unfortunate. But opportunity missed to keep that car intact and stay off the pit lane.
Yeah, and it's a little unusual from what we saw from Joey's stats. So I'm curious exactly what occurred there because definitely uncharacteristic from what we've seen from him over the race so far. And wondering if maybe just unexpected tire lock because of the wet conditions.
If you look at the ratio and then you do the calculations, you come up with some stats that say eventually your number's up in the rain, right? Dum-dum. So maybe it just all worked out. Unfortunately, this time not in Joey's favor. God, there's some close racing right here. Little cringy. You don't want to find yourself in an incident trying to get too aggressive. You want to sit back, pace out your moments, find your place to be, and critical as a driver. I know Andrew probably doesn't like being on that inside line too much, especially getting back on the grass. Excuse me, on the gas, coming back onto the oval surface. But that's driving.
And it's interesting looking at the onboard gyro camera with the Ferrari. It is very close here. You don't see much of the actual cockpit itself because of its shape and design. Especially if you compare that to, let's say, the Porsche, which will go on board with Baby Racing in third. You can see much more of the cockpit itself. The camera's not as far forward. Here's how does this look with the Acura? It's fairly similar to the Porsche.
Go back to the Ferrari.
Back to Drew here. I'll actually hide the timing here real quick.
I guess to me it looks like it's mounted forward of the seat. So
yeah.
There's something connecting the dashboard to the seat there, some sort of arm, and it's mounted midpoint. Those other two look like it was mounted just off to the right of the driver's head, up against that cushion that might support his helmet. That just is protruding a little bit further forward on the car. That's what it looks like. To me at least. So.
Yeah, that's what it kind of seems like. And it looks like it's just the Ferrari that has it. I'd be curious to see the Lamborghini's point of view. But
I didn't see anybody in a Lamborghini.
There isn't any.
It's funny. When we first got into from the Cadillac and made the switch to the Ferrari, I hated it.
Yeah, I haven't tried the Ferrari myself.
It is. You get it tuned up a little bit, you get your, I don't know, there's a squabble going on in chat over there on the actual race. It's like Ross didn't like the way that somebody came in and got underneath him into the bus stop.
Well, there was just an incident here. It looks like Josh Wilson for Sierra Lads, who did lead actually to the start here. They're in 10th place right now in class. A lockup. Similar to Joey's stats, not quite the heavy contact though.
Bump.
Yeah, just a minor contact there for Josh, and back underway. The earlier incident that took them out was not serious, but big enough to get them out of top 10 for quite a while. And now they are just finding their way back into the top 10 for the first time now. It has been about 5, if not 6 hours since that incident occurred, so they must have been caught up with something else when someone else was in the car besides Josh, because Josh was the one that started the race for them.
Right.
And they were the ones that started on pole.
Did they?
Yes, Sierra Lads started on the pole position, down 9 spots right now.
The Sierra Lads. Interesting. All right, well, I'm going to take a break here. I got some stuff to get accomplished with my actual life. Because I've been at this since, I was up at 6:30. I'm going to go finally take a break. So between your stream, the actual racing, and spotting earlier this morning. It's time for me to take a little bit of a rest, and then I'll rejoin you. What people really have an actual life? What is this? I actually, do you know this guy?
Yeah, Eldo is one of the Wednesday racers in Helheim Racing, previously with PFRL on Tuesdays.
Yes.
But yes.
What is this? What is this actual life? It's called I really like my wife and child and would prefer to remain in a happy relationship and home. That's what it's called. AKA go out and mow the lawn and get dinner, and then you're back in the good.
Well, this is some good news for you to leave on. Liam Hall, who's in the LJ
Whoa.
Motorsport car, has an incident at turn 1 by himself, and that
He's
is the next
still-
car in line ahead of Drew.
Well, let's see if he gets it around here because oh god, that's close.
Yeah, he finally gets going though.
Oh, that was which car? That was
Oh, sorry, that is LJ Motorsports in second place in
second place.
GTP.
I was going to say they are not in third because that's Ruffalack.
Yeah, that's baby racing.
Rufflick. I don't know.
Rufio?
You know, I can't pronounce that name. Rufiak.
That's what I've been calling Rufiak.
Rufiak addict. I don't know.
Daniel Lennartz loses it in turn 1 again.
Oh,
just
God.
Same spot.
You know, so here's the trick. Okay, before we go, here's what I'm going to say. What ended up happening is you had a little bit of let up in the rain. Okay, people got courageous because they got confident. They saw the lap time start to come down, and then the rain is now increased in intensity again after that little gap. So where people thought that they could hold on to the car in those because they built up comfort, they're driving it like track conditions were 15 laps ago. The water still, the water's now settling on the track at a higher rate again. So it's going the other direction, right? And now you're going to see these incidents pile up again.
A close one there for Matt Malik.
Yeah.
At turn 1. We're seeing more incidents at turn 1 now. Most of them are just isolated spin incidents here related to the rain. And then usual suspect, that left-hander onto the NASCAR circuit are our key ones. Looks like the only incidents at the chicane so far have really just been people overshooting and going through the tire barriers.
Ooh, Jonathan's in. I was on the track with him earlier.
Is not the track. There you go.
Going the wrong way. It's so much fun to talk about this stuff, I'll tell you.
One of the reasons I really enjoy doing the commentary.
More fun to be look, it's fun to race in. It's more fun when you get your racing done and you can come in here and spectate and talk about it. All right, wait, let's see where Drew is. We'll give you another quick update. I know I said I was leaving. We should be coming in. We should be coming in for a pit stop here, tire change. The tires are going to burn off a little differently. I'd love to see what our tires look like when they come off the car.
It's been about 32 laps since you guys last made a pit stop.
Yeah, he has done an exceptional job. Looks like somebody's popped in here. Or left. Did you leave?
Nope. James Ross has joined us.
Hey, Jimmy. What's going on, buddy?
Nope, he's speechless.
He is.
Hey, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I had a computer issue. I'm just rebooting.
Oh. Who's spotting for Drew? Hello?
I don't think he can hear us based on what he just said.
All right, Drew's coming down pit road here. You know what? I
would check in with them.
I'm going to go check in with the team. I'll be right back.
No worries.
Let me see what's going on here.
So now just over 7 hours into the race here, coming up on 7.5 hours. Take a look at our weather report here on screen. So just after 9:20 p.m. track time, Ambient temperature down to 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Track surface temperature down to 65 degrees Fahrenheit. And it looks like Drew is going to come back out for an additional stent in the car. And precipitation at 98%. We've had an incident on track here. The 318 McLaren again. This is at the bus stop chicane. That's actually pretty minor. Just a little slide, losing the back end. Loss of control, but manages it well. All things considered. Jack Carlton also having some here coming up to turn 1, it looks like. Race has not been super kind as we've gotten further and further into it for Zelo sim racing. Oh, and little contact to the driver's side of the car there. Well, 20 Ferrari back underway. And they are in P11. Currently 13 laps down to the overall leader. 2 laps behind Recart Sim ahead of them in 10th moment. And they have lost 9 positions since race start, so they started on 2nd.
All right, Crashing, just going to give you a quick update. Crashing with the boys. We went in, we came out. It looks like we're going to maintain 4th place. Tires were exceptionally well managed by Drew. He did a great job. He's going to be in there for a while. The rain is still continuing to fall. We don't see the track drying for at least the next hour. Just thought we'd throw you that quick update.
Yeah, I was actually watching him take his pit stop, and I was waiting to see the name change and realized, oh, Drew's on his way back out.
This is, I think, stint 2 for Drew.
Ooh, contact for Daniel Lenartz in the international horseshoe there. The GT car just got into the back of him by mistake.
It's a war of attrition right now. Looks like I don't see lap times for the 8, 9, and 10 cars in place in our class, which means, you hope that something bad doesn't happen, but the likelihood is that it probably has.
You said which car? The 8?
I don't see for the number 50, the number 12, and the number 18. I'm not showing anything for last laps on those guys. Now, they might have just been in pit. Looks like Jay Wilson is 20 is in pit. Looks like also the lead cars on pit lane. They might just be coming out again now.
Well, the number 50 I'm showing is Ed Adams for IBR. And their last pit stop was lap 259, and we're on 271 of the race. Okay,
so my 271. And I'm showing him scored right now with 261 laps complete.
Very possible. The telemetry data only goes based off the leader for me.
Gotcha.
It does look like we have a driver change for Vortex Racing and a new pit stop here. Oliver Pedrick will take over the car.
Pedrick?
Pedrick.
All right, I'm really leaving this time.
I swear.
Sure? I love it. I like being in the stream. It's fun, but yes, I've got to get other things done.
No worries. I'm going to take a short break myself, I think, because it's been another almost 3 hours. So,
yes, I don't know when I'm going to be back in the car. Gonna wait and see. It was a ton of fun. So,
yeah, no worries.
All right, folks. See you guys in a bit. Take care.
After a while, Mike.
All right, bye.
And an issue for Randall Kahn now, as he comes up to turn number 1. Number 4 Mustang. 19th in class right now. Just loses the back end and is going to have to wait in a very precarious position. Ooh, and that was a gutsy call there. Almost gets T-boned and manages to keep it clean. What a call. And great avoidance, to say the least. Check in with our friend Drew in the Crashing with the Boys, number 14 Ferrari. So it sounds like wet conditions going to start drying up here in the next couple hours. It may stay wet for a while yet, though. Rain expected to slowly dissipate. You can see here still 98% precipitation at the moment. And Drew now a lap behind the third place team of Baby Racing and Anthony Rufek. There we go. Hopefully that's the correct pronunciation for Anthony, as he will come up to the finish line here at the Tri-Oval, 56 seconds behind LJ Motorsports and Liam Hall in the car for them. And before I step away for a quick break here, let's take a look and see if we still have 45 cars running. And the answer is no. We now have 44 cars running. So Oliver Madra has retired from the race. So FFF iRacing Team 1 has hung it up, and they will finish 45th overall as a result. Now another incident here. The incident's starting to come in a little bit more frequently again. This is turn 1. So turn 1 has been a notorious spot here for the last few laps for a number of drivers. A very awkward spot to be in for Mark, as he will have to wait. He's going to have to try and look left to look over that wall to avoid pulling out, and you see he stops there wisely, but manages to get off track and will get going again now. Meanwhile, Logan Keys, for another bad decision, has a mistake at turn 1 as well. The number 62 Acura, just overshoots the corner. And they have finally managed to get into P5. This is the highest position they've had since their earliest incident, or their earlier incident. That was about 3 hours ago, roughly. Around the 4 hour and 44 minute mark. And Betty, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Definitely been hydrating, to say the least. Throat's still good, so vocal cords are happy. And about to go stretch in just a few moments here. Well, they had a huge incident earlier around, I believe it was around 4 hours and 40 minutes, roughly. Another bad decision racing had been leading for about 2.5 hours with really no competition. They really just kind of stepped away from everything. They had a huge lead of, I believe, at one point, almost 2 laps over everybody outside of the top 5 in the GTP class. And then a major incident happened, and they were in pit lane for quite a while. They dropped all the way to P15, and now they find themselves back to P5 officially for the first time since then. So it's been almost 3 hours of work for them to make up the time loss. And we're not even to the 8-hour mark yet. We're just coming up on 7.5 hours here in just under 4.5 minutes. Actually, excuse me, just in under 3.5 minutes. Count. Everybody wants me to stretch and hydrate. I appreciate it, though, Ash. Welcome back. Angst, welcome back as well. Doing good. It's been eventful since the rain came in, so it's been interesting to see how everything is unfolding. Crashing with the boys, trying to work their way back through. Drew has been in the car. This is his, I guess technically his second stint in the car, if you will. Came in for a pit stop, but he's been in the car since the rain really started to come in. Ooh, and now an incident for the car ahead of them, the TV racing team, and Anthony Rofak having some troubles here. Looks like turn 1 again now. That is our big culprit. And just loses the back end. A quick snap and a little tap into the tire barrier, but that is contact, so that could throw off the car here. And they are currently in P3, a minute 14 behind LJ Motorsports in second. And it looks like LJ Motorsport have managed to get back onto the lead lap officially. Liam Hall in the car for them, trying to chase down Vortex Racing's Jesse Dykers. With that, though, I've been back here for, over 2 hours? So I'm going to take a quick break, get some more to drink, stretch the legs, and we'll see what happens after I come back here. Planning to remain strong here. Been live for just over 8 hours and counting. Still got quite a ways to go. But with that, hang tight with me, chat. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll see what happens here. My apologies, chat, for the delay. Working on getting everything sorted on my side. Had a couple things happen, so bear with me here. It'll be a few more minutes. All right, chat, we are back. Apologies for the extended delay there. Things are calmed down over here, to say the least. And it looks like we've had a change here. And it looks like Vortex has lost the lead. It looks like, based on what I'm seeing, we had an incident from Jesse, who was in the vehicle and had a runoff here. Looks like at the West Horseshoe. And it looks like a lock... Nope, not a lockup, just couldn't get the car stopped, and all the way into the tire barrier he goes. And looks like a tow back to pit lane. And now Bradley Flanagan in the car for them in 4th place, 4 laps down to the race leader. So Kobe Marshall and LJ Motorsport lead the race for the first time here tonight. Well, I guess today, still afternoon, but under the lights in iRacing. And a bit more of a delay than I really anticipated with all that, so I do apologize for how long that really was. Let's check in with our friends at Crashing with the Boys. They have found their way to a top 3 now. They are 1 lap down to the overall leader, LJ Motorsports, behind Baby Racing. So Drew's still in the car for Crashing with the Boys. Like a Cadillac there. That is DOS Motorsport Official 2, who is actually LMP. And they are 8th place in class. And looking at intervals, we don't really have much to speak of. The closest gap that I'm seeing across the top 8 in all 3 classes, currently at about 7.5 seconds from what I'm seeing here. And that is the 8th place, or excuse me, 7th place battle in GT3. Let's get that taken off because we are not away. And looks like Joshua Wilson had an issue just a few moments ago. Let's take a look at this. So Sierra Lad's still kind of struggling here. The number 12, ooh, heavy into the tire wall at the International Horseshoe, it looks like. And he will get towed back to pit lane. And they are still stationary at the moment. So Sierra Lad's struggling to get back going. They are now down to 11th place in GTP. And looks like Colt Lazowski, hopefully I said that correctly, Team RPM here in the number 4 Mustang, 43rd overall, 19th in class, and an incident at turn 1. Very lucky not to come back on the line a little bit quicker than he did, but manages to get clean lead back underway. So 18 laps behind the GT leader, 42.5 seconds behind the 18th place. I think that is Kuka's crew, but I could be mistaken on the pronunciation. Do apologize for butchering that if I did. Meanwhile, back inside the top 3 of the GTP, we find Drew trying to chase down Bambi Racing's Anthony Rufek. And we have now been live for almost 9 hours, coming up on 8 hours, 15 minutes, and just under 30 seconds from now for the race. Trying to see if there's a way that I can possibly change the clock and the weather, but I'm not seeing an option within SDK. Still learning the program, so kind of back and forth between what's happening in the race. Robert Molman having an issue here for Acolyte Racing. They've dropped to P12 in the GT class. And our tricky friend here, the left-hand corner, back onto the NASCAR circuit. As you can see, goes around and loses the back end. Bosoms, welcome back in, buddy. Hope all is well for you. Yeah, we are still underway here now at 8 hours 15 minutes, coming up on 8 hours 16 minutes for the race. The Acolyte is going to make a pit stop here. See if there is any sort of driver swap here. Robert's still in the car, and Cameron Brooks now goes in the car, so a driver swap for the 12th place GT team. 9 laps down to the class leader, 1 lap down to the car ahead. Meanwhile, the 11th place GTP, the Sierra lads, remain on pit lane after their incident at the Western Horseshoe, or West Horseshoe. And the next car behind them in 12th place, Vice Motorsports, that is Mark Bellu in the car. Let's see where he can come out. Right now, there is no interval to Sierra lads because they are stationary, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. It looks like they are several laps behind, more than 10, because they are 29 laps down to the overall leader, whereas Sierra is 15, so a significant difference there between the two. Yeah, weather has come in. We started seeing rain about 2.5 hours ago, roughly. It was just before the 6-hour threshold, about 5.5 hour mark, roughly. Came in with some fog. See here, temperature has continued to drop. 67 degrees Fahrenheit ambient temperature. The precipitation still holding at 95%. Been that way for about the better part of an hour or more. And then the surface temperature has dropped to 65 degrees Fahrenheit. That's down from about 67 about an hour and a half or so ago. So things cooling off here as the sun has set over the Daytona circuit. And a couple incidents just occurring here. Let's take a look at this one from Bradley Flanagan for Vortex, who have come back onto track, and Vortex may be having an issue here at the West Horseshoe again. Yes, this time it's a lockup. No contact with the wall, though. And Bradley will pull the car back onto the track cleanly. Meanwhile, Jordan Crawford having some difficulties for Purple Sector Motorsport 38. This is at turn 1. This has been a notorious spot in the rain that we've seen from a number of teams. Oh, and almost gets hit from behind. The stationary there up against the interior wall. That is the exit lane for pit lane coming back onto this track. He gets underway. Meanwhile, Alphonse Kiev, hopefully I said that correctly, from Switchback Esports, the number 9 Mustang, also at turn 1, having some difficulties here. And very similar to Jordan's incident there, backs up off the track and gets underway here. So Alphonse sitting in first place with Switchback Esports. That's your GT class leader. Minute 55 to CRC Ad Skills behind. CRC was contending for the lead for a while. And precipitation has decreased 1% here to 94 while we were reviewing those incidents that were happening. All right, what time is it? We've got 8 hours and 20 minutes into this. And we're going to take a look. It looks like Anthony Rufak and the Baby Racing team are going to come into pit lane. So this could be an opportunity for our friends over at Crashing with the Boys to make up some ground here. So Anthony has stopped the car in pit lane. And now we've got Drew from Crashing with the Boys coming out of NASCAR. It looks like 4. Yep, and up to the tri-oval to the finish line. So this will put Crashing with the Boys into P2, it looks like. That is accurate. We did see the overly inaccurately award Crashing with the Boys a 4th place a while ago over IBR while they were in pit lane. So looks like Crashing with the Boys, possibly in P2 finally. And Baby Racing does make a driver change. Wow, change. So a new driver, Nail Barbet, hopefully I said that correctly, now finds his place in the car. And a long service stop here with the driver swap, likely getting tires and fuel as well. And bear with me for just a moment here, chat. My apologies for the delay there, chat. We are back. So let's take a look and see what we missed here. And it looks like we've actually had a couple incidents that have happened. Let's take a look and see what happened with Jordan Crawford here. Again, in the Purple Sector Motorsport 38. See, the rain is still continuing to fall here pretty good. And that left-hand turn. Oh, that is some decent contact for Jordan with that tire barrier. We've seen that tire barrier a lot here in this race. Cameron Brooks also having an incident here. We'll see what happened for him coming up to turn 1. The number 3 BMW for Acolyte Racing. We already saw an incident here at this same corner. And you can see just that back end stepping around on him. And he gets back underway cleanly here. Very close to cutting back in front of some of the GTP cars. Alexander Light also having some troubles here. This is that left-hand turn back into the NASCAR trioval area, trying to avoid the Purple Sector team. Ooh, and just clips the front of him, I think, there. I believe that registered as a second incident for Jordan Crawford. No, this is a separate one. So Jordan Crawford coming back into the chicane. He overshoots the braking point and will navigate through the tire barriers here. Ooh, very slowly, maybe makes it. Jim Preston also having some difficulties with the Daddy Jack and his slow kids. Number 10 McLaren here. This is turn 1 once again. And just like that, back end steps out. The grip goes away. The rain making it extremely hard. And the number 318 McLaren also having some trouble. This is at the West Horseshoe. Like he just lost grip and the back end spins around on him. Got to hold it there. And then Tobias Anderson again with some difficulties. We've seen a couple incidents with him. This is just after that incident from 318. And this is that left-hand corner once again. Ooh, maybe a little contact from behind. He just gets a little nudge and a spin as a result, coming back onto the NASCAR circuit and gets back underway. Now sits in 11th place in the LMP2 class, 20 laps behind the class leader. 4 minutes behind East Block Racing in 10th place. Let's check in back up front and look at our friends here at Crashing with the Boys. They have taken P2 over and are now back on a possible lead lap contender. They're a minute 21 behind Kobe Marshall, who is piloting the LJ Motorsports car right now. And they have come back from being 3 laps behind. So they are a minute 21 behind, which is roughly about 10 to 15 seconds off pace of being lapped in the rain. It's probably a little bit closer to about 20 seconds. So they have a little bit of a buffer. For reference here, let's see if we can find the map real quick. It's got, like, a pesky thing to find. There it is. And you can see here as Drew comes up to the the West Horseshoe here. Our leader is just going through the International Horseshoe behind. And now an incident on track. Let's take a look here. Peter Aaron, I think that's Arundel, goes off at the West Horseshoe, comes back on. And there's another registered incident here. I'm not sure what we're going to see here. The number 1 team, which is 5th in class, just goes wide to allow Tobias through. So 5th place in class with the CRC Ad Skills team, who have continued to drop here all the way to P5 after being in the top 3 for most of the first about 5 hours. And now a pit stop from the 7th place team as they are heading back out. Beta Racing Club, Team 1, Grant Metter on his way out here. And now an incident for Mike Patrick. Let's take a look here. This is the dogleg coming up to the West Horseshoe. Ooh, a little bit of a front tire lockup, and he avoids the tire barrier. Comes back onto the track. There's a registered off-track here, and it looks like it's going to be at the left-hander. Oh, stays right in the line, so not sure where the off-track came from. He stayed right in the racing line. SRB YCR 4th in the LMP2 class at the moment. About 10, almost 11 seconds now as he heads into NASCAR 3 behind Sim Party Racing Indigo. Both of them 3 laps behind Positive Perception Esports, who leads the LMP2 class right now. The Schumacher, 294. And now an incident on track for Eric Myers coming into turn 1. 72 Mustang goes a little wide, and the back end goes out on him. He tries to get out of the way, though. Manages to keep it fairly clean. No contact with the wall. Avoids contact with anybody else. And heads into the International Horseshoe. Meanwhile, another incident here for the 32 Shift Crew Yellow. 9th in LMP at the moment. Looks like just a slow pace there, hitting the threshold for an incident, but avoids contact nevertheless. So in P9, 11 laps behind class leader, 1 lap behind the car ahead in class. Let's check back in with Crashing with the Boys, still in P2. Look at that, they've got a comfortable gap to P3 at the moment, 3 laps. However, at one point in time, Crashing with the Boys was 3 laps behind. Not more than, what, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now. They've managed to get back onto the lead lap almost. Minute 21 to LJ Motorsports. Kobe Marshall, who's piloting their car. And Crashing with the Boys crew just crossed the finish line. Start the next lap. LJ Motorsport, though, in NASCAR 3 and 4. Come out onto the tri-oval here. So not a ton of space. Still at risk of potentially going back a lap down. There is still plenty of racing to go. And now an incident again, it looks like, for Peter Arundel, or Arundel. Loses control here coming up to the West Horseshoe, and decent a bit of contact with the wall there. Then it looks like again with Peter, as he tries to get onto the NASCAR circuit here, I believe we have some damage on the number 1 Porsche, and he loses the back end. And struggling to get the car going the correct direction, but back on track. So CRC still in P5, and it looks like, oh, an overshot into pit lane. Looks like Peter was going to try to bring the car in, and he's going to have to take it around one more time. That'd be an illegal pit entry, and would be a penalty. And now CRC, oh, up the track in the wall at the turn 1. So Peter is really struggling with the car here, it looks like. Not sure if it's the wet conditions. We haven't seen him in the car for any stints until now, that I can recall at least. Meanwhile, while that is unfolding, just before it, we have another incident for Colt, for Team RPM, the number 4 Mustang, leaving turn 2, heading into the International Horseshoe. And the back end of the Mustang just goes out on him here. The track's still very wet. Rip, a premium to be had and found. He gets going again. And looks like Drew, with crashing with the boys, has started to lose a little bit of pace to the leader, dropping about 2 seconds right now. So 312 laps now on the books. A little bit of a wide entry for Drew into turn 1 and the number 14 Ferrari. So your top 5 in GTP now go Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, Acura, Cadillac. So for the first time in the entire 8.5 hours in this session, we find a Cadillac in the top 5, and that's IBR competition. And now an incident for Jacob Fortin. This is coming up to turn 1. Star Racing Team Green Special. And that grip just ever so hard to find here, coming into that corner at a high rate of speed. Oh, and then a little bit of a bump there from the car behind. So Star Racing Team now in 5th place, 3 laps behind the class leader and 26.5 seconds on the car ahead. And CRC has brought their car into pit lane, and they have lost a position, and they have a driver change. They've dropped back to 6th place. And Lewis Hamilton will take over. While Bradley Flanagan having some difficulties here at the exit of turn 1, heading through turn 2 in the 23. Ooh, and gets clipped by the Mustang, and then a bump as well. I believe that is going to be Alphonse. It is. We're going to go on board with him here. He just gets the corner panel and then tries to avoid him, but has nowhere to go. There goes the GTP and has to cut in to avoid going over the curb there. But Switchback Esports and Alphon still out front. 2 minutes to OSM Motorsport White behind. David Rothmuller in the Purple Sector Motorsports car. The number 38 McLaren. Excuse me, Ferrari rather. I know my cars. Goes wide at the turn heading back onto the NASCAR oval. Allows traffic to go through. Meanwhile, Dominic Smedra with SRB YCR in the LMP 75 in 4th place. Ooh, gets a little bump from behind there. And I believe that's Grant Meter. 29, we're going to go on board here. See just how rainy that windscreen is. The windshield really struggling. And then right there, just the contact, nowhere to go. And interestingly enough, it didn't look like he had a lot of spray off there to worry about. So very easy to see. So just an over calculation and makes an error. And now Callan Meyer makes a mistake heading into the tri-oval from the infield. Ooh, loses the back end right in front of traffic. Avoids contact, thankfully, and gets turned around, so he will get back going. And now a battle for 3rd place in GTP and overall. Neil Barbett holding on to 3rd place, but has Vortex Racing, Bradley Flanagan in the car, chasing him down 3.5 tenths, 5 tenths, and now closing drastically here. But Vortex is going to come in, so Bradley Flanagan will not contend for the position. And looking over the intervals right now, the closest battle is for 2nd place in the GT class here. A 5-second gap from 2nd to 3rd at the moment, so not really super close at the moment, but we'll see if that develops into anything. That is Nicholas Mueller in the OSM Motorsport White for 113 Porsche, trying to chase down the number 24 Porsche of WTF Racing. Alan Meyer with another incident here. See what happened. This is coming up to the West Horseshoe. Just overshoots the corner and barely keeps it out of the tire barrier. Very close. And gets it back underway. Meanwhile, Matt Malachi having some difficulties here. Oop. Button, hang on here. Let's go back. We're going to play that. This is coming up to the International Horseshoe after turn 2 and pit exit. Ooh, and gets a bump from behind and goes around. Back underway. And they are in 18th as a team overall. 19 laps down to the class leader. 58 seconds, closing in on 59 seconds behind Team RPM for 17th in the GT class. And our friends at Crashing with the Boys continuing to lose a little bit of pace here now. LJ Motorsports now a minute 26 ahead. It is up from a minute 21 over about the last maybe 15 minutes or so. And about 15 minutes, actually just under 14 and a half minutes, until we get to the 9-hour mark here in race. And it looks like we got an issue here for Grant Metter, the number 29. 8th place currently, coming up to turn 1 here. It's really been where most of the incidents have occurred, and that grip just fades away. Maybe some slight contact with that tire barrier. Very close, to say the least. Now back underway here and on the move, so just a slight issue there. Now heading through the West Horseshoe. Beta Racing Club is sitting in 8th place, 7 laps behind the class leader and overall leader at the moment. And now an issue for Jim Preston. Let's take a look here and see what happened. The number 10 McLaren is 9th place in the GT class. Ooh, was there some contact? Ooh, that's a heavy hit into the interior wall. Not sure if the nose actually came off of that or not. Let's take a look back here real quick. You have help going around it all. In the slipstream, and then just goes up and loses the car and right into the wall. And he will get towed back to pit lane, it looks like. Oh, actually drives it in. Jared Murphy having an off-track scenario here. Let's take a look. This is coming up to the West Horseshoe. Ooh, into the grass and some slight contact on the left side and into the tire barrier. Surprisingly enough, only registering as a off-track incident, not actual crash. Very slow to get back onto the surface here. Stays in the grass coming up to the left-hander to get back onto the NASCAR circuit. And looks like gets a tow back to pit lane, so something wrong with the car for Tenacious Turtles. Once again, unfortunately, 31 laps behind in 13th place in GTP. They currently sit 22nd overall. Now, Marco Hessdorfer, hopefully that's correct, with Shift Crew Yellow at turn 1. And once again, no, doesn't lose the grip, just can't get the grip to turn. It's back underway, currently in 9th place in the LMP2 class, 11 laps down to the class leader. It looks like a little bit of a change here as Ibex Racing will come out of pit lane and they sit in 6th place in the GT class. Meanwhile, CRC Ad Skills, who were in the top 5 for a while, have had some difficulties here. They have now dropped from 5th place all the way to 8th place. Lewis Hamilton having some issues here. Let's take a look at this and see exactly what happened. Just very slow into the left-hand turn, get back onto the NASCAR circuit. Letting traffic through, so don't know if there's anything necessarily wrong with the car. We'll watch CRC as Lewis is having a lot of difficulties with the car right now, it seems. Does opt to stay out. They regain a position because Yorkshire Racing has come into pit. Yorkshire now down to 9th place while servicing the vehicle here. And now a situation with Jonathan in the number 20. As the Ferrari, as he comes into turn 1. Ziello Sim Racing, really struggling here since their earlier incident. They are 10th in class and 11th overall. The LMP leader has taken 10th place from them, so a little bit of a mix-up towards the front here. Currently in 10th, still no interval to the car ahead at the moment. And now some interesting changes towards the front, it looks like. As Crashing with the Boys has started to close a bit of the gap here. LJ Motorsports losing a little bit of their lead, and for the first time in a while, we are seeing Crashing with the Boys make up a bit of a difference here, down to a minute 18 behind now. We're almost back to a minute 30. Now a battle for 6th place in GTP. Pineapple of Motorsport, who led a little bit of this, now sitting in 6th place. Beta Racing Club, though, trying to close the gap. They were just within a second there for a moment before coming up to the International Horseshoe. It looks like that battle for 6th place has pretty much nullified itself. 2 seconds as Baby Racing now comes in from 3rd place. Oh no, and our friends at Crashing with the Boys have had an incident here. The number 14 Ferrari looks like at turn 1. Drew still in the car. What is the severity of the issue here? Nope, just loses the back end and bumps into the tire barrier. Should be okay. Back left corner panel. And he gets moving once again. Now heading into the West Horseshoe. Now down to a minute 24 behind Kobe Marshall and the LJ Motorsports team. Sport. The good news for Drew is he does have a 4-lap gap to the car behind. As long as he can keep it clean and doesn't need any serious repairs, the team is still in an okay position here. Even though we're only coming up to the 9th hour, you don't want to have too many lengthy repairs. That's one of the things that we've seen from a number of the teams now, including Another Bad Decision Racing. IBR kind of suffered from it a little bit in 5th place, but they have actually started to bring things back together, it seems. And Cameron Brooks, you can see there having a little bit of a spin as he tries to come back onto the NASCAR circuit from the infield. The number 3 BMW was a little wide, hits the rumble strip, and then just loses the back end, almost hits the GTP car. And we'll get it going once again. And Acolyte Racing with Cameron Brooks piloting the BMW here, now in 12th place. We did see them near the top 5 for a good number, or a good amount of time, I should say, during the first couple hours. And it looks like we have a driver change with crashing with the boys. Galen has gotten back in the car. This will be his 2nd stint in the car now. And he is on his way back out. They go a lap down to the race leader. Oh, and now an issue at turn 1 for Vincent Hawley. Or Halley. Ooh, and just contact there. Oh, and big contact with the GT Porsche there. No fault of the Porsches at all. Take a look at Douglas here. See what happened with him. This is number 50. And he is right behind the incident happening. Oh, and just gets clipped. Vincent clips Douglas there coming into turn 1. And it's just absolute mayhem right there. And this is Eric Benz in the WTF Racing 24 in the Porsche. Let's take a look from his onboard perspective here. Oop, there's just the car out of nowhere. Nowhere for him to go. Just holds his line as best as he can. And then gets held up there trying to get going again. WTF going to have to bring that car in. They've managed to get back to 3rd place in the GT class. But not a lot of improvements here, unfortunately. They only have an 18-second lead over Shade Tree Motorsport. Lewis Hamilton now having some issues here. The number 1 Porsche in 8th place in the GT class currently. Just loses the back end under braking and hits the tire barrier trying to get onto the NASCAR oval. Doesn't look like it should be serious damage, if any. Relatively light contact with the tires. It's back underway, stays out, so doesn't come in. CRC still in 8th place at the moment. And IBR competition have come back in. Douglas Duquette in the car at the moment. Looks like this might be a little bit of a lengthy stop, but not a driver swap for them. Meanwhile, checking in back with our friends at Crashing with the Boys. They sit in 2nd place still at the moment as Galen continues to pilot the car here. our leader has completed 325 laps so far. We're on lap 326. And the last pit stop for crashing with the boys was lap 322, so about 4 laps ago, roughly here. And the last pit stop for Kobe Marshall in the LJ Motorsports team was lap 303. So they are getting close to 30 laps on their current stent. With the wet conditions, though, and they can make the stents go a little bit longer. The big concern is going to be fuel mileage more than anything. Now an issue with Jake Ansel and the 929 RevSport International GT team. That left-hand corner still causing problems. Almost gets in contact with the other car, but keeps it clean. We'll head back onto track here. Jake and the team in the 929 Ferrari, currently 9th in class, 33rd overall. Now Lewis Hamilton has some troubles once again. The number 1 Porsche here, currently in 8th place in class. Just kind of slides through the corner, just loses the grip. Oh, and almost gets contact there, trying to get back going. That may have been Dominic Smedra. No, actually, Smedra is LMP class. Take a look and see what happened with Dominic. The number 75 in 4th place right now. He just overshoots the braking point. Doesn't really have anywhere to go with the GT car inside. Manages to prevent it from going in the wall. It's back underway. Now 4th place, 3 laps behind the class leader in LMP, and 45.4 seconds in closing to Sim Party Racing ahead. Bradley Flanagan with a new issue here. The number 23, currently in 3rd place overall. The Acura team at Vortex have been struggling to get back on a good pace. Just loses the back end there, slides into the corner. Back underway through NASCAR 1 and 2. I do believe I saw a second incident pop up in the log, so I'm waiting to see if anything else happens here. Through the chicane onto the trial into NASCAR 3 and 4, so it looks like he should be okay here. We'll keep an eye on him for just a moment. Watch through turn 1 here, and then we will switch up because we have more incidents starting to occur here. Like no further issues for Bradley here, so we will check in with Andrew Fayosh. Hopefully that's the correct pronunciation there. In Reverly Sim Racing's number 72 Mustang. They are 14th in class right now. And not in a good spot. Oh, and heavy into the tire barrier. Nowhere to go. Kind of gets guided into it by the faster car there. Meanwhile, we've got Jim Johnston in the 62 from another bad racing decision, and that's who gets on the outside there. He also may have made contact with the tire barrier. No, avoids contact, just barely. Dominic Smedra has also had an issue here. This is going to be that left-hand corner coming back onto the NASCAR circuit again, and this is with a GT car now, and almost gets into Jim Johnston. So Dominic Smedra still in third place for SRB at the moment. Eldo, thank you for the posture check. I was actually just about to stand up, so great timing. And it looks like Mark Bellew having some troubles with the Vice Motorsports 21 car. They are down to 12th in class, and that's 20th overall. Oh, and a very hard into the... Oh, that's a big contact with the tire barrier. And he will get going again. The big question now becomes if he will try and drive it around. He has no lights at the moment, and he just went off track again here, it looks like. This is at the West Horseshoe. No, this is International Horseshoe, rather. So now coming up to the West Horseshoe, Vice Motorsports have fallen to 12th in class. Again, 20th overall. It is still one position gain for them, all things considered, since race start. Having some troubles here at the West Horseshoe. Is back off track here. They are 29 laps down to LJ Motorsports, the current overall leader. And 1 lap behind Sierra Lads, who are in pit lane in 11th at the moment. Now Doug Crosby having some troubles in the number 17 from Pineapple of Motorsport. And it's that left-hand corner once again coming back onto the NASCAR circuit. Let's check in with Mark here, who is having some trouble still trying to get the car around to pit lane as he goes through the chicane on the back straight. And traffic now having to slightly avoid him. He has nowhere to go. And it is indeed plenty of damage, to say the least. And our overall leader, the number 49 Porsche of LJ Motorsport, have entered pit lane. Toby Marshall currently piloting it. We'll see if anybody changes or if he goes for another stint. Got an ad break coming up in about 40 seconds time. Oh yeah, the conditions are still very wet, although precipitation at 95%. No major changes in that regard, to say the least. And I'm not sure why. Wait, did we? Nope, there we go. Just a reset. Liam Hall has taken over the LJ Motorsport vehicle. Mark Bellew has brought the Vice Motorsports car back into pit lane. Track temperature down to 65 degrees still. And with that, I'm going to take a quick break to get a bite to eat for just a moment. So while the ad plays, we will be back here. We'll focus on our leader. This should cycle around here a little bit for us. And I will return in a few minutes' time. All right, chat. I am back here. It's been a few minutes here. We're going to go and turn the break message off, and it looks like, believe it or not, our friends at Crashing with the Boys have finally taken over the lead for the first time in this one. Take a look and see if anything happened here that I may have missed. This is Liam Hall with LJ Motorsport. Oh, and an overshot into pit lane results in a go-around for the 49 Porsche. And now they sit on pit lane here. They've been there for a few minutes already. So a long stop for LJ. I don't see any reports of them getting towed to pit lane. Does look like, aside from the overshot, I don't see anything popping up here other than entering pit lane on the next. Wait, hold on. Did they miss pit lane a second time? Here's Liam Hall again on the next lap, it looks like. He enters pit lane on lap 339. And again on 340. So interesting. There must have been something that happened here. Let's go to lap 340. Don't see any visible damage. I don't see any report of off track, and I don't see any incidents popping up, so not sure. So full lead, congratulations, your team is finally out front for the first time in this one and now has a lap advantage as we approach the 9.5 hour mark. And LJ Motorsport's going to go a second lap down, it looks like, as Galen will continue to pilot the number 14 Ferrari to a 2-lap differential now. It does look like, for the most part, the track has started to dry here. Let's take a look at the weather report. Still some rooster tails there, especially after the International Horseshoe. Not a whole lot coming off the car, though, as he passed by turn 2 just at pit lane exit. 9-mile-an-hour winds. Oh, and we got a car off track there. That may be Vincent Halley. And indeed it is the 32. They are 9th in the LMP2 class right now. Get back on track and underway here, so back to the weather report here at the moment. 9-mile-an-hour winds, so that's been pretty much the same story for the last about 4 hours now. 9 to 10-mile-an-hour winds. Ambient temperature down to 67 degrees Fahrenheit. The track temperature, though, is starting to climb again. It is now at 66 degrees Fahrenheit. You go back about 40 minutes ago, it was around 65 degrees Fahrenheit. And if you go back an hour prior to that, it was around 64 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can see here, in the last about 2.5 hours, that track temperature has come up 2 degrees. And on top of that, the precipitation has dropped below 90% for the first time in almost 4 hours. And now a 3-lap differential. LJ Motorsports still on pit lanes. There has to be some form of damage being repaired on that car. They have been stationary for over 2 laps. So not exactly sure what may have happened here. So this could be a huge turning point for Crashing with the Boys. As long as they can stay clean, they have an opportunity to lead a good chunk of this. We still have over half the race still to go. Even though we're 9.5 hours into this, we still have 2.5 hours before the halfway point. And for those of you in the US, that's going to be at about 7:45 p.m. LJ Motorsport had a decent lead, so Galen Idman now a 4-lap gap for Crashing with the Boys. Number 14 Ferrari definitely has had their hands full in the first 9.5 hours here. And now Vortex Racing Sigma in third, piloted by Bradley Flanagan, still here, is likely going to overtake Liam Hall and take over second place for the race. And LJ Motorsport is underway once again and will lose the position as Vortex Racing Bradley Flanagan goes by. Now an issue for Bradley Flanagan here. We're going to rewind here for just a second. And overshoots the corner. That's going to help out Drew and Crashing with the Boys. And then he loses the back end just a little bit trying to get underway. Still sits in second though. But now has Liam Hall and LJ Motorsport chasing him down 4 seconds behind. Let's take a look at our LMP leader. That is the number 663 of Positive Perception Esports, currently piloted by Simon Wilkes, behind the wheel with a lap gap to Red Kiwi Racing, Evan Zorn at the moment. In third place, Thomas Hirsch and the SRB YCR are 2 laps behind Red Kiwi. Meanwhile, in the GT class, Alphonse and Switchback Esports continue to lead the class here with a lap gap to OSM Motorsport White. Nicholas Moeller with about a 1.5-minute gap to Shade Tree Motorsports, Tucker Martin. That's how your top 3 look in the class there for both LMP and GT. Meanwhile, rounding out the 3rd place position in the GTP class now is Baby Racing, as Vortex has come back into pit lane. Baby Racing has found their way back into a battling position here for 2nd place, about 18.5 seconds behind. And we finally hit double digits 19 minutes ago on the stream time. 10 hours, 19 minutes now, total stream time. I don't know about you guys. I'm still feeling great going into this. See how I feel in, oh, probably about 5.5 hours. As we get close to about 10 o'clock, or excuse me, 11 o'clock, I imagine 6 hours of sleep will probably catch up. Already consumed over 250 milligrams of caffeine, so it's going to be a fun one. And Nail Barbet trying to navigate through traffic and has the Porsche there almost getting into him. Trying to figure out which Porsche that was. I know I've seen that one before. It's been a hot minute, though. You know, honestly, I don't think you're wrong about that, Eldo. This has been a rather eventful one, to say the least, and we've got a new incident here. This is Gary Yost III, Alan Myers Motorsports, heading into turn number 1. Oh, and just loses the back end. Oh, misses the inside wall just barely, but slams into that outside tire barrier. And he will likely reset to pit lane, so a tow inbound. And now sits in 7th place. And I'm not sure if that's a retirement. They are 10 laps down. We may see a potential for a quick repair here, but they are registering as out as the vehicle has disappeared from pit lane at the moment. Well, we'll check in with Callan Meyer Motorsports in just a little bit here. Nope, there we go. And they do a quick repair. Kind of what I anticipated happening. So they'll hold for a few minutes and then get released. So probably going to be a couple more laps down here. Let's check in with Galen and crashing with the boys here before the next ad pops in. And now a 4-lap gap to LJ Motorsports, still holding strong. And through turn 1, lap 348 of the race. So we are creeping up on lap 350 here and should do so well before the 10-hour mark. Once the... Actually, let's just go ahead and do it. Now we'll go on board with Galen in the GTP here. Not my favorite view for the gyro camera. The Ferraris definitely have a much closer to the front position than any of the other GTP cars. We'll go back to the TV camera here as the advert comes to an end. And looks like Cameron Phillips with a issue here, 29 in Beta Racing Club at the International Horseshoe. Oh, and just goes over that curb. It upsets the suspension, and the track's still drying out, so very slick. Loses the back end, gets back underway. All things considered, very minor. Beta Racing Club now in 5th place overall, 7 laps behind, crashing with the boys, 2 laps behind Vortex Racing Sigma at the moment. So it seems like things starting to finally calm down for turn 1. Slowly but surely, as anticipated with the track drying periodically here. You can see those rooster tails just disappear right as about the drivers come to the line, and then they come right back up as they head into turn 1. Turn 1's still going to be slick and tricky. Now it's going to be a guessing game as to how long it stays before the track really dries out. Now Lewis Hamilton having some issues here. 21 Vice Motorsports. Boom, goes off at International Horseshoe. Manages to keep it out of the wall. Back onto the track. I did see a second report of an incident with him, but I'm not seeing it here on the stream. Check here at the West Horseshoe. Like everything clear for Vice Motorsport here as Mark gets back underway. Not sure how we switched to Mark when we were watching Lewis, but okay. Oh, how we doing? Yeah, we are live.
Oh, okay. So just give you guys an update. Our entire driver schedule is now out the window.
Oh, no.
Well, the reason, I mean, Drew just put in the drive of drives between our spotting team, Galen and James Ross, and Drew actually just putting through those laps. And again, the strategy has been all along: drive the car, keep it safe, and do what you got to do, and do not be aggressive. And that has paid off in spades. So we're watching all the other cars do what they do, but we're doing what we do, which is, again, this is racecraft. You could go out for fast lap times all day long, and it doesn't mean you're gonna come home with it. Drew's beating himself up over a little loop, I guess, in the last lap. He lost 5 seconds, but after a drive like that, there's really not much you can say. But and here, just totally overwhelmed at this point with how well these guys have been able to perform, and just the gratitude of how much effort they're putting in to putting that car around the racetrack right now is proud moment. That's all.
Absolutely, definitely be proud of it, because between Drew and Galen, they have done tremendous since you've gotten out of the car. Not to mention that you've taken the car not just into the top 10, but into close to top 5 before getting out. So it's definitely been a team effort between the 3 of you so far.
When I thought I was 8th when I got out of the car. I think maybe, I don't know. I thought I'd taken us from 11th to 8th. And again, that was just my specialty for this entire event. Was all along was going to be traffic management. I never had a desire to set a fast lap in the car. It was always going to be just keep driving the car. And I'd say 60% of the practice that I put in over the last, God. Oh man, that sucks. Did he just run him out there, or is he just off? I didn't catch it.
I think we'll rewind it here. It looked like he had kind of just locked up and didn't really have anywhere to go, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Car definitely inside. That's one thing that we've actually been seeing here quite a bit. I don't know if you noticed this here. As he makes contact, the front bumper comes off, and then boop, it's back on.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, hey.
iRacing, cool.
Yes.
Gonna iRace.
Old Sapia. I think Eldo. I don't know. I can't pronounce the guy's name.
Eldo Senpai.
Yes, you're right. Oh, there you go. Who is that? Do I know that guy?
That's no, you have not met him before. He's from the Wednesday F1.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, this is a team effort all across the boards. I'm Batman. So basically, when we were in practices and we were saying as a team, look, this is all going to come down to traffic, 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 and avoiding incidents. And the last couple of days, the only thing we did was went into rooms that were as full as possible, and we got run over, we got crushed, we got hit, we got, we've seen all the bad behaviors. We started to understand what guys were going to really drive like and take advantage of that, and started noting that every line was going to be cautious, and every entry was going to have to be predictable, that we knew that we had an outcome on the other side. If it wasn't a run, and one of the things that I had to learn was I had to back off a lot to know that I could get better runs in better turns and save it for a later day. Look at these guys, man.
Oh,
Oh God, and they're just crushing race cars too, which sucks. Again, track looks dry. The unfortunate part is now we got rain coming back in 4 hours.
oh, we have more rain on
That's
the way.
There's more rain on the way. Um, so we're looking at sim time of about 2 to 3 a.m. We will be back in the wet. So that's why we've thrown the driver schedule out the window, because the attrition to the field, again, my specialty was crafted towards traffic management. Got in the car early with lots of traffic, just to pace and keep the car safe. And that's a strategy. And to the team's effort that you see forward now, it pays off when you take your highly skilled guys. And Kyle still got to get in the car, and he's fantastic in the wet. We got Ross that's going to make another run. James and Kyle haven't even gotten in the car yet, and we're at the halfway point. Okay, so that's phenomenal. So the resources that we're looking at right now is just, we're ready. We're ready for this. So
Well, and regarding the rain that's going to be coming in, are we looking at possibly heavier rain or predicting about the same based on what you're seeing?
not sure. Again, team orders just came across in an announcement that schedule is completely gone. Disregard whatever the schedule was. And we kind of anticipated this. So the level of rain, earlier when we saw it first creep up onto the forecast, because I'm not logged actually back into the sim at the moment. I'm letting my computer take a break.
Sure.
Um, so I'm mostly on the stream and on the computer just for chat. So and with that, God, dude, I'm so excited because we're in such a different position, right? Everything goes out the window. Your preparation is to make sure that you get your rain driver set. You give them priority, so everything's going to change. But when Drew says there's going to be rain, there's going to be rain. Which is funny though. So look, we jumped into a split last night, and when we did, we weren't exactly sure what we were going to find as the weather events took place, and there was no rain in that split. So we were thinking that every split would probably have to have similar weather. So I imagine the difference is going to be that they're just going to see it at a different time, but to the same level and extent that we're all seeing it. That's the only way that I could imagine that they're going to level up playing fields for all the different instances, right? So all the different splits.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I haven't checked on Punju in a while, so I'm not sure what his split looks like. I know they had an earlier incident, so I'm curious. It looks like he is still live, and like someone else is in the car for him right now, checking his channel, and it looks like kind of foggy conditions. It doesn't really look like there's rain at the moment per se.
Mm-hmm.
They
All right, so
are
so
9 in their split though.
there you go. So word on the street from our team right now, Galen's going to stay in for a couple more stints. We're going to get it down on pit road at some point, get back off the wets as the track dries. I think we're going to get James in the car for two drives here, and then we're going to reassess once the second level of rain comes. I know Kyle wants to get in the car. He's our other alternate rain driver. So like I said, everything's going to change. Personally, I've already informed the team, if I need to sit for the rest, because the one thing that I am not skilled at in this car is I can't maintain a lead. That's the one thing I can't do. So that's not the type of driving style that I have. I'm a negotiator and manager, not really a sprinter. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough. Yeah.
So, but dude, kudos to you getting lucky to to have the team that's currently in first.
Yeah, for real.
Right? It's the the reality exists, and watching that car go around the track, we made a conscious effort when we selected the Ferrari. We looked at other guys that said the Acura was going to be better, and yeah, the Acura is better, but it's maybe
Ooh.
not in the wet. Oh, what the heck happened here? So it looked like, God, you can't get in a pit road.
Yeah, we've seen that from a number of drivers now. Trying to get into pit lane, they just all of a sudden lose the car, and yep, right there. You can see the wet conditions. I almost wonder. Hold on, let's take this another view real quick for the TV one.
God, that's gotta suck. You're coming in, you're feeling good, and you bounce it into the wall.
Watch his hands. It doesn't look like he's gonna head into pit lane. I almost wonder if he's trying to use the water to cool the tires, maybe.
That's the silly thing
no,
to do.
He is kind of steering left, so disregard. Maybe he was.
No, he was, and those puddles are lining that area
you can
right
kind of
there.
see the puddles there on screen.
There's a little break. You see, there's a little break in the puddles where people have successfully managed to get in. But I think what you really need to do is come in to the left more on that. Really cross the puddles a little bit more deliberately. So.
Yeah, I think you're kind of spot on there with what we've seen so far from a number of the drivers, especially with LJ Motorsports. I'm not exactly sure what happened with Liam Hall in the car. He had to go around on what? He came into pit lane, trying to come in, overshot it because of the water and hydroplaning. Came in the next time by, made a stop, went back out, came back in at the end of the next lap, and then they sat stationary for a while.
Yeah. I don't know. I watched. You were giving enough commentary during that point, and I just joined in from doing yard work. And I was like, I came in and I saw when I went out, we were in third. Saw we had just picked up. I don't think we were in second for very long at all, if at all. It was for a very short period of time, and I don't know what happened. I saw you go through the replay and try to establish continuity with how it happened, but still a mystery.
Yeah.
Stacked. Here's one thing that I would never do. I would never say that you wow, you got to find humility in this, right? It's just tough when you have a talent, but here's the other thing. Any one of these guys could start going headhunting for a leader now, just out of they figure that you're just going to drive a certain way. That also comes back to bite you on the ass. I don't think I've seen our drivers be super aggressive or, nudge people out of the way or get super agitated on the radio. It's just been a constant grind out there. So, stacked, such a tough word. We have the talent. How's that? But, it's, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the big thing, too, is what we've seen with crashing with the boys, including yourself, is just a tremendous amount of dedication to prepare. Oh,
yeah, that's spin. That was second place, wasn't it?
That is, let's see, sixth place.
Sixth place. Okay, all right.
That is Ricart. So back in third place, though, Oliver Pedrick is trying to hold on to the position for Vortex Racing Sigma. Baby Racing, fourth place, still piloted by Nail Barbet, is going to go by into the International Horseshoe to take the position. And now it looks like Oliver Pedrick is going to give way. 9 laps difference between their last pit stops. Like Nail Barbet had pitted on lap 349, whereas Oliver Pedrick had pitted on lap 340.
I'd love to find the person that said rain's the great equalizer, right? I think that's total BS, because you can either drive in the rain or you can't, and that reset a lot of people's pitch strategies. we're lucky, right? We have a car that can go, we can sail on. We had, a fuel strategy that worked. We gave up speed. We noticed that some guys in the rain had way more downforce in the corners. Like they would run us on the corners, but as soon as the straights came up, we would slowly pull away. It's unfortunate that iRacing does not allow you to reconfigure the car once it's in the garage area for pit stops. You can't change any wing or downforce, so you got to run what you brung, which isn't like the real world, because in the real world you can go in there, change a wicker bill, put a
Yeah.
little wing in it.
Yeah, iRacing
So
definitely treats it a little bit more like Parc Fermé with F1, where you can't make any major changes outside of like the wing, for example. But
right.
with iRacing, you can't even really do that.
Right. You're driving a car that might not be best for this scenario. It was better for the other scenario, right? So let's take Oliver right here. His car could be a monster in the dry. Okay, but it's terrible in the wet, so they've had to fall off to the wayside. Now you can see there's sections of this track now that are wholly dried because there's no rooster tails as they come through here. But if you touch off the race line, you can see that there's a rooster tail either from the left or the right hand side of the car, right?
Right.
That all plays into it, right? How you set this thing up. Still addressing the comment of being stacked. God, it's not stacking, it's working. It's tough. See, now I might, if I was in the car, I wouldn't have taken that underlane pass to go into the wet to come back, just to get that car. I probably would have waited to the straightaway, right?
Yeah, and I think it all kind of comes down to comfortability too, as well as just pure racecraft and confidence. And it looks like David Sanchez here with the Stand Motor Racing Porsche having some trouble. Ooh, decent contact with the tire barrier there. This corner still remains the most frequented for contact and incidents right now outside of turn one. Really, outside of turn one and what is it? Turn 6 coming back onto the circuit.
Yes.
Like nowhere else is seeing that kind of action. Not even the bus stop is seeing that kind of incidents outside of just drivers going through the tire barriers.
In real world, they've altered the bus stop because of the NASCAR that flipped in one of the events this year. So the curbing's a little different.
Yeah.
And the drivers are saying they're needing to slow down quite a bit. Here we have another off.
Yeah, that's out of the international.
Treacherous, right? Now I wonder, did these guys stop and they're on slicks and they decided to, to take a gamble, and that's what's really causing them, all these problems? I don't know.
That is Thomas Hirsch in the LMP car, the 75 from SRB YCR. They are about almost 30 laps on their stint right now. They last made a pit stop at racing lap 335, and we're on 360 now.
Yeah. Oh man, gosh. As the hours go on, as we tick closer and closer towards the middle of this race, and then it's just going to get more and more nerve-wracking to be in the car, right? It's going to be like, look, before it was easy.
He loses it in the international.
Oh, there it goes around. God. The hard part is when you're racing with nothing to lose, it's easy to go out there. When you're racing with everything to lose, it adds up. You forget that there's guys that go out and do this. Like, think of a guy like Max Verstappen, and he goes in there with a load of talent and a load of car.
Oh no! Gets him wrapped up.
See, oh man. Again, where was that going? I don't understand. How is that going to? Oh. And the frustration comes back out in the bump after the wall.
Well, here comes, we'll take this back. We'll go on board with Douglas here. So this is a team that you guys battled with for a while here.
We did. And I think I commented early, like, why make that choice now?
Yeah. He completely pushes that car far too deep into it. See what Thomas had in store here as well. SRB having troubles again, it looks like. Fortunately, we've seen SRB having quite the number of issues last probably hour and a half now. And Douglas has another issue. That was a replay, yes.
I was like, that looks identical.
So here comes Douglas into turn one. And 2 laps in a row, he spins the car. Last lap, that was definitely just being impatient. And there goes, that was,
Vector? Was that Vector?
yep,
No.
yep.
That
No,
was.
that was, oh gosh, who was it that led for so long?
No, it's IBR. Was that IBR, AARP qualified?
So IBR is the blue car. The green car in the background is the one that I was referring to here just a
Yeah.
moment ago. That is Josh Wilson. No, it is not. That's Sierra Loud. Sorry. By the way, I don't know if you saw, but FFF iRacing officially retired over an hour ago. They were one of the top 3 teams there between about hour 2 and about hour 5.
There you go. Well,
So there are 13 GTP cars still remaining in this. Last time I checked, that should put us around, I believe, cars still running.
and we started with what?
59.
So, I mean, you got 16 less cars on the track, and that shows. I noticed when Drew was getting through some of it, the attrition, it's a huge benefit when that gives you a great respite, right? To come back into the car, to know that there's going to be less in front of you. We just went around somebody that was limping that car around. It's good to see that you have that opportunity, and now you can see Galen. I think he might be searching for some wet to keep those tires underneath them. I'm not really sure. I didn't check with the team as to what we're under right now, if we're on the dries or the wets, but it's great because now you're at a point where you could really take advantage of those missing cars, right? That's the beauty of it. If you're in the right position at the right time, it pays off.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that's something that between you, Ross, Galen, and Drew, you guys have really excelled at that so far in the first 10 hours of this. And as long as I'm pretty confident, as long as you guys can keep things steady and consistent at this point, 3-lap advantage isn't huge from what we've seen and heard over some of the other splits, but it's big enough that it could make a huge difference here. The big thing is going to be holding onto it for the remainder of the race. We're only 10 hours and 5 minutes into the full 24, so we're not even quite to the full halfway point yet. We are getting closer and closer, just under 2 hours time, so just before 8 p.m. Eastern.
That's a good point. Well, the approach is, right, that 3 laps, hopefully in the next rain stint, right, we'll be in a situation where we can build on that. But look, just like everybody else has had bad luck, this could end in a heartbeat with somebody else making a mistake and taking us out, right? That's why we're out here, right?
Exactly.
That's driving more defensive. That's what we've drilled into our heads. Be defensive. It's better than being offensive in this race. And, you're seeing guys that are trying to make moves, and it's overreaching, and it's hurting them.
Well, I don't know if that's going to be a penalty. This may be a penalty here for Beta Racing Club. Looks like an incident happening, which resulted in Cameron Phillips piloting the car into the grass near the flag stand, and then proceeds into pit lane and into the box. It looks like he just overshot the corner because of the
pit lane. Here's another guy trying to pit. Oh God, trying to pit.
Such a far slide, and then he just decides, screw it, I'm going across. we're still making that pit stop, so I'd be interested to see if there's any repercussions for that, because as you'd mentioned before, going through at turn 1, if you have to go through there to avoid contact, it could be a penalty easily.
Yeah, no, that's true. Stand by. I'll be right back. I'm just check with something here.
Right now, it is the pit entry, Eldo, just because of the standing water. There is a huge puddle that basically just has formed a line right at about where the cars need to come off of the racing line to get into pit lane. So it seems like coming in a little bit earlier below the line is going to be key. And you'll actually see it here in just a moment as Galen pilots the car through NASCAR 3 and 4. Pay attention to the right side of the... Oh, wait, no, sorry. That was NASCAR 1 and 2. He's coming up to the bus stop chicane. So it'll be here in just a moment. And we'll actually go on board here because we can probably see it pretty clearly here from on board with Galen. We'll hide the timetable for a moment here. Pay attention to the left side just after these cones. And yeah, you can't really see it super great from there, but all of that right there, that dark spot, that is all water just pooling up. And that has been kind of the Achilles heel of almost every car trying to make a pit stop.
I think we haven't gone to pit road because of that.
I mean, yeah, you guys, your guys' last pit stop was lap 351. So, I mean, it hasn't been a super long stint at the moment, about 14 laps.
Well, there's still water out there, right? Man, hard to say. I wonder how it's all going to shake out here.
Well, and before you had stepped away there, I was going to ask you, because one of the things that we really saw from you guys in the car between Galen and Drew, especially, we'd gotten out of the car before the rain had really... spin right in front of Galen there, coming onto the NASCAR circuit. Gets lucky to avoid it. And heartbeat definitely increasing there, I can imagine.
Yeah,
but
we've had a couple of those.
But what I was going to say is it seems like between Drew and Galen, you guys really had the first rain stint under control. Everybody remained calm in the car. Everything was really precise. However, on the other side, we saw the rest of the GTP class, especially, a lot of them were struggling in the rain. Hence why you guys have been able to make up so much of a difference here, I'd say.
Hold on to that thought for 1 second.
Sure.
Hold on. I'll be right back. Sorry.
And looking over the top 8 right now while we wait for Mike to rejoin us, not a lot to speak of. There is a little bit of a battle starting to develop for third place once again.
I'm back, by the way.
Perfect. Nail Barbet trying to hold on to the position for Baby Racing again here. 3/10 behind Vortex Racing's Oliver Pedrick trying to chase him down. Under 3/10 now as they come out of NASCAR 4 rather.
So going back to the rain, setting yourself up for the rain is something that you have to do for this race. There is, that's it. There is no other thing you could do when we saw the weather reports. But, here's the thing though, right? You plan for the worst, hope for the best.
Contact there. And that's going to be a huge slide. Oh. And that is something.
Who did they touch?
Let's take a look here. That was one of the GT cars, I believe. We'll go back. Don't know if this is going to show it to me. Hold on. We'll see if this works.
Oh, he got underneath him.
Work. Yep, just got right underneath him and right through. That was something that I'd actually talked about a little bit earlier in stream. I think after you had joined me one of the first few times, was just the fact that it's easy to have an incident at turn 1 here and slide all the way to that corner as drivers are getting ready to come back out. And you can see here, just as you were mentioning earlier, coming in a bit further left and a little bit earlier as Josh Perrin comes in for East Block Racing. They are currently in 11th in LMP2 They are 30 laps behind the class leader and 2 laps behind Shift Crew Yellow, who's in 10th at the moment.
You know what, though? They got on pit lane.
And they did it safely.
They did it
Surprisingly
safely.
enough, aside from the contact with the GT car, they didn't really have any major issues there. Looks like
No.
Gabriel Roop also having some trouble here in the WTF Racing 24 Porsche. And just that grip went a little too far outside, got the wet, and bumps the rear into the tires.
You know, it's all fun and games, and it's a nice little slide. Until you just make that tap, and then your heart just sinks. It looks like one of the guys that was having all the offs before just came back out. God, you cringe, right? If I didn't have any skin in the game, I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. This guy just totally. But no, you cringe a little bit for all of them. You want to see everybody have a good race, but you got to be able to race to have a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
And
racecraft, something you and I have spoken often about racecraft.
oh yeah,
We have had incidences in other series and whatnot where, people get run over. They don't take care of the car. It just stuff progresses from there. This is where racecraft can get you a victory in this race. This is a racecraft style of, it's the combination of your sportsmanship, how you're going to really place that car in there to not be aggressive with others, not get caught between cars that are doing something funny. You'd be surprised with our spotters when we were driving. We would basically, driver might say, "Whoop," and spotter me be like, "Yeah, he looks a little shaky," and say, "Hey, I'm going to hold off on this corner. I'm gonna get these guys later on because it just doesn't look good." And that is part of racecraft. It's knowing the enemy, because look, Galen right there, he could have charged through that section of the bus stop, but he held it back and got the run and didn't have to entangle himself there. Sure, he's not faster down the straightaway, but what he is he was safe, and he can build on that. You can't build with anything with a wrecked car.
well, I will share this because I'm looking at some information on my site as well right now. As the 4th place, Baby Racing heads back on the
Oh,
track.
that dude just hit it coming out of pit lane.
That is Baby Racing for 15 Porsche. That is piloted by Mathis Barbson. We'll go with that. That sounds right. Take a look and see what happened here. I know from personal experience, not even in the GTP cars, but coming out of pit lane into the wall section there, it is very easy to
It's tight.
overshoot it.
Oh
And
God,
right
and that's
there,
what he did. Yep,
just
right
too
there.
much speed.
Boom. And now the thing is the spotter telling you got wheel damage? Is the car okay? It looks like he's getting up to speed. All right. It could be just about anything in situations like that could happen to the car.
Absolutely.
Again, taking care of that car is key. You just want to take care of the car.
Eldo, listen to the words. They are important.
They are. Ooh.
Keeps it
Galen
clean.
with a. Well, you know what? Replay that. What happened there? Did somebody get in the back of him?
Doesn't look like well, maybe. Hold on. That's gonna be one of the GT cars. Yeah, I do think there's contact right there. Let's go back just a little bit. We'll go on board. It's gonna be like right here as we come up to the first turn in. Yep, you can hear the little contact there. Just a little love tap from the GT Mustang behind. I believe that is.
You know what?
4.
So that is who was that in that car, in that Mustang? What team was that?
I believe that's the number 4 Mustang. Let me double check. Yep, that's the number 4. That's piloted by Colt.
What place are they in?
Kowski. 15th in GTP, 19 laps behind.
Great. Yeah, real smart driving there, buddy. That's what I would tell you on the radio right now. That's about as foolish as a mistake you could make. You're going to challenge the lead car going to the bus stop because you're on it. Come on. That's a lack of racecraft, and that's why you're in 15th place.
And they are 39th overall on the entire grid right now, so they are almost rear of the grid. And I'm not sure, but we may have no. Well, CRL Endurance has been sitting on pit lane for about 14 minutes now.
Wow. Hey, give me
Oh.
2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
It looks like Oliver Pedrick has an issue here. Let's take a look and see what happened. Heading into the West Horseshoe as well. And almost an identical situation that we saw a few laps ago. Oh, and tears off the entire back of the car, and he's going to have to tow back to pit lane. So Vortex Racing has an issue. Oliver Pedrick will come out of the car now, and Bradley Flanagan will take back over. This is not the first time, or even the second time, we've seen Bradley pilot the Acura. And with that, give me just a moment, chat here. We will be back in just a second. I just need to step away. Yes, so he can continue after the impact, Eldo. They can go back and repair the damage in pit lane. But give me just a moment. I'm going to step away. Well, bear with me, chat. I am back, but it looks like the session has crashed on me. So let me get back in. And we'll try and get back with mic as well while that loads. All right, so I am back.
I'm back too, but I don't see anything on the track. I don't see anything live.
So I think the session timed out because I've been kicked back to the iRacing UI.
Oh, so what does that mean? Oh, you got to go back into the iRacing and log into it again?
So I'm still logged in. It just crashed the session on my end, so
Oh,
I'm
'cause I came
rejoining
in-
as we speak.
Yeah, I came back and I was like, I saw Galen's car stuck on frozen on the screen. I was like, what happened? Don't do that to me.
It's
I'm gonna
loading
have
at the
to-
moment, so it'll take a second here.
I will have to depart here in a minute because we're gonna have to get caught up as a family on an evening meal.
No worries.
You know, I also want to just say thanks to my family for the long, hard effort that it got to be to this point. They have put up with me taking up too much space in the kitchen. They have put up with me rebuilding this entire rig from the ground up, waiting on parts that were delayed, knowing that once I even got it together, the commitment to be in it for hours at a time every night, and time away from the family and taking care of things like that. Tremendous shout out to my whole family, my wife, my son, for putting up with that, because without that, I couldn't have been part of this team, which is an amazing experience. And then secondly, James Ross, you've raced with James before. I've raced with him. He's been my best friend for the longest time. He's the one that spoke up and said, hey, we should bring this guy on the team. And, couldn't be more thankful for it all. Just a great way to put this sport and this hobby to a great, bit of utilization, because my wife knows where I am every night. I'm in my office and, doing this. Whoa, why does it seem extremely more wet all of a sudden?
I'm not sure. It looks like iRacing is struggling though. I think that's just everything trying to load all at once. So bear with me just a second here.
That looks very much wetter.
It does
So.
indeed, yes. Just go. There it is. There we go. Okay, let's take a look here. Find Galen again. So back out front. And we have no iRacing audio. Hold on. Like iRacing has defaulted on me here to not the correct audio setting. So I have my wheel turned off. Yep. Hey, I can hear again. There we go. So there we go. All right, back in action. I think we lost about 5 minutes there, roughly. I was going to share with you off topic from the race for a moment. You remember how I've previously mentioned one of the reasons I don't spend a lot of time continuously in the cockpit is because how uncomfortably warm it can get in here? Mike? Well, we've lost full.
Sorry. So
Oh,
no.
there we go.
Wife called and I turned off the vibe. Yes, I do know how uncomfortably hot it's gotten in there. And what I said was, let me guess, it's uncomfortably hot in there right now.
It was. I never thought I'd be saying this. It is January the 18th, and I've put my air conditioner back in the window.
You know what? We have had the heat on for, I don't know, 3 weeks since New Year's.
Yeah.
We haven't had a very warm day. You're not that far away from where we
No.
live. I'm just south of Daytona International Speedway. I'll be at the race next week for the weekend. And the irony is, I was hoping it would stay into like one of those nice 50-degree weekends so I could run with the windows open in my office and it wouldn't get super hot. And I can't do that. It's hot here.
Yeah. So earlier, I brought a thermometer into the room because I was like, it's so hot. My liquid on the computer's registering at like 36 degrees Celsius. So I was like, it's way too hot in here.
Right.
And within probably about 10 minutes of being in here, the thermometer went from 71 degrees Fahrenheit to about 85.
Well, you lose some weight. There you go. Because I'm looking at my computer right now and I'm not running anything on it at all. It's at 4% load, and it's telling me my GPU is at 34 degrees Celsius and my CPU is at 36 degrees. But you know what? since I got that new air, say what you will about NZXT and their scams, but man, they do build a really nice airflow case, because this one that has the separate chamber for the power supply and all the fans, when I run this thing up, it does not. The computer doesn't get hot. Room gets hot.
Yeah.
The computer doesn't get hot.
I mean, I'm using
But
NZXT as well for my cooler, so I'm right there with you.
yeah, I have a crack. So
Kraken.
the only thing that I retained from my previous build was the Kraken. That's it. There's nothing. Matter of fact, with the exception of a couple of rails, the keyboard, ends. The primary 80/20 rig that I have, there is nothing left on this rig from what it was just 6 months ago. The pedals are new. The wheel is new. The wheel base is new. The Fanatec shifters is old. That's probably going to go soon. But everything else is, and the monitors stayed, the 32-inch curve. So there. All right. So I'm gonna get off here on stream and everything. I'm gonna go spend some quality family time eating a meal, and then I shall return. I'm gonna get an update from the team, and then we're gonna go from there. They're starting to give out some team orders here about what we're gonna do, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, and it looks like the track actually may be getting a little bit more wet now. I did see a little bit more rooster tail coming off of Galen there as he came up to the line. Looks like turn 1 has started to dry a bit more. Let's take a look at the weather quick. So 67 degrees Fahrenheit for the ambient and for the track surface, and a precipitation at 89%.
As soon as I'm done eating, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the full session so I can look at the weather.
Yeah.
And converse with the team. Andrew, Galen, and James are all in the team chat at the moment, and I'm going to drop down and have a quick conversation with them. Again, I don't know if, when, or how we're going to get the remainder of the schedule worked out. We do have a lot of racing left to go. Looking forward to 7 o'clock tonight with only 12 hours left, and 2 fresh drivers in your pocket is a really great thing to have. Especially if there's weather coming. And dude, there's definitely more water on that track in some sections.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot more wetter than it was a few minutes ago, it seems. I'm not really seeing any raindrops. The windshield wiper is not running unless he gets behind a car, it looks like. So it doesn't look like anything super concerning at the moment, but definitely something to watch.
Who's that in front of us?
Well, let's find out.
Another Ferrari.
That is the 13th place Sierra Lads, who are 38 laps down.
Yeah, give it up, Sierra Lads. Come on. Let us by. We're not trying to race you. If you want to be fast, that's great. But, if they got a fast driver in the car. But here's the thing. You know what? Guess what? See what Galen did? He didn't bother. He's not going to press that. There's no reason to press that issue right now. Right? Why go ahead and race the 13th, lap, 30-something lap down car? If he's got a motor in that thing and he wants to run it, by all means, that's smart racing. That's not your fight. And if you don't need to get around him, don't go, oh God, here's another one.
So Danny McBride here, the 32 Shift Crew Yellow. They are 10th overall in the LMP class.
Not anymore.
And heavy into the tire barrier here. And it looks like there's going to be another incident here because I'm looking at the logs on my side. Oh yeah, that front left tire is completely detached and just kind of dangling.
That's a tow it, dude. Don't try to nurse it around. Tell me you tried to nurse it around and he went off again, because that's generally what'll happen. Like that.
I believe that is exactly what happened here.
Hopefully he didn't connect, or collect anybody else in that. Because at this point he's just accumulating X's, and that's not good.
Yeah. So Shift Crew Yellow, who were in the top 4 for a good portion of the first 3 hours, now in 10th place, 24 laps behind their class leader.
Yeah.
Now have a long repair ahead of them, to say the least. And it looks like Galen is in pit lane now, as he will come in for a stop.
Hey, we made it. Wait, let's go. Let's check this out. we made it to pit lane.
And
That's
here
good.
comes James Ross.
James Ross coming in the car. There we go. Jimmy, he's going to put down some laps as the track dries. I'm sure I don't know if we went with wets or if we're on slicks at the moment, but this was the call that I know the team was going to make. So Jimmy's going to be in the car for a bit. Good. Nervous for him. He's going to go out on a very different track at the moment. But then again, we all put a lot of time in the wet in the car. So, and he's got lots of experience at this racetrack specifically. I've always got to hear his stories about how this has gone for him. So I'm excited to be a participant. Can't believe it's here. Totally different experience than what I thought. But I'm going to go bounce out. I'll go check back with them, and I'll give you an update when I come back, probably in about 45 minutes or so.
Perfect. Sounds good. Enjoy your time away.
All right, man. Thanks for the stream. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Talk to you in a bit.
Also, driver 5506, thank you so much for the gift sub. Congratulations, Taylor Nixon 754 for that gift subscription. Greatly appreciate the support, as always. So LJ Motorsport will gain one of their laps back as Galen, in crashing with the boys, has come in for a pit stop. James Ross now in the car for the first time. And we are hearing some reports of possible rain coming back in a couple hours here. The current track time just a little after 12:30 a.m. The prediction for the rain returning is about between 1:30 and 2 a.m. approximately at the last update. However, looking at the weather report here, 90% chance of precipitation now, so we are inching closer and closer to a higher risk of the rain coming back. Track surface has warmed back up here over the last hour. We've gone all the way from about 64 degrees Fahrenheit to 67 degrees Fahrenheit now, and ambient and track temperature are matched comparatively, so it is going to be an interesting one to see how this plays out. By my current estimate, if the pace remains the same as it has for the first 10 hours, we should surpass 720 laps with about 2 hours still to go. There's a good chance that we will see north of 800 laps in this event as long as the pace continues at its current progression. So depending on how heavy that next round of rain is, assuming it even comes at all, is going to be a huge deciding factor in that. So at lap 379, James Ross takes over for crashing with the boys, now leading by 3 laps over Tom Hall and LJ Motorsport. LJ Motorsport's last pit stop on lap 367. So likely to see LJ Motorsport come back in probably in about 15 to 20 laps or so. Maybe slightly less depending on what happens here. And taking a look here at the drivers, I do believe we now have fewer drivers on track than before, and it looks like Amy Walker and CRL Endurance are finally back on track here. They're 45 laps down to the class leader in GT at the moment, 33 laps to Purple Sector 38, who is ahead in P18. And there's about 12 laps separating those two in position. Still possible with just over half the race to go yet, so don't be surprised if some of these laps start to fall. It's really going to be determined by what happens for the class leader as well. Johan Carlson back in the car for Switchback Esports. We haven't seen him in a couple hours, so hopefully a good refresh for him. And at the moment, they have a 3-lap lead. And looking over the intervals, every class has at least 1 or more laps separating first and second at the moment. So a little bit of an interesting tidbit on that. So let's see how long that lasts. Looking back at the front runners here, our overall leader, crashing with the boys and James Ross in car. As he now heads through NASCAR 1 and 2 onto the backstretch. So now at lap 383 in this one, 10.5 hours in, and still 12.5, actually, excuse me, 13.5 hours, actually just under 13.5 hours to go. And right around 43 cars still running after starting with 59. Well, and Eldo, if you're still hanging out, now is the time for more caffeine, it would seem. Only been about an hour since I talked about being kind of jacked up, but now I can feel it not being quite enough. And an incident for Corey Rice here in the number 3 Acolyte Racing BMW. Just a little bit off track there at the International Horseshoe. Not exactly sure what happened. And resetting to pit lane. So, interesting turn of events for Acolyte Racing as they were in the top 5 for the first about 3 to 4 hours of this one, and now are all the way in P15. I mean, you're not wrong, right? It also doesn't help at about 6 hours of sleep before this one. And out of the LMP cars right now, or the GTP cars, I should say, like everybody has at least a lap or more. Eighth place Vortex Racing and Bradley Flanagan are back in pit lane. And they are currently showing at about, let's see here, it looks like about a minute 45 behind as they get updated into 9th place and are now showing as out. So I'm not sure if Vortex has gone ahead and hung it up here. Still showing Bradley Flanagan in the car. Take a peek here. Nope. They are still listed as out for the moment. So Vortex Racing may have decided to hang it up here with just over 13 hours to go. We'll keep an eye on that and see if it changes at all for the 23 team. And Simon Dickinson, the next car behind them for Pineapple of Motorsports, who is in pit lane, currently sitting in the box for the moment. The rear wing has been ripped off. And it looks like about 10 laps separating 9th place and 10th place here. Once Pineapple of Motorsport get underway, we'll see if that changes at all. I am curious to see if Vortex Racing Sigma decide to come back out. Let's rewind here because I am curious what happened with Bradley. Definitely something going on here. It looks like at the international horseshoe, I believe. It's kind of difficult to tell from this perspective of the camera. And quite a lot of time has passed here. Wow, this is a very long one. Well then, we are just going to go ahead and forget about that. It does look like Vortex Racing has possibly hung it up, so we'll keep an eye to see if anything changes there. James Ross in the car for crashing with the boys with a 3-lap lead over LJ Motorsports. Liam Hall in the car at the moment. Yeah, pretty much trapped in a loop, to say the least. Well, I think at the top of the next hour here, we may give away another iRacing gift card. So a new giveaway coming before too much longer here. I think we are going to do a second $15 iRacing gift card. Again, if you haven't been present for the earlier giveaways, the $15 is eligible to be used for a subscription to iRacing or for content related to iRacing. Unless you are a Steam subscriber, it is only eligible for content and cannot be used for your subscription. Vortex still listed as out, so I'm going to say as Pineapple of Motorsport takes over the position now, that they are in fact done with this one. So they have fallen to 11th overall, 9th in class with that. And it looks like a battle for 4th in the LMP class now. Star Racing Team Green Special trying to hold on to P3, but they will lose out to SRB or ICR. And Dominic Smedra, who has taken back the car now. And you can see in the lower right, the battle for 3rd in class. SRB last pit stop on lap 358 of the race, whereas Star Racing was on lap 340, so about 18 laps separating the two of them. That's pretty significant for these cars. Now a change here for 5th place as well in the LMP class. PWA Esports Black will take over P5. Daniel Lenartz will take the position from Sim Party Racing Indigo's Harry Howard. And interestingly enough, only 1 lap separating them on their pit stop. And Daniel will have 3 laps to make up to get to Star Racing Team Green in 4th place at the moment. See here, Denny LaFawn in the number 773 LMP car here for Star Racing, trying to catch up to SRB's Dominic Smedra. Well, and here comes the 773. You can see an early pit entry there for the team. Oh, actually, let me correct that. I did turn it down for when we were chatting there full, so thank you for reminding me to turn that back up. Oh, Dominic Smedra has an issue here. Let's take a look. This is going to be turn 1. Looks like just a little too far outside, touches the curb and loses the back right tire. Barely avoids contact with the wall, but now he's going to sit in a precarious position and has to hold his spot here. Now he's going to try and back up, but we got traffic inbound, so he's got to stop again. This is one of the hardest spots to really gauge where traffic is coming. Now another incident as he's gotten back going, I do believe here. Take a look and see what happened now. Nope, just still stationary here as he tried to back up. The system registering it as an additional incident, though. You can see just how many cars he has to wait for and how long he can sit stationary. That is going to pretty much negate majority of the gap that he would have otherwise built to Star Racing Team, as they're already on their way back out and have rejoined the race. They're only 27 seconds behind at the moment. It's going to recalculate here, so we'll see what that actually ends up at. That's it. Now approaches 31 seconds and counting. So full, they have a little change of scenario here. Not sure if you saw or if you just rejoined. Bradley Flanagan and Vortex Racing have retired from the race. Already dropped to P10 in the GTP class now, but they have hung up the car for the evening. That will likely do it for them. They are now registered in 13th overall. Now a incident here with Sergey Dendos. Hopefully I said that correctly at turn 1. Oh, gets the water and hard into the wall. The Porsche goes through. Oh, and he's going to slide all the way down to the exit of turn 6. See those rear tires just spinning, trying to get the car moving again. The water still plaguing a lot of these drivers. Jim Johnston has an issue as well for another bad decision. The number 62 Acura, who is down to 7th place now. Oh, and this might be a big hit. Oh, and it is indeed. That's probably about the 3rd or 4th major hit that team has taken now. They are 16 laps down in 7th place in GTP and are registered 7th overall. They're still up 11 spots from where they started this. And Dominic Smedra has had an issue as well. Another incident for the LMP 75 car. He just runs wide, and a little contact there with the tire barrier should be light enough. It's back going here, so we'll take a look and see how they're doing. So that gap that he had to Star Racing at about 30 plus seconds now down to under 18 and a half seconds. It looks like gonna keep the car on track here, limiting the time on pit lane. Rightfully so. Ooh, and it looked like the car tried to step out on him there, but he held on to it. Check back in with James Ross in our number 1 position here overall. And another bad decision will lose a spot as they have dropped to 8th place. And it looks like we are going to see a driver change. Jim Johnston out of the car, Doc Stout back in. This is the 3rd time I can recall seeing him as the listed driver here. The first 11 hours. So another bad decision. Racing is definitely not having the best decisions of the day here, to say the least, it seems, and troublesome woes continue for them. with that, I'm going to take a short break for myself. Just step away to get some additional caffeine because I can feel crash incoming. So going to get up and move around a little bit, get some more caffeine. Once James Ross gets out onto the tri-oval here for the NASCAR circuit as he goes by one of the LMP cars. And once I return, we will go over the details for the next iRacing gift card giveaway. It's going to be $15 value. And I'll return in just a few minutes here. Hopefully do a sim still running and not crashed again. Anyway, be right back. All right, chat. Thanks for hanging out. I'm back here. Looks like we got an ad coming up in about 30 seconds here. So just taking a look at a quick rundown of what happened while I was away. Looks like James Ross has opened the gap back up by another lap. LJ Motorsport made a pit stop at 201, or excuse me, sorry, 395 rather. So about 8 laps ago, roughly. Ooh, big crash, looks like. Hold on, let's take a look here. Liam Hall in LJ Motorsport has an issue coming into the chicane on the back straight. Let's take a look and see what happens here. Oh, and he gets caught up. That's a huge impact for all 3 cars. That's Liam Hall, Michael Ocean, and it's like Kunda Metsi. Don't know that I pronounced that correctly. I apologize. And we're watching Liam Hall here as he's trying to bring the car back around. Being that close to pit lane, it may be smarter to try and do it this way than get the tow. And that's going to be a lengthy repair. That could be huge for crashing with the boys. And James Ross, while he's in the car here currently. So that's going to be some lengthy stoppage here for LJ Motorsport. They do have a 3-lap buffer over baby racing, but question is, well, it now ticks over to 2, so baby racing will have to make 2 more full circuits here. And that theoretically now puts crashing with the boys 8 laps ahead of the next closest car on track here for position. So now a big game changer here, to say the least. And we're taking a look at the other classes right now, because there's not much to speak of with the GTP, with LJ now sitting out at the moment for the foreseeable future. Baby Racing effectively becomes the second place team, unless that car can get repaired quickly, and it is still in pieces on pit lane at the moment. That could be a half hour or more of repairs. They could still get a podium here, to say the least, and as long as crashing with the boys can keep it clean, not have an opportunity to get back out front. However, we still have over half this race to go. We now have 12 hours and 45 minutes in about 4 seconds time. Baby Racing's Mathis Barbson, hopefully that's the proper pronunciation, will come through and will now be back on the same lap as LJ Motorsport officially. So as long as LJ Motorsports remains stationary in pit lane, this will give Baby Racing E2 overall. And now looking at our makeup for the GTP class, you have to go all the way to 7th place in class, 8th overall for the first Acura, after Acura dominated the first few hours here in Daytona. Acura now the closest frontrunner is Doc Stout in Ricard Sim, or excuse me, another bad decision rather. Now 23 laps behind, crashing with the boys. And the Vortex team is confirmed out at this point, 11 plus laps behind and registered out, 13th in class and now 20th overall. Meanwhile, James Ross and Crashing with the Boys continue to lead this one. They have been out front for over an hour now. Well, I'm going to try and gauge this because it looks like we've lost a bit of viewership from a little while ago. I am thinking of putting up a $15 iRacing gift card here for another giveaway. The question is, does anyone actually want it? Give me a response in chat. You can just say yes or me, whatever. I am curious to see if there's anyone actually interested in the $15 gift card, as James Ross will come into pit lane now. So the pressure comes off of Crashing with the Boys as far as pressure from behind is concerned by interval, but the pressure stays mounting because they will need to stay consistent and keep the race clean for another 12 and a half hours. I mean, Eldo, if you want to enter a giveaway for it, I know you don't have iRacing. James Ross back underway. Looks like Danny McBride in the Shift Crew Yellow 32. 10th place in LMP2 has an issue here at turn 1 and goes wide. I appreciate that, Eldo, to say the least. It is a bit quiet here over the last probably hour or so. Actually, I'd say probably the last like 2 hours. It's gotten a little bit quiet. Not super surprised with the 5-hour time difference for a lot of the guys from the F1 leagues being in the UK. Only 7 o'clock over here. Just coming up on midnight. I mean, yeah. You get a PC, let me know. I'll definitely run some stuff with you. So Shift Crew Yellow sits in 10th overall for the LMP2 class, 26 laps behind the class leader. Overall in the race, they are in 24th place. Like, another bad decision. Racing's Doc Stout still holding strong here in 7th, 22 laps behind the leader. Gonna have some traffic coming back onto track here. Gets by not too much issue. Just ahead of him, the Red Kiwi LMP2 and WTF Racing 24 coming out onto track from pit stop. Wait, I thought you were playing F1 on a laptop. Correct me if I'm mistaken. Oh yeah, no, iRacing is not for a controller whatsoever. Oh, okay, I didn't realize you were on a desktop. My apologies. For whatever reason, I was thinking you were playing F124 on a laptop. Liam Hall still listed as the driver for the LJ Motorsport, who have now dropped from 2nd place overall to 4th place. They have gone from 3 laps behind the leader to now 10 laps behind, and continue to repair the vehicle here. We may see them on pit lane for quite some time. It has already been 10.5 minutes. So, major repairs being done to that vehicle, to say the least. James Ross still out front in the GTP. Baby Racing's Mathis Barbson is in 2nd, 7 laps behind the overall leader. And Grant Metter, or Beta Racing Club, who finally finds their way back into the top 5 and now into the top 3 for the first time in about 6 hours. Sits in 3rd place overall. And now coming up on the 11.5-hour mark in about 7 minutes time here. Let's take a look at our other classes. LMP2's first place driver class leader, the Positive Perception Esports team, currently with Fred Coleman Evans out front. It has about a 45-second gap right now to 2nd place. 2nd place is Florin Vledkamp. Hopefully that is the proper pronunciation. With Red Kiwi Racing 1, and in 3rd place, Denny Laffon for Star Racing Team Green. And then in the GT class, 21st overall, your class leader is Switchback Esports. Johan Carlson still in the car for them. 3 laps to Racing Lounge 77 in 2nd place, which is currently piloted by Alexander Polke with Racing Lounge 77. And in 3rd place in the GT class, 27th overall at the moment, Gabriel Roop with WTF Racing 24. That's your top 3 for all 3 classes at the moment. And Liam Hall now has an accident and resets to pit lane, so he's going to get a tow. Let's take a look and see what happened here. Oh, and big contact into the tire barrier there at the chicane on the back straightaway. And now return back to pit lane. What a turn of events for LJ Racing, LJ Motorsport. That is huge at this point. They are already down to 5th place. They may not have done the full service for repairs and may have just done the necessary to get the car running again, and now they suffer for it. Bachme, yes, I am still alive. Believe it or not, I have been live for just over 12 hours, and we are now coming up on 11.5-hour mark since the race went green, and we are on lap 412. If the pace continues at its current projection, with about 2 hours to go, we should have surpassed 720 laps in this race. However, there is a threat of more rain at about 3:45 in the morning. It is currently 1:29 in the morning. Track time, 67 degrees ambient temperature, 68 degrees track temperature. So for the first time in about 6.5 hours almost, the track temperature has finally exceeded the ambient temperature. I will say the last endurance race I did in the cockpit was an 8-hour race at Watkins Glen in GT cars, and I believe we finished at about 382 laps after 8 hours. And I drove, I think 5 of the 8 hours total. So the gap from first to second now at 7 laps between Crashing with the Boys and James Ross, who sits out front. Baby Racing's Mathis Barbison is still in P2. Last pit stop for Baby Racing was on lap 390. About 23 laps ago, approximately. Looks like the track has dried up actually pretty significantly from even just, say, an hour ago. No, I did actually take breaks periodically. I drive for about an hour and a half to 2 hours, let the AI take over for a stint, and when it came in for a pit stop, I would take back control of the car, because it was in Project Cars 2 at the time. So it was actually when I was still streaming on Trovo for hitting, I want to say I think I hit 500 followers and did that as a celebratory stream, if you. So in Project Cars at Watkins Glen in the GT, you're looking at probably in the neighborhood of about maybe 25-30 minutes between pit stops. So it wasn't the worst. I'd get about a half-hour break, get in the car for another hour or so. Yeah, no, Project Cars 2 was 2015, I think. So yeah, 10 years ago this year. Did the 8 hours in 2023. Actually, almost 2 years ago, I believe in May, if I recall. I actually had a number of the guys from the Saturday night F1 League, TX Racing, join me in that. I think we had, oh gosh, how many did we have in that? Not including me. I want to say we had 6 total other human drivers on the grid, and I was the only one to finish the whole 8 hours. So everybody else, because you can't driver swap in Project Cars 2 online, everybody else just crashed out. No worries, Bachme. I'm just glad it was able to be used. Was considering just being like, hey, I'll just do another giveaway with it, but as long as Braid got a use out of it, I'm all good with that. LJ Motorsports still sits in pit lane once again. They have a little bit of a bigger buffer here. They're 12 laps down to crashing with the boys at the moment. And they've got about 11 laps. So separating them, or actually make that 9 laps because I can count, to Orzello Sim Racing Team GTE. And in the car for them is Jeremy Martin right now. You know, I'm not 100% sure if they even ship merchandise internationally. They are a US-based company. I've never actually really looked at their merch. I know they have stuff, but yeah, the gift cards are specifically for content or subscriptions, because you redeem the gift card amount within the platform in your account. Ooh, running very wide here. Oh, and loses the back end right in front of a GT and manages not to get hit. Extremely lucky for Jeremy Martin and for Zello Sim Racing Team. Yeah, doing all right. I hit a wall about 45 or so minutes ago. Caffeine starting to wear off. Also been live talking for pretty much the last 12 hours, aside from when Mike has joined me a couple times in TeamSpeak. But otherwise, doing all right. Definitely feel the effects of doing this for so long. I'm going to try and push through as long as I can, but we'll see what happens. I did get some more caffeine, and I am now standing versus sitting. Thankfully, I do have a sit-stand desk, so raise or lower my desk at any time. Definitely going to try and push through. I've been looking forward to this. This is one of my, honestly, it's one of my favorite endurance races outside of the Le Mans 24 and the Nürburgring 24 hours. Check in on Doc Stout and Another Bad Decision Racing. Now in 7th place overall. They're down 4 spots from where they started. They are the only car inside the top 17 who have not gained position since the start of the race. Yeah, we've seen a number of incidents, unfortunately, with Another Bad Decision Racing. Last probably like 4 hours now. We've seen them wrapped up in a number of incidents. Like Florin Vledkamp has an issue here coming into turn 1 for the 294 Red Kiwi. And just gets that outside curb and makes contact with the inside wall and loses the front. Now has to try and limp the car around for almost an entire circuit. Oh! And I'm not 100% sure there wasn't contact there. And he looks like he's going to try and limp it around, but it does appear as though he has called in the tow truck. And now Doc Stout has an issue. Let's see what happened here. Or Another Bad Decision. Ironic timing by Eldo, as Doc Stout comes into turn 1 as well with a troublesome, and he goes wide all the way to the tire wall almost, and almost to turn 6. And now a problem for the number 19 Ibex Racing Porsche. Also at turn 1, we're starting to see a trend here at turn 1 again. Oh, very wide. Misses the tire wall. Woo, that is very lucky for Michael Oceans. And Ibex Racing. They are currently 5th in the GT class, 29th overall. And also a issue again at turn 1. This is East Block Racing in the LMP2 class. They are 11th in class and just locks up the wheel coming into the braking zone. Manages to keep it out of the tire wall and turns it around. This is starting to be a trend again, so I'm wondering if the rain is maybe starting to impact. Well, we're going to check with James Ross here and go on board with our leader. I'm not seeing much in the way of precipitation right now. Still see some spray coming from the cars in a few spots over the course. And for those of you that are hanging out here, I do appreciate it, to say the least. Eldo, Bachmi, everybody else that stopped by that are regulars with the F1. Thank you for the support. Not even just for 250 followers, but honestly just hanging out, having fun. We keep it an interesting one every week. And unfortunately, after today, after this event is over and the stream ends, I won't be live again until next Friday. Unfortunately, I will not be present for Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday's league races. And now, it looks like a couple more incidents on track. Corey Rice in the number 3 Acolyte Racing BMW coming up to the chicane here on the back straight. Oh, and tags the number 4. And that is Colt Lasky. I believe that is proper pronunciation, probably butchering that. Howski in the number 4 Ford Mustang Team RPM. And Team RPM currently 13th in class, 37th overall. Corey Rice, 15th in class, 39th overall. So 3 positions separating them in class and 2 positions. There's 3 positions separating them overall. I can count. Wow. Yeah, the brain fog is real. And now an off track for Colt as well in the Team RPM Mustang. Let's take a look and see what is going on with Chris Kowalch. Hopefully that's the right pronunciation. And IBR Competition AARP qualified. They have taken over 4th place in the GTP class. So a driver swap for them as they have made a pit stop. They are 11 laps down to the overall leader, James Ross, and Crashing with the Boys. Last pit stop for Crashing with the Boys, lap 407. We are just now starting lap 421. And one more ad break inbound in about a minute here, roughly. So the gap for GTP now at 7 laps. Beta Racing an additional lap behind Baby Racing. 9 laps. Just 1 lap behind Baby Racing at the moment. As long as Crashing with the Boys can keep it clean, we're 20 minutes away from the halfway point. Anything is still possible. The threat of rain remains, so we'll see what happens here. Crashing with the Boys definitely had a outstanding stint during the first rain session, so let's see what happens. LJ Motorsports on their way back out. Liam Hall still in the car, and they have dropped to 6th place now and are 21 laps behind Crashing with the Boys. They only have a 13-second gap to Orzello Sim Racing ahead. Oh, and Bad Decisions Racing having some more troubles. Doc Stout in the car, and this is at the exit of the West Horseshoe, heading into turn 6 to head out onto NASCAR 1. Oh, and he overshoots the corner. That's another hard hit for Doc Stout and Bad Decision Racing. Losing the headlights. Let's check in live and see where he is at with the car. Staying below on the apron here. The right decision if you're going to stay on track and try and limp it around here. And that was at the exit of turn 6. So now we wait and see exactly what he does. He's coming up to the chicane on the back straightaway, so he's going to have to be careful here. We're going to switch to TV Cam 2 so you can get a better view of what's coming up behind him. And opts to cut through the middle, and rightfully so, right through the grass on the interior. Now he's got to stay high and try and find a gap to go low back onto the apron. So it looks like another Bad Decision is likely going to have another lengthy repair. This is at least their 4th, if not 5th, massive repair that they have had here. And really, the woes for them didn't even start till about hour 5, roughly. So they've been able to get back on track and complete a handful of laps, but then the Bad Decisions just come back, unfortunately. The question now is at 23 laps behind in 8th place, are they going to hang it up, or are they going to try and tough it out to the end here? There are only 9 GTP cars still running in this, and it looks like he may have a tow. Yes, indeed, from pit lane to the box, so not able to get the car turned because the right tire was not attached to the suspension any longer, so Doc Stout has to do the tow. Now a lengthy repair back out front. James Ross still leads by 7 laps. James Ross, a 3-time iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona winner, looking for his 4th win in this event. Not 100% on how many entries he has in total. I only know the number of victories he's had. And previously, Crashing with the Boys have come from about 5 to 6 laps down and still won this, so anything is still possible here with 12 hours and about 15 and a half minutes to go. let's take a look at our other classes here. We don't have a lot of battling going on. Not super uncommon here in this type of racing at this point. Typically, that's usually right around the last couple hours or so. Everybody starts using those strategies to their advantage to try and pick up pace, start pushing. The big unknown at the moment is what is going to happen weather-wise and how that will impact the race in the coming hours. Track time now at 1:49 a.m. So we are still about roughly 2 hours away from the increasing chance of rain. Track temperature sitting steady at 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Ambient temperature down to 67 still. So not much. And for the first time in probably about 5 hours, the wind has actually started to change and is down to, it looks like, about 7 to 8 miles an hour at the moment. It has been steadily at about 10 to 9 miles an hour for the past about 5 hours. When we started the race 11 and a half hours ago, it sat at about 11 miles an hour. So wind is starting to shift, it looks like. And precipitation at 89%. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another rain situation. And Liam Hall is back on track. And looks like he's had an off-track situation here. This is at West Horseshoe, and another big hit. And Liam Hall and LJ Motorsport are just absolutely struggling here for about the last hour and a half now. Actually, I'd say closer to the last hour. So not sure what is going on here. Liam Hall has attempted to go back into pit lane. Let's see if he slid through, because he is definitely not in pit lane. And yes, indeed, you can see locking it up, hydroplaning through the water, and avoids pit entry to avoid the penalty for speeding. And now has to go around an additional time after the contact with the tire barrier at the West Horseshoe. And now out of NASCAR 2 onto the back straight. And Baby Racing's Mathis Barbson has come into pit. We'll see if Mathis stays in the car or if there's a driver swap in store. At the moment, looks like Mathis staying in. Take a look and see where James Ross, our leader, is. And he is just coming up to the International Horseshoe here. So turn 3. And Jordan Crawford now having troubles. Purple Sector Motorsports 38. Ferrari having some more troubles here at the left-hand turn 6, trying to get back into the NASCAR oval and just loses the back end. Grip still not quite there, even though the track has dried quite a bit. Marble still everywhere, and for whatever reason decides to tow back. There was no contact, so not sure the purpose of the tow back to pit lane. Regardless, they now sit on pit lane once again in 17th, 34 laps down to Switchback Esports, and 4 laps behind Acolyte Racing, 16th. And Beta Racing Club on pit lane as well, now back on their way out. They are a lap behind Baby Racing, currently in P3 in the GTP, 9 laps behind, crashing with the boys. An issue for PWA Esports again. And that curb, we have seen it more than once now. A handful of drivers just go a little too wide. They hit that outside curb trying to avoid contact with another driver, and it just causes the car to lose its grip and upsets it. Daniel Lennartz underway here. Once again in 5th place in LMP2, a minute and 5 seconds behind Red Kiwi, who's in P4, and 6 laps behind Positive Perception Esports. And I can definitely feel Eldo and Bachmi that the throat is not as happy as it was even just an hour ago. And Grant Metter with some troubles here. Beta Racing Club, turn 6, trying to get onto the NASCAR circuit, goes wide and loses the back end, barely avoids contact with the wall, and he'll roll it off the racing line down below onto the apron. Meanwhile, Johan Carlson also having troubles in the number 9 Switchback Esports Ford Mustang that turn 2 S's right at pit lane exit. Looks like just trying to avoid impeding the master classes here. And he will hold on to his position though. And he remains out front. And the Switchback Esports Mustang is now in 21st overall. Doc Stout and the Another Bad Decision Racing team still sitting on pit lane. They have fallen to 9th place. They only have a lap to Vice Motorsports at the moment, so Daniel Lennartz, or excuse me, that is actually not accurate. I actually believe that is going to be Nicholas Feller. There we go. And checking back in with our overall leader once more, James Ross, as he goes through the bus stop chicane on the back straight of Daytona Speedway. And interesting, the LMP2 car is right behind. That is the SRB YCR team in 2nd place. That's Dominic Smedra. It seemed like Dominic was really trying to utilize everything there to... actually, I take that back. That was not Dominic. That was PWA, who's in 5th. That's Daniel Lennartz. My apologies for the misinformation there. The PWA Esports trying to utilize the slipstream as much as possible, but very close to the back of the GTP car. And Liam Hall still sits on pit lane here, and LJ Motorsports have fallen to 7th in class overall in the race. At the current rate, we may actually see the LMP2 leaders break into the top 5 overall. Currently, class leader for LMP2, Fred Coleman Evans for Positive Perception Esports, is 7th place overall. Liam Hall in the LJ Motorsport car is 8th overall on pit lane. Simon Dickinson with Pineapple of Motorsport, 8th place in GTP, sits in 9th overall. With Dominic Smedra, who's 2nd in the LMP class for SRB YCR, sitting in 10th overall. So